parents deceased, money in the bank, a house of my own. It fits the standard Transmigrator template a little too well. By all logic, I should have been celebrating. I'd reincarnated into another world with a decent starting point. But compared to the other Transmigrators from my old life, my situation felt more like a punishment. 18 years. I've been stuck in this world for 18 years. So where's my cheat? My name is Hibari Kyoya, and right now my emotions are a mess. A little frustration, a little dread, but mostly anxiety, because I know exactly where I am. This world is DxD. Devils, angels, fallen angels, gods from every pantheon, and dragons whose battles could split continents. A place where the strong thrive and the weak are crushed. And I've spent my entire life here as a powerless human. Worse, I live in Kuoh Town, the epicenter of the story, and attend Kuoh Academy, where the main cast gathers. I'm even classmates with one of the heroines, Rias Gremory. That alone is dangerous enough. But my investigation dug up something even more unsettling. Hayuda Issei doesn't exist. The Red Dragon Emperor, the protagonist who should be the center of the original plot, is nowhere to be found. Saji Jinchuru hasn't become a devil either. Saji is at least attending school normally. But Hayuda Issei, it's as if he never lived here at all. I even went to see his supposed mother. She confirmed it again and again. She has no son named Hayuda Issei. The butterfly effect? My arrival? Maybe. But the result is the same. The original plot is broken. And without that plot protection, Kuoh Town becomes even more terrifying. Soon, fallen angel cadres will arrive. The White Dragon Emperor will appear. The Chaos Brigade will move in the shadows. Evil gods will start probing this world. The underworld's strongest families have their heirs living right next door. I used to imagine reaching the top of this world. Now it all feels like a joke. I'm just an ordinary student with decent grades. I tried training over the years, hoping to awaken something. Anything, but no matter how hard I pushed myself, I stayed painfully human. No sacred gear, no magic, no bloodline. In DxD, that meant living in constant fear. A stray devil or fallen angel could erase me at any time. 10 years of that pressure has worn me down more than I'd like to admit. The new school year starts soon. The main story should be beginning around now, if the story still exists at all. I thought about joining Rias or Sona's peerage, but I'm just a normal guy. They'd never pick me. So I resign myself to surviving one day at a time. And then, ding, sign-in system loading, 20%, 50%, 80%, 100%. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. I froze for several seconds before reality sank in. My cheat had finally arrived. After 18 years of walking on thin ice. Once I got my excitement under control, I demanded an explanation. This system only awakens when the main storyline begins. It replied, completely serious. You're 18 years late. Do you know how I've been living? I've been terrified every day. One stray devil, and I'm dead. But anger wouldn't change anything. I took a breath. Fine. Introduce yourself. This system grants rewards through sign-ins at specific locations or through tasks. Reward ranks: white, green, red, black, purple, gold, violet gold, and rainbow. Simple, direct, and exactly what I needed. Still, a question lingered. I can't just guess sign-in locations across the world. Do you have something like a map? A screen appeared in front of me, visible only to me, marked with sign-in points all across Kuoh Town, the underworld heaven, even the dimensional gap. I couldn't reach those places yet, but seeing them lit a fire in my chest. I was finally getting a chance. Then another thought hit me. Hey system, since you're 18 years late, shouldn't I get newbie gift bag? Other systems usually have those. You don't, right? A moment of silence. Then, ding, congratulations to the host. Newbie gift bag obtained. Rainbow grade sign-in gift bag. I stared, speechless. Rainbow grade? That's the highest tier. Holy system, you're incredible. The true Red Dragon God Emperor, the strongest existence in this world, was only a violet gold sign-in point on the map. Ophis might barely reach light violet gold, and I had just received a rainbow grade reward. For the first time in 18 years, I felt something other than fear. I felt hope. A rainbow-colored card materialized in front of me, pulsing with a soft glow. System, how do I use this? I leaned closer. My heartbeat was loud enough to drown out everything else. Touched the card lightly to open the gift bag. The system's voice was flat, but to me it sounded like a choir from heaven. I forced myself to breathe, lifted my trembling hand, and tapped the card with my fingertip. Light exploded. A blinding flash swept through the room and shot upward, piercing the night sky above Kuoh Town. A massive figure burst out of the card and rose higher and higher until it hovered over the entire town like a celestial titan. When the light faded, a dragon's phantom, vast, ancient, and suffocating in its presence, filled the sky. Ding! Rainbow-grade gift bag opened. Reward, Soul of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 symbols. World Dragon Corm from Mondaiji Tachi. Classified as a multiversal 2C entity on VS Battles Wiki. Note, the Azure Dragon far surpasses Kuryu of the 7 Great Demon Kings. Due to the host's current weakness, you can only use it once for a short period. Duration and power scale with your growth. I stared dumbly at the sky, mind blank. The little garden's power hierarchy flashed through my head. Double digits. Gods who could erase universes like pencil marks. Beings so overwhelmingly strong that in DxD, even the true Red Dragon God Emperor would be an ant. And now, the soul of one of those beings was offered to me. Host, would you like to merge with the Azure Dragon's soul? Merge. Immediately. There was nothing to think about. This was my lifeline, my future, my survival. Fusion beginning. A beam of light shot from the dragon's phantom and wrapped around me like a cocoon. The moment it touched me, my entire existence trembled. My blood, my bones, even my soul felt as if they were being reforged. What I didn't know was that the outside world had erupted. Outside, the Azure Dragon's phantom wasn't just above Kuoh Town. It spanned the entire DxD world. Every being, human or supernatural, could see it clearly. Even Great Red, drifting through the dimensional gap, stopped mid-flight. His massive form twisted toward the sky, eyes narrowing in disbelief. He felt the phantom's pressure crush down on the dimensions. A power beyond the dragon gods. A presence that could shatter the world by existing. He was forced to stabilize the space just to keep reality from collapsing. In Kuoh Town, devils and fallen angels were frozen in terror. What is that? Rias Gremory could barely speak. Her hands trembled as a primal fear, something deeper than instinct, clawed at her soul. Sona Citri and her peerage were no better. Their knees buckled. Their magic wouldn't move. Even raising their heads felt like defying fate. They had seen dragon kings. They had heard legends of the 2 heavenly dragons. But this wasn't on any scale they understood. Underworld. The 4 Mao stared up at the phantom, faces drained of color. This isn't a dragon god. Surzex's voice wavered. He was one of the few super devils left. Yet right now he felt like a powerless child. Ajuka remained silent, sweat sliding down his temple. Even he couldn't calculate this thing's existence. Their magic refused to flow. Their bodies wouldn't respond. In front of that presence, they were insects waiting to be crushed. Other pantheons, Hades, Odin, Zeus, Shiva, and every major god across the realms halted what they were doing. The moment the phantom appeared, divine palaces trembled. High-ranking gods staggered from the pressure alone. Dragons across the world, dragon kings, evil dragons, sacred gear dragons, valley, and any being tied to draconic lineage, felt their hearts contract in reverence. Even Draig and Albion went silent. Back to me. At the exact moment the pressure peaked, the soul fusion completed. The Azure Dragon's phantom released a thunderous roar that shook every realm. Powerhouses across the pantheons paled and instinctively reinforced their barriers. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the phantom vanished. Every god, devil, and dragon turned their attention toward Kuoh Town with grim faces. Orders were issued. Factions mobilized. Even Indra, known for stirring trouble, sent word to Cao, to stay quiet for now. Somewhere far away, in a dimension untouched by mortals, a small black-haired girl opened her eyes. Ophis. She stared at the sky long after the phantom had disappeared. A dragon stronger than me, stronger than Great Red. Her voice was soft, curious. Will you help me reclaim my silence?
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Slowly opening my eyes, I could clearly feel the Azure Dragon's soul power within me, but I couldn't use it. I was still too weak. If I tried to activate the Azure Dragon's power now, I'd probably explode in a matter of seconds. Still, as a life-saving trump card, it's more than enough. With that thought, I went back to my room, suppressed my excitement, and slowly closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep. The next morning, as I stepped onto the grounds of Kuoh Academy, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detected special sign-in location, Kuoh Academy. Red grade. Sign in. Kuoh Academy is red grade? Well, I guess that makes sense. It is the gathering place of the main characters, after all. I muttered thoughtfully to myself. Then I mentally commanded system sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at a red grade location. Reward, top tier 3 types of hockey. It was actually top tier 3 types of hockey. I was a little surprised. In the world of One Piece, hockey was incredibly powerful. Top tier observation hockey could even allow you to glimpse into the future. Top tier armament hockey could be applied to the body or weapons, and the advanced form, Ryu, could even destroy an enemy from the inside, causing devastating damage. Top tier Conqueror's hockey, with its Conqueror's coating, was even more powerful. All in all, I was pretty satisfied with getting 3 types of hockey from a red grade sign-in. The only problem was that, although I had obtained armament hockey, my physical condition was still that of an average human. More importantly, I had no combat experience, so I couldn't unleash its full potential. But then I thought about it some more and cast aside my worries. As long as I kept signing in, I could make up for these shortcomings. I mentally called up my status screen. Host, Hibari Kyoya. Physique, average human. Magic, none. Abilities, top tier 3 types of hockey. Azure Dragon Soul Power, sealed. Inventory, none. As soon as I entered the classroom, the system issued 2 new sign-in tasks. Ding! Discovered character sign-in target, Rias Gremory. Task condition, defeat her and make her acknowledge you. Ding! Discovered character sign-in target, Akino Himejima. Task condition, tame her and make her fall for you. Looking at the 2 tasks, I couldn't help but fall silent. You gotta be kidding me, system. With my current strength, without using the Azure Dragon's power, how could I possibly be Rias's match? And Akino? Don't let her gentle appearance fool you. She's got a seriously sadistic side. If I'm not strong enough, I'll probably be the one getting tamed instead. Just thinking about it made me shudder. Suddenly, Rias felt a gaze on her and turned to see me looking her way. My grades at Kuoh Academy were naturally always at the top. Combined with my good looks, I was quite the campus celebrity. So, Rias was familiar with me. It was precisely because she knew me that she felt a little puzzled. Just as Rias was lost in thought, a seductive voice teased in her ear. Era, Rias, you've been staring at Hibari-san. Could it be that you've taken a liking to him? Rias's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to see Akino smiling playfully at her. Well, considering it's Hibari-san, who always gets top marks despite sleeping in class, and is so incredibly handsome, it wouldn't be surprising if Rias fell for him. Akino continued with a teasing smile. It's just a shame that I also have a bit of crush on him. But if it's Rias, I guess I'll have to give up. A faint blush appeared on Rias's cheeks. She knew Akino was just joking, so she simply rolled her eyes and replied. I was just a little surprised. It feels like Hibari-san's aura has changed significantly. I can't help but feel a sense of pressure just from looking into his eyes. Aquino was a little surprised to hear Rias's words. After all, Rias at level of a high class. For her to feel pressure from me meant something was definitely different. It made sense, though. I now possessed Conqueror's Haki, the Haki of a true king. However, I couldn't control it yet, which was why my aura was leaking out like this. Aquino then asked Rias if she wanted to investigate what had happened to me. But after thinking it over, Rias told Aquino to drop the investigation. The events of last night with the dragon's phantom, along with her brother's warning this morning, had left her feeling stressed. But what Rias could never have guessed was that the cause of this strange phenomenon was none other than me, and he was currently sitting just a few feet away from her. When the dismissal bell rang, I slung my bag over my shoulder and headed out of the school gates. And just at that moment, I happened to run into a certain emotionless, petite girl walking in the opposite direction. It was none other than Rias's rook, Kaneko Tuju. Ding. Discovered sign-in target, Kaneko Tuju. Task Condition 1. Defeat her at a video game. Reward, white grade. Task Condition 2. Give Kaneko Tuju a head pat. Reward, white grade. Task Condition 3. Resolve the conflict between Kaneko Tuju and her sister, Kuroka Tuju. Reward, red grade. I was surprised to see 3 sign-in tasks pop up for Kaneko all at once. Task 1 didn't seem too difficult. Even though Kaneko was a gaming expert, in my past life, I was a pro gamer. Beating Kaneko should be a piece of cake. But Task 2, seriously, system? You're getting cheekier by the day. Kaneko's head isn't something you can just touch. If I try to pat her head, I'd probably get punched into a wall, so hard I'd be impossible to get out. As for Task 3, it shouldn't be too hard in the future, either. The conflict between the sisters is really just a misunderstanding. Once I get stronger, I can just grab Kaneko's sister, Kuroka, and have them clear things up. Then, I slowly walked over to Kaneko. Kaneko, seeing me approach, stared at me intently. Meanwhile, a cold sweat started to form on my forehead. After all, being stared down by an expressionless, petite girl would make anyone nervous. Is there something you need, Hibari-senpai? Well, actually, I was wondering if you'd like to go to the arcade with me to play some games. After a moment's thought, I calmly explained my intentions to Kaneko. Hearing my words, a flicker of surprise finally appeared on Kaneko's usually blank face. She hadn't expected the top student in the school to invite her to play games. But she was also quite happy about it, so she agreed. And so Kaneko and I had an intense battle at the arcade. Don't get any weird ideas, we were just playing video games. But the end result left Kaneko feeling utterly defeated. Kaneko stared at me in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. She hadn't expected this shut-in senior of hers to be able to beat her at video games. Don't worry, Kaneko-chan. I'm a genius, after all. As I comforted Kaneko, I slowly extended my hand and gently patted her head. Instantly, a blush appeared on Kaneko's cheeks. She then raised her small, soft hand and slapped my hand away, her face cold. Pervert Hibari-senpai. I'm really sorry. I just thought you were so cute, I couldn't help myself. To make it up to you, I'll treat you to more games or dinner sometime. I sincerely apologized to Kaneko and asked for her forgiveness. Hearing my apology, Kaneko's expression softened slightly, but she was still exasperated by my thick-skinned behavior. In the end, she chose to forgive my act. If you do it again, Kaneko raised her clenched fist and shook it menacingly at me. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Well then, Kaneko-chan, I'll be going now. See you tomorrow. I broke out in another cold sweat and quickly made my exit. After watching me leave, Kaneko returned to her usual emotionless self and headed towards the occult research club. The next morning, as I leisurely walked towards Kuoh Academy, I asked the system about the completion status of my tasks. Patting Kaneko Tuju's head task completed. Reward, Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, Bankai mastered. Defeating Kaneko Tuju at a video game, task completed. Reward, mastered Rokushiki. Hearing the system's rewards, even though I remained outwardly calm, my heart was bursting with joy. I now had mastered Rokushiki along with extensive combat experience, which combined with the 3 types of haki I received earlier, represented a massive leap in my power. As for the Zanpakuto Zangetsu, I was a bit surprised but also thrilled. Back in my previous life, when I watched Bleach, I always fantasized about owning a Zanpakuto. I just hadn't expected the system to reward me with the Zanpakuto of Bleach's protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki. System, can Zangetsu stay in its Bankai form permanently? I wasn't really a fan of Zangetsu's Shurkai form, which was a giant cleaver. I preferred the sleek, slender katana form of its Bankai. Acknowledging host's preference, Zangetsu's form is now permanently set to Bankai. The host can freely switch between Zangetsu's forms according to their will. Hearing the system solution, I was in a great mood. I even started humming a tune on my way home. And just at that moment, the system's voice rang out in my mind again. Ding! Detected a nearby stray devil. Killing will yield a white grade reward. After receiving the system's task, I felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, my golden finger had arrived yesterday. Otherwise, I might have ended up as this stray devil's next meal. Then, a surge of excitement coursed through me. I could finally experience my first real battle. When I reached the depths of the alley, I saw a scantily clad woman. She was wearing a loose robe, holding a bottle of liquor. Her long black hair was wet, and a sickly sweet, heavy fragrance wafted from her. I examined her closely and saw that she was a seductive, enchanting woman. The woman also noticed me, and her eyes lit up. She smiled seductively and walked towards me. Well, what a handsome young man we have here. How about a drink? Let's do something fun, shall we? The woman winked at me suggestively and spoke in a seductive tone. Facing this clueless stray devil's advances, I raised an eyebrow. A playful idea popped into my head. I decided to toy with her a bit before finishing her off. So I said, "Sure, but I'm afraid you might have spiked the drink. A guy's got to protect himself when he's out and about, you know? How about you take a swig first?" The stray devil was momentarily taken aback. Could this kid have seen through the poison in my drink? But then she shrugged it off. What did she have to fear from a student? She wasn't afraid of poison anyway. Her favorite thing was to watch humans slowly get devoured while suffering from the effects of her poison. Just thinking about it made her heart race, almost like a climax. The stray devil immediately picked up the bottle and took a large gulp, then handed it to me, saying, "There, see? I drank plenty. Now it's your turn. Handsome." But I didn't take the bottle. Instead, I crossed my arms and looked at her with a playful smirk. Seeing my expression, the stray devil grew impatient and urged me. "What are you looking at, handsome? Drink up. After you're done, I'll show you something really good." Seeing that I was still unmoved, the stray devil finally snapped. She revealed her true form and roared at me with a ferocious face. "You little shit. Drink. Why aren't you drinking? If you're not going to drink, then just die." The woman had now transformed into her true stray devil form, a monstrous spider with 6 eyes on her upper body and 6 legs on her lower body. I looked at the mentally broken stray devil with disgust. "What's wrong? Showing your true colors already? And you call yourself a mature stray devil with that attitude? Go back and train some more. Although, it's a shame you won't get the chance." Hearing my taunts, the stray devil finally understood. This damn human had known her identity all along and was just toying with her. Rage consumed her. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." In an instant, the stray devil lunged at me, her 6 eyes spinning wildly, her blood-red claws reaching straight for my neck. But I remained exceptionally calm. With my observation haki, I could easily dodge the stray devil's attacks. But I didn't plan on dodging. I wanted to test my current strength by taking the attack head-on. I activated Iron Body, hardening my entire body. But then I suddenly remembered a saying from my past life. Iron Body equals standing still equals taking full damage equals instant death. Therefore, cherish life, stay away from Iron Body. Besides the Marine hero garb, everyone else who used Iron Body seemed to have a misplaced sense of confidence, leading to their swift demise. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a little panicked, afraid that I might also fall victim to this Iron Body illusion and end up dead. So, I quickly coated my entire body with armament hockey, turning my skin pitch black. Crack! The stray devil's claws shattered on impact, and she let out a pained shriek. Arg! You damn brat! I ignored the stray devil's howls and used Soru to retreat a dozen steps. I touched my neck and thought back to the stray devil's attack. It seems that with my current iron body and armament hockey hardening, I could probably withstand a full-force attack from a mid-class. My gaze suddenly sharpened like a honed blade. Hockey Tempest Kick. I softly uttered this incredibly Chinibu-esque attack name and used one of the Rokushiki, Soru, to disappear from my spot. In an instant, a dozen afterimages appeared around the stray devil, accompanied by a raging whirlwind. It was as if I were at the center of a tornado. Numerous cracks appeared on the surrounding walls, as if they had been slashed. In the blink of an eye, I appeared above the stray devil. Snap! After returning to my original position, I walked directly to the backpack I had thrown on the ground earlier. Even though this was my first real fight, I felt that my mastery of the Rokushiki and Haki was probably not much inferior to a Marine Vice Admiral's. After all, I had the system's gift of rich combat experience. So the battle itself wasn't difficult. But as I picked up my backpack and prepared to leave, the stray devil's eyes were filled with mockery. She sneered. Huh, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just all flash and no substance. How utterly weak. In that case, I won't hold back any. TSK, you still don't get it, do you? I stopped and turned my head, looking at the stray devil with a calm gaze. You're already dead. Well, a dead devil, to be precise. What are you talking about? The stray devil didn't even get to finish her sentence. Splat! The stray devil's body collapsed, her limbs severed and scattered across the ground. A thin line appeared on her neck, and her head rolled away like a ball. Blood splattered everywhere, raining down like a gruesome shower. Only then did the stray devil realize that she had been cut to pieces by this brat. Thud! Her body hit the ground. Looking at the gruesome scene, I felt a little troubled. But after a moment's thought, I decided to leave this mess behind. Surely Rias or Sona would take care of the cleanup, since they were the ones in charge of this town. Besides, they're going to be my women in the future. It's only right that they help their husband out a little, right? Ding. Task completed. Reward. Perfect rumble fruit. Weakness to water removed. I hit the jackpot. It's the rumble fruit without any weaknesses. The rumble fruit was a Logia-type devil fruit from One Piece. It allowed the user to transform into lightning, making them immune to physical attacks, most energy attacks, and non-hockey attacks. It also granted the user the ability to freely generate and control electricity. They could also use electric waves to enhance their observation hockey, and they could use the fruit's power to teleport. It possessed ridiculous destructive power, and this reward had even removed the devil fruit's weakness to water. Although I couldn't fully utilize the rumble fruit's power yet, it was more than enough for self-defense in the short term. It seemed like my luck had finally turned. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared before me. Several familiar figures slowly emerged from it, causing me to feel a mix of surprise and annoyance. Here comes trouble. Just as I was still marveling at my new powers, the figures of the three people in the magic circle became clear. It was Rias and her two peerage members, Kaneko Tuju and Akino Himejima. The three of them fell silent as they took in the gruesome sight of the dismembered stray devil. Akino was the first to speak, turning her gaze towards me. If it isn't Hibari-san, I didn't realize you were a devil too. But you have a human's aura. After confirming that I was human, Akino was visibly shocked. She couldn't imagine that the seemingly ordinary shut-in from her memories possessed such power. Even a usually expressionless Kaneko had a flicker of shock in her eyes. As for Rias, the initial surprise on her beautiful face quickly faded, replaced by a look of intrigue as she studied me. Hibari-san, seeing the expressions of the three girls, I quickly realized that hiding was no longer an option. So, I casually walked up to them. The quiet alley was bathed in the bright, silvery light of the moon. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying a slight chill. The three of them silently surrounded me. Finally, the ever-impatient Akino broke the silence. No wonder Rias said you changed a lot in the past few months. I never expected you to have such strength, Hibari-san. Hibari-san, you have to tell me your secret. I'm just dying to know. Akino placed her delicate hands on my shoulders and whispered softly into my ear, her warm breath tickling my skin. A sweet fragrance wafted into my nostrils, and I could feel her breath on my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I turned my head to see Akino looking at me with a tender, smiling gaze. In an instant, I felt my blood rush and my mind filled with endless fantasies. That damn Akino, she's such a sadist, teasing me like this. When I finally claim you, I'll be sure to get my revenge. Vixen, Rias, seeing this display, seemed to have come to a conclusion, but she still asked, Hibari-san, if you don't mind, could you explain what happened here? I sighed and explained. Isn't it obvious? This stray devil tried to seduce me and then eat me. I had no choice but to defend myself and kill it. I assure you, I'm a law-abiding, model citizen. Rias looked at the dismembered stray devil and then gave me a playful, skeptical look. If it weren't for the gruesome scene before her, she might have actually believed me. After a moment's thought, she decided to trust me. But even though Rias believed me, Kaneko had already moved to stand protectively in front of her, clearly on guard against me. Rias gently patted Kaneko's head and said with a smile, It's okay, Kaneko-chan. Hibari-san doesn't mean us any harm. Seeing this, I teased, Hey, Kaneko-chan, we're gaming buddies, aren't we? I even invited you to play games earlier. It's a bit hurtful that you're treating your friend like this. Hearing Rias's reassurance and my teasing, Kaneko lowered her guard, but she didn't move from her position in front of Rias. Sorry, Hibari-senpai. Rias looked at Kaneko, standing protectively in front of her, with a look of pure affection in her eyes. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that I was just joking. Suddenly, Akino turned to me, gently caressing my cheek with her right hand. Hibari-san, you still haven't answered my question. It's not very gentlemanly to leave a lady hanging, you know? Facing Akino's renewed inquiry, I looked at her with a mischievous glint in my eyes and said, Akino, you haven't told me about your being a devil, either. But this is a secret of the Hibari family, passed down only to the family. If you want to know, you'll have to become my wife. So are you interested? In response to my teasing, Akino pretended to be shy, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Hibari-san, you're such a bad boy. Sob sob. All I did was ask a question, and now you want me to be your girlfriend. But I didn't respond to Akino's words. Instead, I shifted my gaze to Rias. Seemingly having thought of something, Akino looked at Rias and me with a playful smile. Could it be that Hibari-san has taken a liking to Rias? Well, that's understandable. But what about me? Are you planning to abandon me? You just said you wanted me. And now you are going after Rias to live happily ever after? All men are the same. Right, Rias? The beautiful girl with the black ponytail, feigning tears, turned to complain to the equally busty, crimson-haired beauty beside her. Rias and I both sighed helplessly at Akino's dramatic performance. Stop pretending, Akino. I know your personality all too well. You can't fool me. As soon as I said that, Akino immediately stopped her fake crying and pressed her finger to her lips, her eyes full of playful interest in me. Hibari-san, you seem to know me very well, but we haven't really interacted much. Why do you say that? I stared intently at Akino and said softly, Because I've always liked you. Akino, hearing my bold, almost confession-like words, even the usually sadistic Akino blushed, her eyes darting away, unable to meet my gaze. Rias, watching this exchange that seemed almost like flirting, was utterly bewildered. She then chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. And to my confusion, I noticed that Kaneko was now glaring at me with a look of resentment. Could she be jealous? I spoke again. Of course, I also like the captivating Rias and my cute and petite underclassman, Kaneko-chan, too. Hearing my words, Akino giggled and whispered in my ear, Era, such a bold declaration. Akino slowly returned to Rias's side. But Kaneko was now staring at me with an unfriendly gaze, her face full of disgust. You're getting more and more perverted, Hibari-san. A gentleman appreciates beauty without being lewd, and is romantic without being vulgar. How can that be called perverted? I turned to Kaneko and tried to defend myself. Even though she understood what I meant, it didn't stop Kaneko from looking at me with utter disgust. Since Hibari-san is so fond of Akino, how about becoming my peerage member? Seeing how well I got along with her peerage members, and considering my strength as a human, as well as the increasingly tense situation, Rias decided to try and recruit me. If you agree to become my peerage member, Hibari-san, you can spend a lot of time with Akino. Of course, you'll have to be mindful of the time and place when you're together. How about it? Are you tempted? Is Rias abandoning me? Even though we're the best of family, this is truly heartbreaking. Sob. Akino pretended to cry after hearing Rias's words, but she didn't actually object. Although your offer is very tempting, Rias, I paused, then pointed my index finger to the sky and declared, why would I give up the entire forest for just one tree? Therefore, I refuse. Kaneko, Akino. Hearing my bold declaration and subsequent refusal, Rias was momentarily speechless. She shot me a frustrated glare, but deep down, she felt an even stronger desire to have me, to tame me thoroughly. And so, after I promised to visit the Occult Research Club sometime, Rias finally let me go. Early the next morning, I woke up and practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. After familiarizing myself with Zangetsu, I rushed to the academy, arriving in my classroom just minutes before the first bell. Now, through practicing basic swordsmanship, the techniques were already deeply ingrained in my memory. What I needed to do now was to constantly engage in combat to further improve and familiarize myself with the swordsmanship I had mastered. This way, when I used Zangetsu's Bankai, I was confident that my combat power would increase significantly. However, just as I was about to sit down, the red-haired girl in front of me politely greeted me. Good morning, Kyoya-kun. Good morning, Rias Akino. Even though you confessed to me yesterday, making me your girlfriend, you greeted Rias before me this morning. It's really quite hurtful. Akino covered her face and pretended to cry, but her eyes were constantly, secretly observing my reaction. Having already familiarized myself with Akino's personality, I knew her tricks all too well, so I simply ignored her theatrics. All right, that's enough, Akino. Your attempt at acting pitiful is making me feel sorry for you, but it's completely useless. I won't be fooled so easily. I know you like the back of my hand. Oh, does that mean you have some deep, dark secret, Kyoya-kun? Or did you secretly investigate me? Why else would you say you know everything about me? Akino lowered her hands, her pretty face full of confusion and surprise. Rias, beside her, also stared at me with wide, astonished eyes. However, I calmly sat down and took out the textbook for the upcoming class, all while looking tenderly at Akino. If you want to know the truth, Akino, as I said yesterday, you need to become a member of my family. So, are you considering becoming my family? Will you be my girlfriend? Hearing my bold and ambiguous confession again, Akino fell into a rare silence. Rias, observing this strange scene, watched the two of us with great interest. Geez, really, we've only just met, and you're already asking me to be your girlfriend, Kyoya-kun. You're so forward, but I don't mind if we start dating first, you know. Akino teased playfully. Akino made a show of looking regretful, which made me sigh helplessly in my heart. But I didn't get discouraged. She hadn't explicitly rejected me, which was a good start. It meant she had some positive feelings towards me. Seeing my calm expression, Akino seemed to have thought of something, and she instantly dropped her playful act. Oh, that's right, Kyoya-kun. Be sure to come to the Occult Research Club after school today. You promised yesterday, so you can't refuse us today. Being invited again, I stopped what I was doing, looked at the smiling Akino and the serious Rias, and nodded slowly. All right, I'll ask Kaneko-chan to take me there after school. I spent the entire day spacing out and sleeping in class. For a genius student who always got the top scores on exams, the teachers were already used to it. And so, the school day ended quickly. Looks like I'll need to ask Kaneko-chan about this later, I muttered to myself. HM, is there something you need Kaneko's help with? If possible, we can help too, Ria said, her gaze fixed on me as she organized her textbooks. Meanwhile, Akino added with a hint of dissatisfaction. That's right. I'm already Kyoya-kun's potential girlfriend. If you have any questions, why don't you just ask me? Why go to Kaneko-chan? Do you perhaps prefer petite girls like her? It makes me sad. Catching the faint smile at the corner of Akino's mouth, I let out a soft sigh and calmly ignored her teasing. After the system awakened yesterday, I had gotten into the habit of constantly checking it for new tasks. And just this morning, while I was practicing my swordsmanship, I received a new task from the system. Ding! Task issued. Go to the Kendo Club and defeat Sonocitri's knight, Tomo Meguri. The corners of my mouth twitched as I read the system's task. This damn system, this task is clearly telling me to go and make enemies. But I have to do it. I'm still too weak. Could you wait a moment? Just as I was about to say something, Akino shot me a fierce glare. Kyoykun. You promised just now, didn't you? Are you going to try and make up some excuse to get out of it now? You can't go back on your word. Hearing this, I immediately waved my hands weakly and said, No, of course, I won't go back on my word. Because if I didn't explain myself now, not only Akino, but probably even Rias would be very displeased with me, which would significantly lower their opinion of me. So, I naturally wouldn't do something so foolish. Rias and Akino exchanged glances, completely confused about what I was playing at. Then Rias asked hesitantly, Then what do you mean? It's a personal matter. I have something I need to take care of today, and I'd like Kaneko-chan to take me to the Kendo Club. After I'm done, I'll go straight to the Occult Research Club with her. Don't worry. Why else would I pass up two such beautiful ladies? In that case, Akino and I will head back to the club room first and wait for you. Rias nodded with a faint smile. Then, the two of them left the classroom, disappearing from my sight. I let out a sigh of relief. Then, I found Kaneko-chan and explained my intentions. Although Kaneko was a little confused as to why I was interested in the Kendo Club, she still agreed to my request. Then, under Kaneko's guidance, I headed toward the Kendo Club. When we arrived at the Kendo Club, we were met with intense stares. As the Academy's mascot, Kaneko was used to the attention, and as a bit of a campus celebrity myself, I wasn't fazed either. Though, the jealous glares from the male Kendo Club members were hard to miss. First, I had managed to get close to Rias and Akino, and now I was with Kaneko. If they could, they probably would have executed me on the spot. But I'd endured this kind of scrutiny countless times before. So, I ignored the murderous looks from the guys. Just as I was lost in thought, a girl with reddish-brown hair and twin tails, wearing a Kendo uniform, interrupted my musings. Hibari-san, is there something you need from the Kendo Club? Are you perhaps thinking of joining? I looked at the girl's face, but instead of answering her question immediately, I searched my memories for information about her. Her name was Tomo Meguri, from a family of exorcists in Kyoto, and she was student council president Sonocitri's knight. After observing her for a few seconds, I calmly stated, Tomo-san, I apologize for the intrusion. I'm here today to challenge the Kendo Club. Challenge? Tomo's smile slowly faded, and her expression turned sour. Anger flared in her eyes. Challenging the Kendo Club was basically the same as picking a fight with them. Even Kaneko was shocked, not knowing what to say. Hibari-san, do you have any idea what you're saying? Tomo's voice was no longer as cheerful as before. Her anger was barely contained. Even though I had expected this kind of reaction, I couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. I suppressed the bitterness welling up inside me, sighed helplessly, and explained, I do, but I have my reasons, and my main target is you. What? You've got some nerve. I don't care what your reasons are, but as a shut-in, you're challenging me right off the bat? Just how much do you look down on our Kendo Club? Tomo was practically laughing with anger at my words. She had heard some rumors about me around the academy and thought I was a polite and modest person. But now, it seemed that arrogance was my true nature. I know my actions are rude, but I really have no other choice. I hope you can understand, Tomo-san. A bitter feeling welled up inside me. After this, Student Council President Sona Citri would probably come looking for me to lecture me. She might even try to make me her peerage member, just like Rias. Fine. Since you insist, I'll grant your wish, Tomo said with a cold expression, clearly planning to put me in my place. Hibari-san, I'll accept your challenge, but you'll have to defeat the other members of the Kendo Club first before you can face me. Hearing Tomo's words, I replied, no problem. Did you all hear that? I don't need to say anything more, Tomo said to the surrounding Kendo Club members, her face stern. Hearing their captain's words, the other members felt a surge of uncontrollable anger. Someone had come to challenge them, which was a huge insult to every member. I calmly walked over to a rack of wooden swords and picked one up. Can we start now? Yes. I want to have everyone gang up on you. You can choose your opponents. If you win, you can challenge me. If you lose, you'll leave the Kendo Club immediately. And for Ria Senpai and the others' sake, I'll pretend this never happened. But the Kendo Club will no longer welcome you. Although Tomo thought I was arrogant, she saw that I had come with Kaneko, so she assumed I was friends with Rias and Aquino. She didn't want to make things too difficult for me, fearing that Rias might complain to the student council president later, which would be a hassle. However, I shook my head and said something that enraged the entire Kendo Club. There's no need for that. You can all come at me at once. Kaneko, Hibari Senpai. The room fell silent. The other Kendo Club members saw the icy expression on their captain's face. On the other hand, I seemed completely oblivious to the fact that I had just said something incredibly arrogant. I stared at Tomo, waiting for her answer. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Everyone attacked together. Hearing their captain's cold command, all the members exchanged glances, gripped their wooden swords, and charged at me. But despite this, I remained exceptionally calm. I stood with my left hand behind my back, my feet shoulder-width apart, and my right hand gripping the wooden sword. Seeing my stance, Tomo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It looked like I had never learned swordsmanship. Fighting like that was practically suicide. But the next moment, she was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. I coated my wooden sword with black armament hockey and, without moving from my spot, swung it forward. With several cracks, the wooden swords of the charging Kendo Club members were all sliced, and they were sent flying backward. However, I held back against two of the girls. The rest of the members were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain. I glanced at the two girls, and familiar images flashed through my mind. If my memory served me right, these two girls should be members of Sona Citri's peerage. Tsubasa Yura, the Rook, and Rhea Kasaka, the Bishop. You two lovely ladies, how about surrendering? I surrender, Yura stammered, looking at the scene in shock. Kasaka, standing beside her, quickly followed suit. I didn't know Hibari-senpai was so skilled in swordsmanship. That's right. Why was Hibari-senpai pretending to be weak? Looking over, I saw the two girls staring at me with hearts in their eyes. Great, two more girls had fallen head over heels. Tomo stared blankly at the scene before her. If my earlier actions had made her furious, and she wanted to use all her strength, now, her face was undoubtedly filled with a burning fighting spirit. It seemed that the rumors about me were completely unfounded. Tomo's mind was racing, imagining all sorts of fantastical scenarios. And as she thought about it, the fighting spirit on her pretty face intensified. I had no idea what she was thinking. Well then, Tomo-san, I guess it's our turn now. I completely ignored the two girls on the sidelines. My attention now fully focused on Tomo. Since obtaining Zangetsu, aside from practicing this morning, this was my first real sword fight against another person. And now, my opponent was Tomo Meguri, who possessed the power of a mid-class. I was genuinely excited. Hearing my words, a faint blush crept onto Tomo's cheeks, like the first bloom of a peach blossom. She avoided looking directly at me, but she quickly recovered and regained her composure. Hibari-san, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Although I don't know your reasons for challenging me, I cannot back down from a challenge from such a skilled opponent. As she spoke, Tomo walked over to the weapon rack and picked up a wooden sword. Then, let's begin. I smiled faintly and tightened my grip on my wooden sword, quickly advancing towards Tomo. Meaningless verbal sparring was pointless. It was better to let our swordsmanship decide the victor. Tomo also raised her wooden sword and met my advance. With all the members of the Kendo Club as witnesses, we began our fierce duel. Clang! Our wooden swords collided with a sharp sound, and then we both quickly retreated, creating distance between us, only to clash again and again. Clang! 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 As the sounds of our swords clashing echoed, our movements became faster and faster. After blocking another one of my attacks, Tomo spoke excitedly. Hibari-san, could it be that you're also? My power and speed have increased significantly, yet you can still keep up with me, fighting evenly while wielding your sword with only one hand. Well, hearing Tomo's praise, I simply shook my head and smiled without explaining further. It seemed she had mistaken me for one of Rias's peerage. If I revealed that I was just a human, she probably wouldn't use her full devil powers against me. This was a rare opportunity to fight against a skilled swordsman of similar strength. I had to cherish it. In fact, I was incredibly excited. From our exchanges so far, I could tell that Tomo's swordsmanship was superior to mine, and her fundamentals were much stronger. But because of my observation hockeys, I could easily evade her attacks and counterattack. So, for the time being, neither of us could gain an advantage. However, through this sparring, I was becoming more and more proficient in combat. Her eyes flickered constantly, and finally, Tomo made her declaration. Hibari-san, I'm going all out now. That's exactly what I want. To be honest, I'm very happy that you're willing to fight me with your full strength. I responded with a slight smile, my eyes sharpening. Tomo was now planning to use her full mid-class strength. Naturally, I had to go all out as well. I couldn't afford to be careless anymore, or playing the role of a sheep to lure the wolf would only make me the real fool in the end. It would also be disrespectful to her. Our wooden swords clashed again, but compared to the previous exchanges, our speed and power were now on a completely different level. We both seemed to treat each other as mortal enemies, our minds filled with thoughts of how to defeat the other. Tomo, as an heir to an ancient family of exorcists, used her family's secret exorcism swordsmanship, relentlessly attacking me. But despite Tomo's fierce onslaught, I remained calm and composed. My breathing was steady. I easily blocked Tomo's attacks and even found opportunities to counterattack. Standing to the side, Yura Tsubasa and Rei Kusaka watched our fight with astonishment. Is this an illusion? Hibari-senpai can actually fight on par with the captain? It's unbelievable. Honestly, I'm shocked too. He sleeps in class and still gets good grades. He's handsome, and now he's this good at kendo. If word gets out, I bet tons of girls will see him as their ideal man. Yeah, you're right. The two girls whispered to each other, unaware that as they watched me, their faces had turned as red as roses under the setting sun. Their shy expressions were endearingly cute. Kaneko, observing the two girls' infatuated expressions from aside, couldn't help but think to herself, that pervert is such a lady killer. But I didn't expect him to be this strong, almost as strong as Kiba. I was completely oblivious to the girls' little side conversation. Even if I had heard their discussion, I wouldn't have had time to explain, because at this moment, I was completely immersed in the joy of battle. I was thrilled to have met such a well-matched opponent in Tomo. As our wooden swords collided again with a loud bang, I retreated a few steps, a wider smile spreading across my face. This is amazing, but it's time to end this. Tomo-san, prepare yourself for my strongest attack. Tomo didn't respond verbally, but the serious expression on her face was answer enough. In the next instant, I dashed towards her with lightning speed. My right hand, gripping the wooden sword, was now coated with powerful armament hockey. I swung the sword down from above in a single vertical slash. Faced with this sudden attack, Tomo had no time to react. She could only raise her sword horizontally in front of her to block. A clear, crisp sound rang out. Crack! Tomo's wooden sword was split in two, and I followed through, placing my wooden sword against her neck. Defeated. She was utterly defeated. I lost. Among the people I've met, only Kiba Yudo's swordsmanship is comparable to yours. I doubt even he could defeat you. Tomo lowered her broken sword. She didn't seem dejected at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled. You're too kind. To be honest, I haven't actually fought Kiba Yudo yet. So, if we were to fight, it's hard to say who would win. Just as we were talking, a voice called out from the doorway, filled with surprise. That's true. There's no need to be so modest, Hibari-san. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. Even I'm not confident I could defeat you. Kiba-san, why are you here at the Kendo Club? Tomo asked, puzzled by the newcomer's arrival. Hello, Hibari-san. I'm Kiba Yudo. Rias asked me to come and invite you to the Occult Research Club, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Rias had gotten worried since I hadn't shown up yet, so she sent Kiba to check on me. He hadn't seen the beginning of the fight, but he had watched our duel from the moment we got serious. Seeing Tomo, a skilled swordswoman, defeated so easily by me left him stunned and filled with disbelief. Although Rias had told him that I had instantly killed a stray devil, seeing me defeat Tomo with such ease still shocked him to his core. Just as I was wondering why Kiba had suddenly appeared, the system notified me that the challenge against Tomo was complete, along with a new system task. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique. Ding! Task issued. Defeat Kiba Yudo. Just as I was still pondering over the implications, the familiar, emotionless mechanical voice sounded, instantly making my eyes light up. The Flying Thunder God technique? The powerful space-time ninjutsu? Once a target is marked, it's like placing a permanent curse on them. The user can teleport to the marked target at any time, making it perfect for surprise attacks. In this world, aside from those with extremely high power levels who might be able to remove the mark, I'd have a huge advantage in any fight. And if things got tough, I could just teleport away. After receiving the system's reward, I glanced at the new, brightly glowing green task, defeat Kiba Yudo. It shouldn't be too difficult for now. Hibari-san? Hibari-san, are you alright? Seeing that I had seemingly spaced out after Kiba greeted me, Tomo called out to me. Sorry, I just remembered something. No need to be so formal. After all, I did interrupt your conversation. I apologize. Kiba? Why are you here? Kaneko suddenly asked, confused. Usually, he'd be at the Occult Research Club by now. I, however, already knew the answer. Kiba smiled slightly and explained, Rias asked me to come over. She was worried because you hadn't shown up yet. I didn't expect you to have defeated Tomo-san, Hibari-san. Even I had to go through a lot of trouble to barely win against her in the past. I inwardly rolled my eyes at him. Kiba was always so humble. Tomo was likely around the level of a peak low class, maybe just entering mid-class. But Kiba was a solid mid-class devil, at his peak. They were practically a whole realm apart. And he said he barely won? This former Holy Sword user candidate, now a mid-class devil at his peak, was being way too modest. Kiba-san, I heard from Tomo-san that your swordsmanship is superb. So, I was hoping to have a match with you. My eyes burned with fighting spirit as I looked at Kiba. I craved battle. Soon, all sorts of supernatural beings would appear, and I was still too weak. To get stronger, I needed to fight constantly and complete tasks. Most of the rewards I gotten so far were white grade. This was a rare opportunity to get a green grade reward. I couldn't let slip away. Of course, I'd be happy to have a match with you, Hibari-san. How about we head over to the Occult Research Club to start? Kiba suggested. Sound good. I quickly realized that a match between Kiba and me wasn't suitable for a public place with so many Kendo Club members around. Our powers could cause significant damage to the surroundings and potentially injure bystanders. In that case, let's go. Okay. After agreeing, Kiba, Kaneko, and I headed toward the exit. Wait a moment. Just then, Tomo called out to us. We stopped and turned around, looking at her questioningly. Tomo-san, is there something else? It might be a bit presumptuous of me, but I'm very interested in seeing your match. May I watch? Tomo's face was flushed as she spoke, knowing that it was inappropriate for an outsider to observe such a match, which would likely reveal some of their trump cards. But she was just too curious. Both of them were clearly skilled swordsmen, surpassing her own abilities. She'd regret it forever if she missed this chance. Kiba and I exchanged a glance and smiled. Sure, come along. But it's probably best if you come alone. Rias might get upset if too many people show up. All right. Thank you so much. So, the four of us headed back to the Occult Research Club. When we arrived, Rias and Akino saw me looking a bit worn out, with Tomo beside me, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at me. Rias immediately asked Kaneko, the only other person present, for an explanation. Kaneko, what's going on? Why does Kyoya-kun look like that? And why is Tomo-san here? Here's what happened. Hibari-senpai defeated all the members of the Kendo Club, and then challenged Tomo-senpai to a duel, which he won. Then, when Kiba-san arrived, Hibari-senpai challenged him to a match. Tomo-senpai heard about it, and asked to come and watch. Kaneko explained calmly. Kiba smiled at Rias and the others, confirming Kaneko's account. I can't believe this happened. To think he could defeat Tomo-san with just his swordsmanship. It seems my judgment was correct. I didn't misjudge you, Kyoya-kun. Hearing that I had defeated Tomo, Rias's eyes lit up with surprise. After all, she knew that Tomo was one of Sona's most prized peerage members. The fact that I could defeat her so easily was beyond Rias's expectations. Meanwhile, Akino wore a teasing smile. Era, Kyoya-kun, you're such a bad boy. You could have told us if you were going to do something like this. As your potential girlfriends, Rias and I would have definitely come to cheer you on. Akino, all right, I'll stop. Rias's eyebrows twitched, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She didn't dare to look at me. Akino, seeing Rias's reaction, decided to stop teasing her best friend for now. It was fine when they were alone, but Sona's peerage member was also here. Akino glanced at me, looking slightly exhausted, and asked Kaneko with a hint of confusion. So, what's the deal with Kyoya-kun looking like this? About that, I can explain that. Just as Kaneko was about to explain, Tomo interrupted her. Then, she explained that she now greatly admired me and insisted that I wasn't a shut-in like the rumors suggested, but that I must have been undergoing rigorous training. She went on and on about how solid my bases were, and so forth. Hearing Tomo's exaggerated praise, I just wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. This gossip-loving Tomo was a bit too much to handle. After we arrived at a clearing near the Occult Research Club, Kiba and I walked a short distance apart and faced each other, our eyes locked in a focused gaze. The four girls stood a little ways off, silently observing us. Kiba-san, shall we begin? Instead of answering directly, Kiba gripped his demonic sword, a smile playing on his lips. Let's begin, Hibari-san. Seeing the demonic sword in Kiba's hand, I didn't waste any time summoning Tensa Zingit, gripping it firmly with both hands as I faced him. Kiba Yudo, as Rias's knight, possessed the sacred gear, Sword Birth, which allowed him to create numerous demonic swords. He was known for his incredible speed and swordsmanship. He also had a dark past. He and a group of children around his age were taken by the church and subjected to a year of holy sword aptitude training. In the end, none of them were compatible with the holy swords, and they were all poisoned. Later, he was turned into a reincarnated devil by Rias, which led to his deep hatred for holy swords. Is that your weapon, Kyoya-kun? It looks like an ordinary katana, but there's something different about it. Could it be an unrecorded sacred gear? Akino smiled as she studied me. Right now, I exuded an aura of danger. Rias focused on Zangetsu in my hands, then lowered her head slightly, smiling in agreement with Akino's speculation. That sword radiates a dangerous aura. Even I feel a sense of pressure from it. Kaneko commented, her eyes narrowed. Tomo, standing beside her, also examined my Zanpakuto. I see. I trust your judgment, Kaneko. Rias gently stroked Kaneko's head, accepting her assessment. After all, before becoming a devil, Kaneko was a Nikomata, a yukai with heightened senses. It wasn't surprising that she could sense something unusual about my weapon, and Rias trusted her peerage member's instincts. The match is about to start. Akino's voice brought everyone's attention back to Kiba and me. Gitsuga Tensho. Without any wasted movements, I gripped Zangetsu tightly and unleashed my ultimate technique right from the start. Black energy erupted around me, accompanied by crackling blue lightning. The lightning struck the ground around us, blasting out craters and leaving the onlooking girls speechless. This was an enhanced version of Gitsuga Tensho. I had infused it with the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, creating a lightning-enhanced slash. This was to counter the possibility of an opponent predicting and dodging the attack, which would leave me vulnerable. By using lightning to restrict the enemy's movements, I could ensure that Gitsuga Tensho hit its mark. The result was a black slash surrounded by a torrent of blue lightning. No way to dodge. Kiba's pupils constricted. The lightning was too fast. His body was already feeling numb. Even more troublesome was that the blue lightning surrounded him, leaving no room to escape. Kiba couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who starts a fight with their strongest attack? The black slash reached him in an instant. With no other choice, he swung his magic-infused demonic sword to block. However, Kiba had underestimated the power of the attack. The moment his sword made contact, he was pushed back several meters before managing to regain his footing. Seeing that my attack had been blocked, I didn't give Kiba any time to recover. I immediately followed up, my body surging with lightning as I charged at him, slashing. My speed was so great that all they could see were afterimages. Reacting quickly, Kiba turned and swung his sword to meet my attack. Clang! Our weapons collided, sparks flying from the point of impact. We were locked in a contest of strength, each pushing against the other. But in this brief exchange, beads of sweat quickly formed on Kiba's forehead. It was clear that my sudden attack had put him at a disadvantage. As Kiba struggled to catch his breath, I swiftly brought my left fist forward, striking him in the chest. With a dull thud, Kiba was sent sliding backward until he crashed into a wall. Despite his disheveled state, Kiba had managed to block all of my attacks. You're really strong, Hibari-san, to force me into this state. Kiba looked at me with admiration. However, none of the girls, including Kiba himself, noticed the subtle detail. During our brief exchange, I had secretly marked Kiba with the Flying Thunder God seal. I placed Zangetsu on the ground in front of me and sighed. You're too modest. You reacted quickly and countered my sudden attacks. You're very strong. Sigh. As expected of a mid-class at his peak, Kiba wasn't so easy to deal with. My surprise attack only managed to make him a little disheveled. He hadn't suffered any real damage. It seemed my plan to win with a quick strike had failed, but that was to be expected. Seeing the black slash and the potent lightning I had used, Rias and the others were speechless. They had never heard of such a style of swordsmanship. Kaneko stared at me in disbelief. The image of me as a shut-in was deeply ingrained in her mind. She knew I was stronger than her, but she hadn't expected me to be this strong. I was proficient in close combat, swordsmanship, and even ranged energy attacks, even pushing Kiba to this extent. Hibari-senpai is such a perverted bad boy. The white-haired, emotionless girl stared at me with a complicated expression, then mumbled under her breath. I was clearly this strong, yet I had pretended to be average all this time. If Rias and the others hadn't witnessed me killing the stray devil, I probably would have continued to hide my abilities. Rias was desperately trying to contain her excitement. She felt an overwhelming urge. She wanted to invite me to become her peerage member again, no matter the cost. She knew I had defeated Tomo and Kendo, but she hadn't expected me to be this powerful. This was the first time she had seen Kiba in such a disadvantaged state. If I became her peerage member, then perhaps her engagement. Rias bit her lip, her fair cheeks flushing red. Akino, seeing Rias's expression, seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. She smiled but didn't say anything. She was looking forward to seeing how this boy she had her eye on would grow in the future. But I wasn't paying attention to the girls' exclamations and astonishment. My focus was entirely on Kiba. I smiled, a surge of excitement running through me. You're really strong, Kiba-san. This match has really gotten my blood pumping. In that case, I have no choice but to go all out. I feel the same way, Hibari-san. Fighting you is truly exhilarating. Kiba's face also bore a smile. He hadn't faced such a challenging opponent in a long time. Without another word, I launched my attack. The force of my aura felt like a small mountain pressing down on him. As Kiba recovered under the intense pressure, he saw the black energy radiating from Zangetsu, almost seeming to ignite the air around it. Suddenly, I wrapped the white cloth around Zangetsu's hilt and began to spin it like a propeller. Then whoosh, I flung it forward. Seeing Zangetsu flying towards him, Kiba was momentarily surprised that I could attack like this. But he quickly recovered and swung his demonic sword, knocking Zangetsu away with a horizontal slash. Just as Kiba was preparing to counterattack, I pulled Zangetsu back with the cloth and continued to spin it, attacking him again. This time, the attacks were like a raging storm, the blade whistling through the air, sharp and relentless. Faced with such a violent onslaught, Kiba could only defend, desperately parrying with his demonic sword. In the blink of an eye, several tears appeared on Kiba's school uniform. He was panting heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. He gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the continuous barrage of attacks, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. After deflecting Zangetsu once more, we both stopped, creating some distance. Unlike me, who stood calmly, single-handedly spinning my Zanpakuto, Kiba was breathing heavily, his chest heaving, and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He was barely able to stand. The onlooking girls were stunned into silence. They had never imagined that Kiba, who was so strong in their eyes, would be pushed to such a state. Kiba-san, it's time to bring this match to an end. My voice was full of confidence. The battle will be over in an instant. So please be very careful, Kiba-san. Here I come. As soon as I finished speaking, Kiba narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracting, focusing intently on me from a distance. He held his breath, his gaze fixed on me, as if mirroring a crimson reflection. He was completely alert to my movements. In the silence, his heartbeat became clearer and more powerful. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing a refreshing coolness that cleared the mind. The girls held their breath, watching us face off. With a whoosh, I vanished from their sight. Then, like a phantom, I reappeared behind Kiba. What? Kiba's face froze as he saw me appear behind him like a ghost. Without time to think, Kiba instinctively swung his demonic sword backward, trying to force me away. But just as he was about to counter, a cold sensation touched his neck, and a strand of hair slowly drifted down from his head. The victor had been decided. I'm impossible. Tish, this is unbelievable. Rias and the others were too shocked to speak. Kiba's strength was undoubtedly that of a peak mid-class. He was just a step away from breaking through to high class. And based on my performance so far, Rias estimated that I was probably around the level of a peak low class or maybe just entering mid-class. But the fact remained that I had used my sword to cut a strand of Kiba's hair and subdued him. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out how. After pondering for a few seconds, Rias hesitantly spoke. Kyoya-kun, was that space magic? The expressions on Rias and the others' faces were a mixture of shock and disbelief at the power and trump cards I had revealed. Even the emotionless Kaneko stared at me with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. Kiba stared at me in astonishment for a long moment, then let out a bitter laugh, his eyes filled with respect. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, Hibari-san. It's truly surprising. But tell me, was that final teleporting move some kind of unknown sacred gear or magic? Hearing Kiba ask this question again, Rias and the others also looked at me expectantly, waiting for my answer. I smiled wryly. I wished I had a space-type sacred gear or magic, but the system hadn't provided me with one. But I still smiled and explained. Not really. It's just a type of space, time ninjutsu. Rias sighed softly. She had heard of the ninja arts from the East. She had been surprised by his high-level swordsmanship and close combat. Who would have thought he had a space ninjutsu as a hidden card? His true nature was becoming more and more of a mystery. Kyoya-kun, you're being naughty again, hiding things like ninjutsu from us. Akino's eyes darted playfully, a mischievous glint in them. Then, she turned her seductive body towards Rias and asked, Rias, I bet that based on Kyoya-kun's track record, he's definitely hiding even more secret trump cards. Don't you think so? Yes, I have the same feeling. Rias spoke softly, her gaze fixed on me, her desire to make me her peerage member growing stronger. Feeling Rias's burning gaze, I felt a little uneasy. Although it was flattering to be stared at by a beautiful, busted girl, knowing Rias's intentions made me a little nervous. But on the bright side, I had completed the task of defeating Kiba. I wondered what kind of reward I would receive this time. Ding! Defeated Kiba Yudo. Reward: mid-class peak physique and magic power enhancement card. Hearing the system's voice, I paused, as if the system knew exactly what I needed. What I lacked most right now was magic power and physical strength. Although I had some decent wide-range AoE attacks and close combat abilities, without sufficient magic power, I couldn't truly unleash the power of Zangetsu and the Rumble fruit. Similarly, I lacked the stamina for prolonged battles. This reward was exactly what I needed. After using the enhancement card, I felt a wave of comfortable warmth wash over me, erasing the fatigue from the battle. I immediately checked my status screen. Host: Hibari Kyoya. Physique: mid-class peak. Magic power: mid-class peak. Abilities: 3 type of haki, Rokushiki, Rumble fruit, weakness removed, Flying Thunder God technique, Azure Dragon sealed. Inventory: Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Seeing that both my physique and magic power had reached the peak of mid-class level, I felt a surge of satisfaction. This meant I could use the Azure Dragon's power for longer periods and with less strain on my body. Just as I was reveling in my power boost, a flash of crimson appeared before me, and Rias was suddenly standing right in front of me, staring intently. Remembering Rias's personality and her current predicament, I felt a slight twitch in the corner of my mouth, and my smile became a bit stiff. Is something the matter, Rias? Kyoya-kun. Rias took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering. Everyone else stopped their chatter and quietly watched us. She stared at me for a long moment, then finally spoke, her voice soft yet firm. Even though you rejected me before, and it's a bit embarrassing to ask again, I have to try once more. Kyoya-kun, will you become my peerage member? I looked at Rias's expression without changing my own. Her face was flushed, but her tone was serious, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing Rias's invitation, her peerage members all looked at me, their own hopes evident in their eyes. From their perspective, it was easy to see why. As a mere human, I possessed incredible power, and if I were to become a reincarnated devil under Rias, with my seemingly limitless potential, there was no telling how strong I might become. I was practically a blank slate with monstrous talent. However, Tomo, standing on the other side, felt a pang of complexity. If only he had challenged her sooner, she could have discovered him first and taken him to meet her own master, Sona. With my talent and strength, Sona would have undoubtedly recruited me, and I would have become a member of their family. They could have trained in swordsmanship together and spent time with each other every day. But now it seemed it was too late. Tomo sighed, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Kaneko stared at me, her thoughts unreadable. If Pervert Senpai becomes Rias Bucho's peerage member, then I can be with him all the time without any problems. Kaneko was naturally quite happy with this thought. Akino seemed calm, as she had already wanted Rias to recruit me. That way, they could always be together, and she could tease her boyfriend to her heart's content. No one wanted me to become Rias's peerage member more than she did. Similarly, Kiba was also quite pleased with the prospect. If I joined their group, he could regularly spar with me to further improve his swordsmanship. No matter what, having another strong member was always a good thing. Looking at the hopeful expressions of Rias and the others, I remained silent for a long time. They didn't rush me. I'm really sorry, Rias. I don't want to be under anyone's authority. I know you treat your peerage members like family, but I'm quite content being human right now. I haven't considered becoming a devil, so please forgive me for having to refuse. To be honest, I didn't want Rias to. I see. I understand. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Rias's eyes, and her face fell. But she quickly masked her disappointment with a gentle smile. There's no need to apologize. I understand your perspective. It would be quite unsettling to suddenly ask you to become my peerage member. So, I'd like you to join the Occult Research Club first. But I will always be waiting for you to change your mind, because I want to be family with you, Kyoya-kun. After speaking her piece, Rias seemed to regain her spirits. She was determined to have me. But Rias's vow-like declaration made the atmosphere even more awkward. Become family with pervert senpai? Kaneko blinked her large, doll-like eyes, her expression unreadable. This is surprising. Rias, you're being quite bold, saying you want to be family with Kyoya-kun and all. But I won't give him up so easily, you know? After all, Kyoya-kun did say he was going to marry me. The red-haired girl was stunned speechless by Akino's sudden teasing. Rias stood there, frozen, her face flushed. After a moment, she finally reacted to Akino's teasing. Wait, that's not what I meant. Kyoya-kun, don't misunderstand. That's really not what I meant. Then what did you mean, Rias-chan? Why, you're impossible, Akino. I just meant as regular family. Don't twist my words. Faced with Akino's relentless teasing, Rias was flustered, her face beet red. What a mess. Kaneko and Kiba looked at each other, not understanding how things had turned out this way. They both let out helpless sighs. Tomo remained silent. This was their business, and she had no right to interfere. But the thought of me refusing Rias's offer made her feel a little relieved. However, Rias and Akino's words made her uneasy. This won't do. I need to go back and report this to my master. We have to get Hibari-san on our side. Tomo's eyes were resolute. She wouldn't give me up so easily. Seeing Tomo's expression, Rias and the others could guess what she was thinking. But they had no reason to stop her. Instead, they turned their attention to me, their expressions complicated. Their words were caught in their throats, turning into sighs. Hibari-san is really something else. Who would have thought that the formerly unremarkable shut-in would be such a skilled swordsman? And now he had even caught Rias's eye. Looking at the complicated interactions between the girls, I felt a pang of guilt towards Rias. If it were in the past, I would have jumped at the chance to become Rias's peerage member, especially with her being so proactive. But now it was impossible. I had to awaken the system. I had my own plans. Becoming a devil wasn't the ideal choice. Devils might hold a certain position in this world, but in the grand scheme of the multiverse, they were insignificant. There were countless bloodlines far more powerful than that of a devil. Just consider the Azure Dragon's soul power I possessed, or the angels and gods of destruction from the Dragon Ball universe, and the evil gods that would later invade the DxD world. Devils wouldn't even be worthy of shining their shoes. As everyone was still discussing the previous events, I idly opened the system interface, and my eyes widened. A new red-grade task had appeared without any prior warning, and the person involved in the task was someone I was familiar with. Ding! Task issued. Protect Saji Jinchuru's life and extract his sacred gear. Saji Jinchuru, Sona Citri's pawn. He was the secretary of the student council and a second-year student, just like Issei. He was also the host of Vritra, one of the 5 Dragon Kings. In Volume 7, Azazel infused him with 3 other sacred gears that also contained the soul of Vritra: Black Flare, Delete Field, and Shadow Imprisonment. Using these 4 sacred gears, Saji could use Dragon King transformation, turning into a giant, serpentine black dragon. However, he was prone to losing control, which was why he needed Issei around to help him maintain his sanity. This task was incredibly tempting, with a very generous reward. If I completed it, not only would I receive the sacred gear containing the soul of a Black Dragon King, but I would also get red grade reward. And the time was tonight? I narrowed my eyes, my mind racing. After a moment of consideration, I decided to accept the task. After all, red grade tasks weren't exactly common. It was a chance to turn rags into riches. I wasn't going to let a little danger stop me. Rias, I just remembered I have something to take care of. I need to head out. I'll see you later. All right. Rias, Aquino, and the others exchanged glances. Then Rias nodded in understanding. As evening approached, I followed the map's directions and quickly arrived at the designated location. It was a small street adjacent to a shopping center. Normally, there should have been plenty of people around at this time, but strangely, the area was deserted. A high school student with brown hair was looking around nervously, his scalp tingling. There were a lot of people here just a moment ago. How did they all disappear in the blink of an eye? What the hell is going on? Saji was terrified. A thick fog had rolled in, obscuring everything in the distance. He was trapped in a dead end, unable to find his way out. I'm terribly sorry. Just as Saji was panicking, a dull voice sounded, causing him to turn around abruptly. Behind him, a strange middle-aged man wearing a thick black coat and a fedora appeared. Your life ends here. You could have lived a carefree life, but unfortunately, you have a dangerous sacred gear inside you. The man's face was pale and cold, his eyes devoid of any human emotion. So, I have no choice but to kill you. As he finished speaking, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. At the same time, a spear made of holy energy materialized in his hand. Black wings? A fallen angel? Are you kidding me? Saji was stunned, feeling like his entire worldview was crumbling. Fallen angels were mythical beings that, in his mind, only existed in anime and manga. And now, he was being told they were real, and that this fallen angel was going to kill him because of some sacred gear. He watched as the spear, formed from holy energy, shot towards him at an incredible speed. Saji's face turned ashen, his mind blank. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, a black, magic-infused slash cut through the air, obliterating the incoming spear and saving Saji from certain death. A human. The middle-aged fallen angel, Donasik, was surprised, looking at me as I appeared within his barrier, Zanpakuto in hand. Hibari-san. Saji was once again stunned. Not only had a mythical fallen angel appeared, but now his classmate was acting strangely too. Was he dreaming? Who are you? Could it be, you brat, that you're also a sacred gear wielder? Donasik's face darkened as he coldly questioned me, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you Hibari-san? Saji asked me, bewildered. He naturally recognized me. I was a well-known figure at the academy, often called one of the school's two princes alongside Kiba and the dream guy of countless girls. He had been envious of that in the past. But now, Saji was incredibly grateful, because my appearance meant I was there to save him. Before you ask for someone's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself? I flickered and appeared directly in front of Donasik, my left hand gripping him by the throat, lifting him into the air. Donasik was horrified, finding it hard to believe what was happening. He had been defeated in an instant, his life now in my hands. My strength was undoubtedly beyond anything he could comprehend. Damn it! Donasik struggled, trying to break free, only to realize after a few moments that he was completely powerless. Now, I'll ask the questions and you just answer. Understand. I casually tossed him to the ground like a piece of trash. Understood, sir. Please ask away. Donasik trembled, nodding frantically. Most people couldn't remain calm in the face of death. Compared to his dignity, he wanted to live. Where is your fallen angel base here? How many of you are there? I asked nonchalantly, waving my Zanpakuto. Our base is in a dilapidated church outside the city. There are about a dozen fallen angels, and the strongest is only a peak low-class fallen angel. Just as I remembered from my past life. It seemed I could go to their base and wipe them out for some rewards. A plan formed in my mind. I've told you everything. So can I leave now? Donasik asked, his voice trembling. Did I say I'd let you go? I asked with a playful tone. As a cold glint flashed in the darkness, a pained cry echoed through the alley. Donasik's body was split in two, and he collapsed to the ground, dead, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I paid no attention to his gruesome expression and simply zapped his corpse with lightning, reducing it to ashes. Saji-san, how does it feel to face death? I turned to Saji and asked casually. Thank you so much for saving me, Hibari-san. Saji bowed deeply in gratitude. I waved my hand dismissively. Stand up. Saji stood up straight, looking at me with a mixture of gratitude and admiration. My actions earlier had been incredibly cool. Just in case, Saji-san, let me explain why you were attacked by a fallen angel, I said, rubbing my temples. And then I'll offer you some solutions. Please tell me everything. Saji nodded earnestly, his expression serious. I nodded and began to explain the basic relationship between sacred gears, humans, and fallen angels. Is this the real world? Are you kidding me? A department specifically established to monitor sacred gear wielders, with the authority to eliminate those deemed potentially dangerous? That's insane. Saji's face was a mask of disbelief. Don't be so pessimistic. Even the fallen angels aren't completely heartless. They usually just monitor. As long as the host doesn't awaken the sacred gear or engage in dangerous behavior, they won't just kill indiscriminately, I said nonchalantly. Your near-death experience was a special case. I shrugged and continued. That guy was acting against orders, hunting down sacred gear wielders on his own. I see. Saji's heart was pounding, his hands fidgeting nervously. So, I shouldn't be in any more danger now, right? Well, probably you'll still be hunted, I guess, I said, feigning contemplation. What? Saji panicked. Because the sacred gear within you is a bit dangerous. It contains a quarter of the soul of Vritra. This Dragon King is known to be particularly evil and insane, with a high chance of driving its host to lose control. Furthermore, your intact sacred gear is considered a high tier 1. Add the dangerous nature of the Black Dragon King, and you're basically a prime target for elimination. I explained with a serious expression. Hearing my explanation, Saji froze, as if he had been petrified, not knowing what to do. Saji-san, I can offer you 2 choices. I paused, then continued with a smile. First, I can help you extract the sacred gear. You'll return to being an ordinary human and can live a normal life. Second, you can do nothing and hope that some devil will recruit you as their peerage member. But before that happens, the fallen angels might find you and kill you. In my past life, I didn't dislike Saji. He was more open-minded compared to the perverted Issei. Otherwise, I might have taken more drastic measures, even if it meant foregoing the task reward. Become a devil. There are devils in this world, too. Saji was stunned. I think being a normal person is pretty good. Please, Hibari-san, help me remove the sacred gear, Saji said with a wry smile. Hearing Saji's choice, I used the system's power to quickly extract the Vritra's sacred gears from Saji's body. You might wonder why extracting a sacred gear wouldn't cause death. Well, with the almighty power of the system, anything is possible. This is the sacred gear that was inside me. Saji stared at the writhing mass of black energy, a chill running down his spine. That's right. It's an evil dragon, so naturally, it's pretty malevolent. I shrugged. The system had already purified the soul within. I then stored it in my inventory. Even a complete Vritra's sacred gears was only a high tier, just below a Longinus. If I could gather and purify Vritra's soul in the future, I might give it to one of my women as a gift. I glanced at Saji and, with the system's help, erased his memories of the recent events. Saji would probably no longer become one of Sona Citri's peerage members. But that was his choice. I didn't force him. I had no reason to feel guilty. Hibari-san, why are you here? What happened just now? I can't seem to remember anything. Saji scratched his head, confused. If you can't remember, just let it go. You might remember tomorrow, I said with a chuckle. Without waiting for Saji's response, I turned and left, leaving him standing there, bewildered. What just happened? I hurried home and eagerly checked the reward for this task. After all, it was my first red grade reward, and I was filled with anticipation. System, show me the task reward. Ding. Protected Saji Jinchuru's life and extracted the sacred gear. Reward. Uchiha Madara version, Rinnegan. Holy crap. I actually got Madara's Rinnegan. I trembled with excitement, unable to believe that a mere red-grade reward could be so generous. Madara's Rinnegan was incredibly powerful and versatile. For example, Tongue-Eye Shinsei could summon a giant meteor from the sky to cleanse the battlefield. Chibaku Tensei was another powerful ability that could create a large black sphere with a powerful gravitational pull. Not to mention Limbo, Border Jail, another of Madara's Rinnegan abilities. With Limbo, he could split off his shadows that could block enemy attacks or be used for surprise attacks. Madara had used this technique to instantly defeat the tailed beasts with only one Rinnegan. What's more, I could now absorb the magic power of others in this world to replenish my own, in addition to the usual attractive and repulsive forces. Taking the risk of being targeted by fallen angels was totally worth it for this reward. I grinned, then used my magic power to summon a mirror, admiring my new purple, ripple-patterned eyes. I was now truly capable of protecting myself. With a fully mastered Rinnegan, I could probably face peak high-class opponents without fear. But my magic power reserves were still a major limitation. I couldn't sustain high-intensity battles for long. It was a problem I needed to address. Well, as the saying goes, every journey begins with a single step. I'll solve this problem eventually by completing more tasks. No use worrying about it now. Time for bed. I flopped onto my bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. Little did I know that my actions had thrown the student council into chaos. After leaving the occult research club, Tomo had rushed back to the student council room. Bang! The door was thrown open. Tomo, that's rude. You didn't even knock. Seeing Tomo burst in without knocking, the student council vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, immediately reprimanded her with a stern expression. Sorry, Tsubaki, but I have something really important to tell the president. Tomo stuck out her tongue playfully, begging for forgiveness. Tomo bowed slightly to the bespectacled, short-haired girl in the president's chair, then excitedly exclaimed, President, I discovered a genius swordsman today. No, he's a genius in every aspect. He's definitely the one you've been searching for. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh, it's rare to see you praise someone so highly, Tomo. Tell me more. Sona Citri looked at her with surprise. Tsubaki Shinra, standing beside her, also showed interest, waiting for Tomo's explanation. It's like this. Tomo then excitedly recounted everything that had happened at the Kendo Club, naturally exaggerating some details in my favor. You're saying that this student, Hibari Kyoya, defeated all the members of the Kendo Club with a single strike and then defeated you? Sona's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. I was shocked too. Hibari-san's swordsmanship is incredibly strong. Tomo admitted, a little embarrassed. She had initially wanted to defeat me, only to be utterly defeated instead. Then, Tomo continued, but Hibari-san's abilities go far beyond that. Afterward, we went to... She excitedly recounted everything that happened at the Occult Research Club. You're saying that Hibari Kyoya defeated Kiba Yudo in a matter of seconds? This time, Sona couldn't remain seated. She stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief. I know that Kiba Yudo is Ria-sama's knight. He's so strong that even I might not be able to defeat him. To be defeated so quickly, it's simply unbelievable. Tsubaki Shinra, another beautiful girl present, expressed her disbelief with a stunned expression. But that's what happened. Kiba-san was defeated by Hibari-san with ease, Tomo added with a serious expression. After Tomo finished speaking, Sona and Tsubaki exchanged a look, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Hibari Kyoya, highly skilled in swordsmanship and close combat, possesses lightning and space magic, likely has a sacred gear, and is a good person. I must have him as my peerage member. Rias, I won't just hand him over to you. Even though Rias had met Hibari Kyoya first, he hadn't agreed to become her peerage member yet. Sona had every right to compete, despite their close friendship. I opened my eyes and glanced at the clock. It was already 10 a.m. I slowly got out of bed, washed up, ate breakfast, and headed out. Since it was a day off, Kuoh Town had transformed from a peaceful little town into a bustling hub of activity. The streets were filled with students, but I was heading towards the academy. To improve my physical strength and magic power, I needed to find more tasks and earn rewards. So, my plan was to search for and complete tasks within the academy grounds. My primary target was the other devil gathering place, the student council. But to my pleasant surprise, I ran into one of the people I most wanted to meet before I even reached the school gates. Student Council President Sona Citri and her Vice President, Tsubaki Shinra. Well, if it isn't Sona Kaishu and Tsubaki-san. What a coincidence. Hehe, indeed, Hibari-san. It is quite a coincidence. We were just about to go looking for you, and here you are. But why are you pretending to be so listless? Are you trying to avoid attention? Sona's gaze behind her glasses was complex, and her expression was strange. Hearing Sona's pointed questions, I couldn't help but feel a twitch in the corner of my mouth. This was definitely Tomo's fault for exaggerating things again. That blabbermouth, Tomo. I'm not hiding anything. This is just how I am, Sona-san. Before I could finish, Tsubaki cut me off. If you're going to keep pretending, then there's no point in talking. That loudmouth Tomo, what nonsense did she spread this time? Seeing Tsubaki's stern tone, I knew that pretending was useless, but I still inwardly cursed. Unbeknownst to me, this encounter was orchestrated by Sona. She had been having her familiars monitor me since I left my house, all the way to the school, all to create this chance encounter. Ding! Discovered target character, Sona Citri. Task grade read. Task condition. Refuse to become her peerage member and help her find a peerage member with a sacred gear. Ding! Discovered target character, Tsubaki Shinra. Task grade read. Task condition. Defeat her in a direct confrontation. I looked at the newly issued tasks and nodded thoughtfully. They were both high class, so the task grades were within my expectations. But thinking about the Rinnegan I received from the last red grade reward, I couldn't help but get excited about these two new red grade tasks. However, Sona's task was a bit of a headache. Refusing her offer was easy, but finding her a peerage member with a sacred gear was troublesome. Male candidates were out of the question, but finding a female sacred gear wielder was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although I did have the Vritra's sacred gears I extracted from Saji, damn, how could I forget about that? I had a ready-made sacred gear. Why bother looking for another one? I could just find a girl I knew and implant the sacred gear in her. TSK. This task was easier than I thought. As for Tsubaki's task, that was even simpler. Although I couldn't fully utilize my power yet, I was at least at peak high class. Seeing my expression shift from a frown to a slight smile, Sona, who had no idea what I was thinking, was a little confused. Since we've met here, Hibari-san, I won't beat around the bush. With your intelligence, you probably already know why I'm looking for you. That's right, Tomo has told me about you. You have exceptional talent and potential. Therefore, I would like to invite you to become my peerage member. Will you accept? I looked at the familiar scene before me and sighed helplessly. Sigh, you and Rias are really two peas in a pod. But Tomo should have told you that I already rejected Rias. I have no intention of becoming a devil at the moment. So I'm sorry, Sona-san. I heard about that from Tomo, but I still wanted to try. I won't give up so easily. Rias and I are quite similar in this regard. We're both very persistent when it comes to the things we want. I'm sure Rias feels the same way. Having already anticipated my refusal, Sona didn't seem too disappointed, but a hint of regret still lingered on her face. Yeah, you and Rias are truly good friends. You even act the same when recruiting peerage members. But that's what makes you so charming, Sona-san. Hearing my compliment, Sona blushed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Hibari-san. I'm honored. After chatting with Sona, I couldn't help but admire her. As the heiress of the Citri clan, she carried herself with grace and elegance. Now that the system tasks have been issued, I needed to plan how to complete them. So, I didn't want to linger here any longer. In that case, I have some things to take care of. I'll take my leave. See you later, Sona-san, Tsubaki-san. After saying goodbye, I turned and headed towards the academy classrooms. It wasn't until my figure disappeared from their sight that Tsubaki finally spoke. Kaicho, why didn't you let me test him? If I could defeat him, wouldn't it be easier to make him your peerage member? Hearing Tsubaki's suggestion, Sona calmly explained, Rias met him first and intends to recruit him. I need to inform her first. So now is not the best time for you to fight Hibari-san. I'll ask for Rias's permission to let you two have a proper match. All right, if it's because of Rias-sama, then I'll have a proper match with Hibari-san later. Then, Sona and Tsubaki headed toward the Occult Research Club, intending to discuss the matter of me with Rias. Meanwhile, I was aimlessly wandering around the academy grounds. What a busy morning. I had searched almost the entire academy and hadn't triggered a single new task. It was frustrating. Just as I was starting to doubt myself, a girl with brown hair in a braided ponytail and glasses appeared in my line of sight. It was Aika Kiryu. In the original story, she was Issei's classmate and Asia's friend. She was one of the few girls who could interact normally with the perverted trio. She often teased them. She wore glasses and claimed to have super eyes that could accurately gauge the size of a guy's little brother. She often taught Asia some rather lewd things and loved to talk about explicit topics. After watching Kiryu Aika disappear from sight, I made up my mind. She was actually quite tall, but her presence was often overshadowed by the likes of Rias, Akino, and Sona, making her seem less prominent. But if she dressed up a bit, she would definitely be a school beauty. If I could purify the Vritra's sacred gears and give it to her, then convince her to become Sona's peerage member, I could not only complete the system task, but also gain a beautiful wife. It would be killing two birds with one stone. But there was no hurry. I could wait for the right opportunity. My mood was excellent, almost as if I were enjoying air conditioning and an ice-cold Sprite on a hot summer day. Just then, I noticed two young men in stylish outfits standing on a nearby bridge. My pupils contracted. Both of them had black, system-issued task markers above their heads. Black-gray tasks, and two of them at once. I froze, staring at them, muttering under my breath. Why? Why were there beings of this level in Kuoh Town? According to the original story, Asia hadn't even arrived yet, and the whole fallen angel cadre Kokabeel incident was still a long way off. Black-gray characters were the strongest I had encountered so far. Black corresponded to ultimate class, and for two of them to appear at once was completely unexpected. I had no idea what they were doing here. As I approached, I recognized one of them. It was none other than the popular character from the original story, the White Dragon Emperor, Val Lucifer. He was the descendant of the original Mal Lucifer, born from a union of Lucifer's grandson and a human. He was born with the divine dividing, one of the 13 Longinus, and he was a battle maniac with an insatiable thirst for combat. Ding! Discovered target character, White Dragon Emperor Valley. Task grade, black. Task condition, defeat him in a direct confrontation and make him acknowledge you. Ding! Discovered target character, Red Dragon Emperor Lux. Task grade, black. Task condition, defeat him in a direct confrontation and make him acknowledge you. Note, due to the host's arrival, the world has corrected itself, and Lux is the new host of the Red Dragon Emperor. What the hell? I was wondering where Hayata Issei went and what happened to the Red Dragon Emperor, so it was this. After hearing the system's notification, I froze, rooted to the spot. A new Red Dragon Emperor? And he's already ultimate class from the get-go? Are you kidding me? I've been struggling just to reach peak high class, and you throw this at me? And he's with Valley, of all people. Aren't they supposed to be sworn enemies? You want me to fight two ultimate class opponents, both likely possessing the Juggernaut drive, right now? Do you want me dead? Not only can I not fully utilize the Rinnegan power yet, but my magic reserves are also insufficient. My only chance of winning would be to use my trump card, the Azure Dragon power. Its aura alone would probably be enough to kill them instantly. But then I'd have no trump card left, and if someone discovered my weakness while I was still vulnerable, I'd be in deep trouble. After much deliberation, I decided to forego the task for now. There was no time limit anyway. I could wait until the peace conference between the angels, fallen angels, and devils to reveal my trump card and deal with them. By then, my strength would have reached the top tiers of this world, and I'd be much safer. So, I strode confidently across the street and approached the two. I sensed you staring at us earlier. You seem to know who we are. Care to chat? Valley said, a hint of amusement in his eyes as I approached. Hearing Vala's words, I had a sudden thought and decided to probe. Of course. After all, who wouldn't recognize the renowned White Dragon Emperor and Red Dragon Emperor? I'm just curious why you two, sworn enemies, are here together. The calmness of the Red Dragon Emperor, Lux, shattered, and he stared at me in astonishment. Huh, that's interesting. I've never heard of you, never even seen you before, yet you know who I am. Impressive. So why are you two? Lux and I have known each other for a while. We just happened to run into each other on the way here, so we came together. Valley answered my question before I could finish. I see, I nodded. That explained why they were getting along so well. Normally, the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor would fight to the death whenever they met. But since they knew each other, even if they did fight because of their rivalry, it probably wouldn't be a fight to the death like before. After thinking for a moment, I asked again, I'm curious. Why have the two heavenly dragons come to this city? What could have brought you here together? You live here and you don't know? A few days ago, something happened in this city that shook the entire world. Lux seemed a little surprised, then continued in a low voice. Something that shook the world? How come I don't know about it? I frowned. I couldn't recall anything like that happening. Maybe you didn't notice. It happened very quickly, Lux continued. Meanwhile, Vala's expression turned serious as he explained. A few days ago, a giant dragon's phantom appeared in the sky above Kuoh Town. Its aura alone was enough to make the world tremble. It could be clearly seen from heaven, hell, the underworld, pantheons, and everywhere else. So, obviously, many factions have sent people to investigate. No wonder they had come to investigate. Although I maintained a surprised expression on the outside, Valley caught the flash of understanding and helplessness in my eyes. Valley was incredibly surprised, but he didn't question me about it. But he was almost certain that I knew something about the dragon's phantom and might even be connected to it. Vala smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. If we don't find any clues, we'll be leaving in a few days. But you seem pretty strong. We should spar sometime. Hey, Valley. If anyone's going to fight him, it's me. Unless you want to fight me first. Lux exclaimed, practically vibrating with excitement. You're such a pain, Lux. Vala sighed, already regretting this encounter. He knew exactly what Lux wanted, a fight with him. This generation's Red Dragon Emperor was even more of a battle maniac than he was. If that's what you both want, then so be it. As for sparring, we'll have time later. I'd figured it out by now. This generation's heavenly dragons were both battle-crazed. After chatting with them for a bit, I couldn't stand the Red Dragon Emperor's constant challenges anymore, so I made my exit. As I disappeared down the street, a deep voice echoed in Lux's mind, the voice of the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake. What do you think of him? The two remained silent for a while. Then Lux said with a grin, he's not as simple as he seems. On the surface, he appears to have the physical strength of a peak mid-class, but he emanates an aura that makes me feel a sense of awe, even a hint of mortal danger. Oh, you felt it too? It seems it wasn't just my imagination. Even though he knows who we are, he remained completely calm. He even gave me the impression that he could kill us at any moment. Albion Drake, what did you two sense? Indeed, I felt the same way. The feeling of unease and instinctive reverence has been present ever since we met him. The voice of one of the two heavenly dragons residing within Valley, Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, responded. It's quite astonishing, isn't it, to think that something like this could happen. It's surprising that you both experienced such a strange sensation. Drake's clear voice rang out. Even though he seemed surprised when he heard about the dragon's phantom, I still detected a different kind of emotional shift on his face. What do you think that means? Vala spoke meaningfully, causing the two heavenly dragons and Lux to narrow their eyes in shock, even fear. Valley, Are you suggesting that he's connected to that dragon's phantom? Lux asked, his expression still one of shock, a little uncertain. It's just a guess, but based on his behavior, it's a very real possibility, Valis said, his gaze distant. After all, if it were just his surface-level strength, he wouldn't have been so confident in facing us. But if he really is connected to that dragon's phantom, then everything makes sense. Unless he's hiding an unfathomable amount of power, there's no way he'd be so composed. After a moment of contemplation, Valley shared his bold deduction. If that's true, then everything adds up. But this information would probably send shockwaves throughout the entire world. Even so, it makes me want to fight him even more. I want to see what it is that surpasses even Great Red and the infinite dragon god. Lux's eyes were filled with a burning intensity. What an unbelievable truth. But if that's the case, it seems you've found a new opponent. Indeed, Valley also looked in the direction I had disappeared, his eyes full of anticipation. We won't have to wait long for our fight. When the time comes, I'll definitely have a good, long battle with him. Sigh, that poor boy. Albion and Drake couldn't help but feel sorry for me. They were both very satisfied with their current hosts. However, their only flaw was their excessive love for battle. They were complete and utter battle maniacs. Anyone targeted by such battle-hungry individuals would have a massive headache. After leaving, I immediately headed to the Occult Research Club. As soon as I pushed open the door, I saw that the lights in the living room were already on. Aquino was brewing tea, and Kaneko was sitting on the couch, snacking. Surprisingly, Rias and Sona were sitting across from each other, seemingly discussing something, while Kiba and Tsubaki stood behind them, respectively. Era, Kukun, you're here. I felt it was necessary to inform Rias of something. Seeing me enter, Aquino stopped what she was doing and gave me a big smile. I nodded at her with a smile, then sat down next to Kaneko and couldn't resist patting her head. Kaneko glanced at me, then swatted my hand away, her expression cold. Pervert senpai. Gross. I hate you. Haha, I just can't help it. Kaneko-chan is just too cute. I chuckled awkwardly, knowing that Kaneko was probably still upset about the earlier incident. Era, Koyo-kun. That's sexual harassment, you know? And Kaneko-chan is still underage. If you really want to do something naughty, you could do it with me. After all, I'm your girlfriend, remember? Aquino leaned in close, her ample bosom almost pressing against me, her voice a seductive whisper. Hearing Aquino's enticing words, anyone else would have been over the moon. But I knew about her sadistic tendencies, and I caught the mischievous glint in her eyes. I might have fallen for it otherwise. TSK, I do indeed want to do something naughty. How about it, Aquino? Are you free later? I met Aquino's gaze with a playful smile, turning the tables and teasing her back. Era, how forward of you. I'm certainly intrigued. Aquino was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected me to so boldly flirt back. She responded with a blush, feigning shyness. Rias and the others watched us with strange expressions. Sona and Tsubaki decided it was best to excuse themselves, as this was a private matter between me and Rias's group. Sona Kaishu, Tsubaki-san, there's no need to leave. I was originally planning to tell you something through Rias, so this saves me the trouble. I quickly got up and stopped them, smiling faintly. Hearing my words, Sona and Tsubaki exchanged a glance, then sat back down, curious to hear what I had to say. Kyoya-kun, what are you going to tell us? Rias asked, a little puzzled. Earlier this morning, I ran into two powerful individuals, the hosts of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor Draig and the White Dragon Emperor Albion. Hearing this, Rias's face filled with shock. Even Sona and the usually expressionless Kaneko had serious expressions on their faces. This was not something to be taken lightly. Every generation of the two heavenly dragons' hosts were incredibly powerful. Their appearance often heralded an era of chaos and bloodshed. Kyoya-kun, are you sure? Rias's eyes were wide with astonishment as she stared at me, seeking confirmation. Sona also spoke up, her voice serious. Hibari-san, is your information reliable? Yeah, it's hard to believe that the two heavenly dragons, who are considered sworn enemies, would appear together in Kuoh Town. I can assure you that the information is absolutely correct. I met them myself and had a conversation with them. They didn't hide their identities and explained their reasons for being here. I see. Then there's no reason to doubt the accuracy of the information. Rias and the others nodded thoughtfully. I then recounted my entire conversation with Valiant Lux, causing Rias and Sona's expressions to grow increasingly serious. The White Dragon Emperor and Red Dragon Emperor are already at the ultimate class. This is really quite daunting. Rias leaned back in her chair, sighing and rubbing her forehead. Sona, across from her, wasn't faring much better. Her pretty brows were furrowed tightly. The situation was getting increasingly out of hand. First, there was the dragon's phantom, and now two actual ultimate class beings had shown up, both possessing Longina's sacred gears. Sona glanced at me, then suppressed the urge to ask further questions. Hibari-san, did they say anything else? You don't need to worry too much. The Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor seem to be battle maniacs, but they aren't evil. They're here to search for the dragon's phantom, and said they'd leave in a few days if they didn't find anything. It shouldn't affect us too much. I explained. I suppose that's a relief. More and more troublesome figures are arriving in Kuoh Town. The situation is beyond our control now. Rias breathed a small sigh of relief and dismissed her worries, getting up and walking to the window, gazing out at Kuoh Town. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several more days passed. I had been living a rather peaceful life during this time. However, today, I didn't go to school as usual. Instead, I asked for a leave of absence and spent the day wandering the streets. The reason, of course, was a system task. I knew that the cute, kind-hearted nun, Asia Argento, had arrived in Kuoh Town. Even without the system task, I could clearly see her location on the virtual map. After all, there was a green dot representing a valuable reward slowly moving around. Next, I should go find Asia. I looked at the map expectantly and headed off to find her. Meanwhile, on a street in Kuoh Town, a petite girl with a gentle demeanor was looking around helplessly, hoping someone could help her. She wore a nun's habit, complete with a veil, but her dazzling golden hair, clear, innocent green eyes, and fair skin were still visible. She was small and delicate, inspiring a desire to protect her. Although many passers-by wanted to help the adorable, almost illegally cute girl, they couldn't understand her English and reluctantly shook their heads and walked away. I had actually arrived a while ago. Just then, the system's mechanical voice rang in my mind again. Ding! Discovered target character, Asia Argento. Task grade, green. Task condition. Inform Asia Argento of the truth about the church and the fallen angels, and have her willingly become your family member. I didn't pay much attention to the system task. My attention was completely captivated by the girl in front of me. Seeing her predicament, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Originally a nun of the church, she possessed the sacred gear, Twilight Healing, which could heal the injuries of humans and angels. She was known as the Holy Maiden. However, because of her kind heart, she once accidentally healed a devil. When the church discovered that her sacred gear could heal angels, fallen angels, and devils, she was branded a witch. She was stripped of her title as a Holy Maiden and expelled from the church. In order to continue using her sacred gear to help more people, she sought refuge with the fallen angels. But sadly, in their eyes, she was a tool, even though she held no resentment towards them. Hello, do you need any help? I finally approached Asia and asked in fluent English. Oh, thank the Lord. You must have heard my prayers. My sudden appearance startled Asia, but then she clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face flushed with excitement as she began to pray. Seeing this, I couldn't help but twitch my eyelids, remaining silent. Asia-chan, your Lord, the biblical God, is long gone. Your prayers are useless. I thought to myself, but I didn't tell her this. Now wasn't the time. Someone else would reveal this information to her later. I just didn't know if she could handle the harsh truth. Hello. My name is Asia Argento. I'm new here and don't understand Japanese. I got lost and can't find a church. I don't know what to do. Asia blushed, looking at me shyly and apologetically. Hearing Asia's voice, I felt my heart melt. Her nun's habit, combined with her soft, gentle voice, was simply irresistible. You trying to find a church, right? I smiled softly. Yes. Could you please tell me how to get there? Asia's eyes sparkled with hope. No need to be so polite. I have some free time right now, so I can take you there. I offered, waving my hand. My name is Hibari Kyoya. You could just call me Kyoya. Okay, Kyoya-san. Thank you so much. Asia's face flushed, and she bowed her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You're such a good person. The Lord will surely bless you. Am I a good person? I couldn't help but smile wryly. Had I just been given a good person card? Hey, Asia-chan, I'm here to kidnap you. As we were heading towards the church, Asia's stomach started to growl. Her face instantly turned bright red. She took a deep breath, her big eyes blinking, and then gave me a shy smile. Sorry, I forgot you haven't eaten yet, Asia-chan. We still have time. Why don't you come to my place, eat something, and rest a bit? I'll take you to the church later tonight, I suggested with a smile. Asia was a little surprised. Being so pure and trusting, she completely believed me and nodded. I'm sorry for the trouble, Kyoya-san. Thank you so much. Besides, this poor girl is too kind and easily fooled. If I were a bad guy, I could probably take advantage of her 100 times over. But that's also part of her charm. I thought to myself, a little exasperated. I carried Asia's suitcase in one hand and held her small hand with the other. Asia seemed a little shy about this sudden hand-holding, but she didn't seem to dislike it. Soon, we arrived at my home. Asia-chan, why don't you relax in the living room or watch some TV? I'll make dinner, and then we can eat, I suggested. Kyoya said, I can help. Hearing my words, Asia eagerly offered to assist. Cooking isn't that much trouble. Just sit back and relax, Asia-chan. Today, you'll get to try some Japanese cuisine you've probably never had before. Seeing how enthusiastic she was, I gently dissuaded her. Oh, okay. Asia obediently waited in the living room. Soon, Asia and I were sitting across from each other at the dining table, with 2 bowls of rice and several dishes that Asia had never seen before. You grew up in Europe, Asia-chan, so you probably haven't had much experience with this kind of Eastern cuisine. Give it a try. Really? In that case, I won't hold back, Asia said, picking up her bowl of rice. But she fumbled with the chopsticks, not knowing how to use them properly. She ended up asking me for help. After I demonstrated, she managed to eat her meal with the chopsticks. Well, I actually ended up feeding her most of it. Thank you so much, Kyoya-san. This meal was better than any I've ever had. Asia expressed her gratitude, her face beaming with happiness. You're very welcome. Feel free to come over anytime. As I said this, I gently wiped away a few grains of rice that were stuck to the corner of her mouth. Seeing my actions, Asia's face flushed, and her heart started to race. She felt flustered, like a lake rippled by a gentle breeze. For dessert, how about some ice cream, Asia-chan? I offered, taking out some vanilla ice cream from the fridge. Thank you, Kyoya-san. Asia blushed and accepted the ice cream, thanking me softly. Then, Asia stuck out her little pink tongue and gently licked the ice cream. The taste of vanilla exploded in her mouth. Asia couldn't help but carefully, slowly bringing her lips to the ice cream, making soft sounds as she licked it, her delicate tongue gently caressing the surface. Honestly, the sight was incredibly alluring, almost too much to handle. Asia's innocent eyes, her beautiful face, her former status as a holy maiden, and her nun's habit created a sense of purity being defiled, which was undeniably stimulating. To think that I could witness such an kawaii expression just from her eating ice cream. It was amazing. But more than anything, I felt a pang of sympathy for Asia. Even eating a simple ice cream was something she had to savor slowly, and such a small thing brought her so much joy. It made me feel a deep sense of compassion for her. Suddenly, Asia let out a small gasp. Some of the melted ice cream had dripped onto her clothes. Oh, Kyoya-san, what a waste. Asia looked down at the ice cream stain on her habit, a little dejected, her lips slightly pouted. I chuckled and grabbed a handkerchief, gently wiping away the stain. My kind gesture made Asia blush even harder. She looked at me shyly, but didn't stop me. After I finished cleaning her up, I reminded her, there's plenty more in the fridge. Don't worry about it. I understand. Thank you, Kyoya-san. Asia's face was completely flushed as she quickly started to eat the rest of her ice cream. Seeing the faint blush on Asia's cheeks, I couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her head. Kyoya-san, startled by the sudden head pat. Asia looked up at me with a mixture of confusion and shyness. Sorry about that. I just got a little lost in thought. Looking at you, Asia-chan. I explained with a chuckle. Lost in thought? Looking at me? Really? Asia placed a hand on her chest, repeating my words with a mixture of confusion and happiness. Of course. Your sparkling green eyes, your dazzling golden hair, your fair skin, your rosy lips, they're all so cute and charming. I said, resting my chin on my hands, a gentle smile on my face. Really? Hearing my praise, Asia's face turned even redder, and she seemed genuinely happy. It was probably the first time anyone had ever called her cute. Even when she was a holy maiden at the church, people mostly treated her with respect, not with this kind of affection. And after she was cast out and labeled a witch, everyone looked at her with disgust and hatred. No one had ever praised her like this before. After you finish your ice cream, Asia-chan, I'll take you to the church, I said after a pause. Okay. Hearing that I was going to take her to the church, Asia's expression stiffened slightly. She had been lucky to meet such a kind and gentle person like me on her first visit to Kuoh Town. She wished she could live happily with me like this forever, but her identity made that impossible. Even though she had sought refuge with the fallen angels to continue using her healing powers to help others, she wasn't stupid. She knew that the fallen angels were just using her sacred gear. Seeing Asia's smile disappear and her sink into silence, I knew she probably didn't want to go to the church. After thinking for a moment, I decided to tell her the truth. Then, Asia-chan, I suggest you don't go to the church in this town. Asia, who had been lost in her own thoughts, looked up at me in confusion, not understanding why I would say that. Why, Kyoya-san? The reason is, well, I hope you won't be too upset when you hear this, Asia-chan. I sighed, not wanting to see the disappointment on her face, but ultimately deciding to tell her the truth so she would give up on going to the church. It's all right. Please tell me, Kyoya-san. Seeing how serious I was, Asia knew that what I was about to say was important, so she nodded earnestly. With Asia staring at me intently, I slowly began to explain. The truth is, the church in Kuoh Town is no longer what it seems. It's been taken over by fallen angels and stray priests. They've cruelly murdered the original members of the church, and they're killing people under the pretense of monitoring sacred gear wielders, claiming it's for the sake of world peace. As I explained, Asia's mind went blank. She couldn't believe the truth could be so cruel. Even though she knew the fallen angels were using her and coveted her sacred gear, my words were still hard for her to accept. Is that so? Does that mean even my last refuge is gone? Asia's eyes dimmed, and she looked haggard and hopeless. Asia-chan, seeing the despair in her eyes, I couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her. After a few seconds of silence, I smiled gently and softly patted Asia's head comfortingly. Don't be so pessimistic, Asia-chan. That's just a rumor. The truth might not be as bad as it sounds. And even if you have nowhere else to go, you can always stay with me. I can cook you delicious food every day. How about it? Really, Kyoya-san? Can I really stay with you? Asia, who had been on the verge of despair, looked at me with renewed hope. My words were like a beacon of light in her dark world. Of course it's true. You're such a kind and gentle girl, Asia-chan. I stroked her silky golden hair and said with genuine affection, Wah, Kyoya-san. In that instant, Asia couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into my arms and started to cry. From being a noble holy maiden of the church to being framed and expelled for her kindness, and then becoming a tool for the fallen angels. These tragedies were too much for the pure-hearted Asia to bear. Damn, Asia-chan, just wait here for a bit. We'll go to the church first, and then if you don't want to stay there, you can come live with me. I smiled and comforted Asia as I held her. Okay. Asia hugged me tightly, then looked up and gave me a gentle smile. Now, to her, the person who had saved her in her darkest hour was her everything. The dark grove was illuminated by the gentle moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene. Holding Asia's hand, I slowly approached the church in Kuoh Town. As soon as we entered the church grounds, we were hit by a strong, pungent smell. Blood. Even though I had killed a stray devil before and had blood on my hands, I couldn't help but frown at the nauseating stench of blood permeating the church. A lot of people must have died here for the smell of blood to be this strong. Oh my, it's not wise to be out for a stroll this late at night. There's a murderer on the loose, you know. So, young man, why don't you hand over that nun to me? Just then, a priest with white hair, dressed in priestly robes, suddenly appeared at the church entrance, smiling at us strangely. But his exaggerated and bizarre smile only made him look incredibly creepy to me. Oh, why aren't you answering me? Even though I'm a merciful priest, you can't be that rude to me, can you? Seeing the priest's increasingly deranged expression, Asia instinctively felt fear and clutched my hand tightly, not daring to let go. Who do you think you are? I have no intention of being polite to a stray priest like you. Your name is Friedselzen, right? I heard there was a murderous fiend on the loose. It was you, wasn't it? Judging by the thick stench of blood on you, you just killed someone, didn't you, you piece of trash? I frowned, my gaze turning cold. So you know who I am, ha ha ha. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Fried stopped pretending and glared at me with a hideous expression, laughing maniacally. What if I did? I just killed a high school student just like you. The look of despair on his face before he died was so delightful. But you had the gall to call me trash. You reek of dealing with devils. You're the real trash, ha ha. As he spoke, Fried produced a sharp sword made of holy energy from his pocket. Humph. And that nun over there, even though she was expelled from the church and called a witch, she still pretends to be all holy. It makes me want to vomit. Like reincarnated devils, humans who allied with fallen angels could also wield a corresponding power, which in this case was holy power. I narrowed my eyes slightly. You have forsaken the Lord's will. You are no true believer, but a heretic who has fallen into evil. The Lord will never forgive you. Asia's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, her eyes filled with anger and fear. That's hilarious. You're calling me a heretic when you're the one who healed a devil? If it weren't for your sacred gear, a disgusting heretic like you would have been executed long ago. Fried laughed loudly at Asia's rebuke, as if she were nothing but a nuisance in his eyes. Asia-chan, stay back. I'll take care of this trash. I calmly held the trembling little nun, then gestured for her to move back. Asia nodded and, trusting me, stood a short distance away, watching intently. Ding. Discovered target character. Friedselzen. Task grade, white. Task condition, kill. Even without the task, I'd kill him. A disgusting creature like him doesn't deserve to live. Ha ha ha. Just a piece of human trash, and you talk so big? Do you think you could defeat me? Is that so? Before Fried could finish, I used sword to appear before him in a blink. I grabbed his neck with my right hand, blue lightning crackling around my fingers. Raikiri. GZZZ. I channeled 200 million volts of electricity directly into Fried's body. A burnt smell wafted through the air. Fried's eyes widened in disbelief as his holy sword dissipated. His body was almost completely charred, barely recognizable. Rainer-sama will never forgive you. Fried choked out his last words, his body slumping lifelessly. Fisk, do you think I'm afraid of that ant? To be honest, I hope she comes. If she dares to show her face, I'll take care of those annoying flies once and for all. With my current strength, as long as it wasn't an established ultimate class opponent, I had nothing to fear. And besides, if I needed to, I could always use the Azure Dragon's power. It wasn't like I didn't have a trump card. Freed collapsed to the ground, dead and filled with regret. Kyoya-san, are you all right? Seeing that Freed was dead, Asia hurried over to me, checking me for injuries. Don't worry, Asia-chan. I'm not hurt, I reassured her, watching her worriedly patting me down. Phew, I'm so glad you're okay, Kyoya-san. Seeing that I was indeed uninjured, Asia smiled up at me. All right, now that that's taken care of, and since this place is no longer habitable, why don't you come home with me, Asia-chan, and live with me? I said, gently embracing the petite, golden-haired nun. Okay, thank you, Kyoya-san. Asia trembled slightly in my arms, blushing as she agreed to live with me. But this tender moment was short-lived, interrupted by the familiar mechanical voice. Ding! Discovered target character, Rainair. Task grade, green. Task condition, kill. Ding! Discovered target characters, Calawarner, middle task grade, white. Task condition, kill. HM, fallen angels? Looks like there's still some little rats nearby. Suddenly, several whooshing sounds came from the nearby woods, and 4 fallen angels with black wings emerged, along with more than a dozen stray priests. Familiar faces. That must be Rainair leading them. In the manga, Azazel ordered Rainair to eliminate Issei if he was deemed a threat. However, Rainair killed Issei directly, her reasoning being that it would be a mercy, as Issei's presence would cause fear and rejection from humans. In a way, she unintentionally helped Issei, as a human body couldn't handle the power of sacred gear. Later, she secretly stole Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Asia died as a result of having her sacred gear stolen. In the end, she was easily defeated by an enraged Issei. In the anime, Issei punched her with his boosted gear. Finally, she was eliminated by Rias. Rainair scanned the area, her expression cold and cruel. To her, Freed was just a pawn, albeit a disgusting one. But for him to be killed so easily, turned into a charred corpse in her territory, was a blatant insult. However, seeing that it was just 2 kids who had killed Freed, she couldn't help but curse him for being such a waste of space. TSK, the annoying pests just keep coming, don't they? I remarked. You took out that trash, Freed, and you think you can run your mouth. Here in my comment, Rainair sneered. And you disgusting witch. We fallen angels took pity on you and took you in. And this is how you repay us by betraying us? You should just die. Rainair's expression was one of pure disgust when it came to Asia. She wished she could kill her right now. Hearing such venomous words, Asia's body trembled violently, almost to the point of collapse. I held her close, comforting her gently. Don't listen to her, Asia-chan. You see their true colors now, don't you? Just believe in yourself. I'll always be here for you. Thank you, Kyoya-san. Asia clutched me tightly, her fear slowly subsiding, replaced by a sense of security. If I'm not mistaken, the Governor General only ordered you to monitor sacred gear wielders to see if they would disrupt the balance of the world. He didn't tell you to just kill them outright, did he? Moreover, the only reason you took Asia in was because you coveted her sacred gear, and since she's kind and defenseless, you plan to take it from her when the opportunity arose. Am I right? You're ignoring orders and acting on your own, just to please Azazel, but he only sees you as tools. I even heard that Azazel prefers mature, elegant women, not little girls like you. TSK, how pitiful you all are. I continued, my words dripping with sarcasm. Shut your filthy mouth, you bastard. You're not allowed to insult Azazel-sama. His name is not something an ant like you can utter. Rainair was furious. My words had struck a nerve, and she was practically shaking with rage. I'll tear you to pieces. Rainair glared at me with pure hatred, then gave the order to her underlings. Go, kill him. Hearing her command, the stray priest charged. Stay back and protect yourself. Don't get caught in the crossfire. I gently told Asia and left a flying thunder god. Mark on her, just in case, then summoned Zingitsu and rushed towards the stray priests. I moved like a phantom among them, my left hand gripping the hilt of my sword. A blinding, dark light flashed, followed by several agonizing screams, and the battle was over as quickly as it had begun. A dozen stray priests had been cut in half at the waist, blood splattering everywhere. The scene fell silent. What? What just happened? Seeing me slaughter more than a dozen stray priests in the blink of an eye, Rainier and the other two fallen angels were terrified. Quick, we need to work together. After a moment of shock, Rainier quickly recovered and ordered the other two fallen angels to attack with her. Just what I was hoping for. I grinned, licking my lips. I narrowed my eyes, gripped Zangetsu with both hands, and with a whoosh, I dashed toward Calawarner, slashing down. Splat! A head flew through the air, blood spurting out. I then reappeared behind Middlet, Zangetsu flashing twice in quick succession. Splat! One more pained cry rang out as her wings were severed, and her body was sliced in two. I calmly placed Zangetsu on the ground and turned to Rainier. Now it's just you. Have you decided how you want to die? You're just a lowly human. How can you be this strong? Rainier was pale and bloodless, fear quickly turning into denial and rage. She formed a radiant spear of light in her hand, ready to hurl it at me. Seeing Rainier still trying to resist, I picked up Zangetsu again and dashed towards her. Splat! Rainier's spear-wielding arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Aya! Rainier screamed in agony, quickly retreating to avoid another attack. I'll see how many times you can take it. Seeing that Rainier had only lost an arm, I was actually even more excited. I moved again, and Zangetsu sliced off her black wings. What a weakling. Hearing Rainier's screams, I muttered my displeasure. My overwhelming power had driven Rainier to the brink of despair. With her arm and wings severed, the once pretty girl now looked utterly frightening. Master, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I'll do anything. Knowing she couldn't win, Rainier started to beg for her life, her voice laced with desperation. Oh, really? I approached Rainier, grabbed her chin, and lifted her face, a playful smirk on my lips. Ugh, yes. Of course, master, anything you want. Rainier tried to refuse, to escape, but to survive, she could only whimper and try to seduce me. Tisk, unfortunately. I'm not interested in a venomous snake like you. So please, just die, I said, my hand still on her chin. I could feel her desperation, but it didn't move me. I had no use for such a vile woman. Gitsuga Tensho. No. Rainier was terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably. But in the next instant, the church, along with her, was split in two. And with that, the stray priests and fallen angels were all wiped out. Phew, it's finally over. I sheathed Zangetsu and took a deep breath. But as I looked around at the dismembered limbs and the thick, coppery smell of blood in the air, I couldn't help but think of a certain someone, and a shiver ran down my spine. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 white grade sign-in gift bags. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 green grade sign-in gift bag. Just as I was resolving to reform myself, the system's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I hadn't expected to receive 5 gift bags this time. I was surprised that the 2 random fallen angels each yielded a white grade gift bag. Rainier had dropped a green grade gift bag, and combined with the one from Killing Freed, I now had 4 white grade gift bags and 1 green grade gift bag. Well, the rewards weren't particularly high grade, but every little bit helps. White grade gift bags opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Peak Magic Power Enhancement Card, Grimoire, One-Time Use Training Room, and 100 million yen. These rewards were a bit unexpected. I didn't really care about the last one, as it was the lowest grade reward. But the first 3 were surprising, especially the first one, which solved my current lack of magic power. As for the other 2, I had my own plans. When the time came for the rating game against the House of Phoenix, I would use the one-time use training room to give Rias and the others a power boost to prepare them for Riser Phoenix. As for the Grimoire, things are looking up. Now I was even more excited about the green grade gift bag from Rainier. Green grade gift bag opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Abyss Demon Party invitation. What is this? I couldn't help but ask. Ding. This is an invitation to a party hosted by the demons of the Abyss. You may invite up to 4 guests. Participants can challenge randomly appearing demons or their clones. By defeating them, participants may obtain special rewards. Note, death or failure in the challenge will have no consequences in the real world. There is no danger. Holy crap! Isn't this like opening a mystery box? This is awesome. After hearing the system's explanation, I couldn't help but curse in excitement. This was an incredible reward. After all, the random rewards could potentially be on par with or even surpass Longinus. In short, I had hit the jackpot. System, use the Peak Magic Power Enhancement card. I mentally commanded the system. Ding. Magic Power Enhancement card used. Congratulations to the host. Your magic power level has reached the peak of high class. After a few seconds, I slowly opened my eyes, carefully sensing the changes within me. Not bad. This feels great. I could clearly feel the increase in my magic power. Now, even without using my trump cards, I could be considered the strongest person below ultimate class. As I stood before the church statue, seemingly lost in thought, Asia remained silent for a long time. Kyoya-san, are you all right? Finally, Asia rushed to my side, worriedly checking me for injuries. She still hadn't fully processed what had happened. All taken care of. You can relax now, Asia-chan. From now on, you'll stay with me, I said reassuringly. Yes, thank you, Kyoya-san. The girl who had been so lost and disheartened was now smiling brightly at me. From now on, the person who had saved her from the depths of despair would be her whole world. It was almost midnight when I finally led Asia back towards my home. As we walked and chatted, I suddenly remembered that I had only completed half of the system task related to Asia. I still needed to make her my adopted sister. But considering how much she relied on me now, it should be easy. So, I turned to Asia and said, Asia-chan, I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to do something for me? Kyoya-san, please just ask. Is there anything Asia can do for you? Although a little confused by my sudden request, Asia, based on her near-total trust in me, agreed readily. Seeing the earnest expression on her face, I took a deep breath and said gently, Asia-chan, I want to adopt you as my little sister. That way, we can live together properly. Asia was surprised, but then she thought about being able to live with me, her new family, and a gentle smile spread across her face. Yes, I understand, Kyoya-san. Hearing Asia's agreement, I smiled, but then I pretended to be dissatisfied. Asia-chan, now that you've agreed, shouldn't you change how you address me? Asia froze for a moment, then seemed to realize what I meant. She nodded shyly and said, Oni-ai-sama. Haha, that's right. Let's go home. I grinned, satisfied. I still wanted her to call me Oni-ai-chan to fulfill a wish from my past life, but that could wait. There was plenty of time. I would eventually get her to say it. Just as Asia agreed to become my sister, the system notification for task completion rang out. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green grade sign-in gift bag, elementary bloodline enhancement card. When used, it can slightly enhance a bloodline. This time, I had received a bloodline enhancement reward. Not bad. A bit unexpected. This card wasn't very useful to me at the moment. Maybe it would be better for Rias, Aquino, or Kaneko. Rias had inherited her mother's power of destruction. Aquino had inherited her father's, Barakiel, holy lightning, as well as the bloodline of a fallen angel. Though for some reason, she hated her father. As for Kaneko, she was a Nekashu, a powerful type of Japanese yukai, specifically a cat yukai. However, she was burdened by her sister's past and refused to use her Nekashu powers. After thinking about it, only those 3 seemed like suitable candidates. I would find an opportunity to use it on one of them in the future. It seemed like today was my lucky day. Not only did I get a lot of rewards, but most importantly, I gained Asia as my adopted little sister. Yes, adopted in every sense of the word. The next morning, I woke up early. Turning my head, I saw Asia clinging to me like a koala, her arms and legs wrapped around me. Actually, last night, just as I was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep, my bedroom door suddenly opened. Asia had originally been assigned to another room, but that night, she snuck into my room wearing a nearly transparent nightgown and crawled in my bed. I was so flustered that I barely slept a wink all night. I was incredibly tempted, but considering everything she had been through, I decided not to take advantage of her. Gently extricating myself from Asia's embrace, I got out of bed and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Asia-chan, wake up. Time for breakfast. Asia sleepily poked her little head out from under the covers, her emerald eyes blinking. She saw me standing by the bed, smiling at her. I'm sorry, Oni-sama. I overslept. I forgot to make breakfast. Asia's face flushed red as she quickly got out of bed, ready to start cooking. Don't worry about it. Breakfast is already made. After you eat, come to school with me, Asia-chan, I said, pinching her cheek gently. Really? Thank you, Oni-sama. Asia was thrilled to hear that she could go to school with me. She was eager to make more friends. After breakfast, we arrived at the Occult Research Club once again. When we entered, everyone was already there. I greeted them. Good morning, everyone. But when they saw Asia, everyone had a strange expression on their faces, wondering why I had brought a nun to the Devil's headquarters. Kyoya-kun, what's going on? Can you explain? Rias asked, looking at me seriously. Akino, as usual, was smiling playfully as she prepared tea. Kiba stood behind Rias, a gentle smile on his face as he listened attentively. Kaneko, on the other hand, frowned slightly when she saw Asia. She shot me a resentful glare, clearly displeased. I was a little confused by Kaneko's reaction. Why was she glaring at me? Was she jealous? I then explained the situation with the church, the fallen angels, and Asia. Hearing about Asia's tragic past, everyone felt sympathy for the fragile girl. Just because she had healed a devil out of the kindness of her heart, she had been branded a heretic and expelled from the church, only to nearly die at the hands of the fallen angels. She had gone from being a revered holy maiden to being labeled a witch. Unconsciously, everyone's opinion of the church plummeted. Even Kiba couldn't help but curse the church. But his gaze towards Asia was filled with compassion and friendliness, as he too had suffered at the hands of the church. They took him and other children and forced them to undergo holy sword aptitude training. When none of them proved compatible, they were all poisoned. He was only alive due to Rias turning him into a reincarnated devil. That's just like the church. Disgusting. Kaneko, looking at Asia clinging to my arm, her expression fearful, felt a pang of pity for her. She also understood my actions a little better. Asia possesses the powerful healing, sacred gear, twilight healing. It can heal even serious injuries, and it can even heal devils. I took a sip of tea and casually dropped this bombshell, my meaning obvious. I wanted Rias to recruit Asia. Whether she would or not was up to her. Hearing my words, a thought flashed through Rias's mind, and she instantly understood my intention. Rias smiled faintly, then turned to Asia with open arms. Asia-chan, I'm very sorry for what you've been through, but I can see that you have great potential and a good heart. So, I'd like to invite you to become my peerage member. Would you be willing to join us? Become a devil? Asia was startled by Rias's invitation and nervously clutched my hand. Seeing Asia's apprehension, I reassured her, Don't worry, Asia-chan. Just follow your heart. Has Kyoya become a devil yet? Asia asked Rias hesitantly, after calming down a bit. Not yet, but Kyoya-kun and I are family. Asia-chan, if you become my peerage member, then we'll all be family and we'll never be apart. How about it? Are you interested? Rias now understood that Asia followed my lead. So, she decided to use that to her advantage, painting a tempting picture. Rias, when did you and Kyoya-kun become family? Why wasn't I aware? Akino said with a teasing smile, looking at Rias. Akino, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, we're all family. Rias's lips twitched. Her face was flushed, and she avoided looking at me, instead shooting a glare at Akino. Oh, is that so? I was just saying Akino saw that her best friend was embarrassed and decided to drop the teasing. With her current peerage, it was too small. She was naturally happy about the possibility of having a talented healer like Asia join their ranks. I'm sorry, but I've already agreed to become Kyoya's little sister. So, I want to remain human, just like Oni-sama. So, about becoming your peerage member. I'm sorry. Asia finally gathered the courage to voice her decision. What? You became Kyoya-kun's little sister? Rias was so shocked that she choked on her tea and spat it out. When did this happen? Kyoya-kun, why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me look like a fool back there. Rias was embarrassed, remembering how she had tried to entice Asia. Akino, on the other hand, glared at me with mock anger. Kyoya-kun, you're such a flirt. You went and adopted Asia as your little sister, completely abandoning me, your girlfriend. Even Kaneko chimed in with a quiet, perverted H-senpai. Even the usually quiet Kiba couldn't help but smile and offer his congratulations, Hibari-san. Damn it, Kiba, you look all honest and proper, but you're just adding fuel to the fire. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Asia and I are just brother and sister right now. I sighed helplessly. Oh, right now you have no untoward relationship. Does that mean you will in the future? Akino continued to tease, refusing to let me off the hook. Fine, yes. I admit it. I want a huge harem. Akino, how about you come over to my place tonight? I said, deciding to play along. I'd be too scared to go alone. I'd definitely get eaten up. Unless Rias comes with me. Akino said with a sly grin, deciding to drag Rias into it. Akino, don't drag me into this. Rias protested, blushing furiously, after seeing that her best friend was trying to drag her down with him. Seeing the situation about to spiral into chaos, I could only step in to intervene. All right, Akino, that's enough instigating. Rias, I need your help. Could you take care of Asia's paperwork and enrollment? It would be best if she could join the Occult Research Club. Of course, I won't let your efforts be in vain. Consider this a favor owed, and I promise to repay you handsomely in the near future. I looked at Rias earnestly, making my request. Well, if you put it that way, and considering we're friends, how can I refuse? Rias rolled her eyes playfully, but agreed. I knew she was a little upset. After all, she had missed out on two highly qualified individuals. Anyone would feel a bit put out in her position, so I didn't take it personally. All right, I'm going to leave Asia-chan in your care for now. I have some other business to attend to. After chatting with Rias, Akino, and the others for a while, and seeing that Asia-chan and Kaneko were getting along well, I excused myself. Seeing how eager Rias was to recruit Asia, I figured it was related to her engagement. It seemed like the turkey was about to make his appearance, and the three-faction peace conference wasn't far off. I needed to hurry up and get stronger. So, after leaving the Occult Research Club, I headed straight for the student council room. When I arrived, I found that all the student council members were present. And, well, they were all beautiful girls. Tsubaki Shinra, Tomo Meguri, Tsubasa Yura, Momo Hanakai, Ruruko Nimura, and Rhea Kusaka. Each one of them a stunning beauty. It really hit home that the DxD world was full of gorgeous women. Hibari-san? What a surprise. I thought you'd only come if I personally invited you. Sona looked up and saw me, a hint of mock resentment in her eyes behind her glasses. I had repeatedly ignored her previous invitations. After all, well, Sona Kaishu, I apologize for always turning you down before. Seeing Sona's expression, like a neglected wife, made my scalp tingle, so I quickly apologized. Hibari-san, Rhea, Yura, and Tomo were surprised to see me, but also delighted. No need for introductions. Tsubaki, Rhea, Meguri, and Yura. You all already know each other, Sona said, glancing at the excited Tomo and the blushing Rhea, shaking her head slightly. Just then, Tomo quickly approached me, looking up at me with admiration. My decisive victory over her and Kiba had left a deep impression. Yura greeted me with a cheerful and straightforward hello. Yura, a second-year student, was skilled in martial arts. Although her peerage role was also a rook Like Kaneko, her personality was the complete opposite of Kaneko's quiet demeanor. It was a shame that she was a bit lacking in the chess department. This is Ruruko Nimura. She's in the same class as Kaneko, and this is Momo Hanakai, a bishop. Sona then introduced a petite girl with twin brown ponytails and a girl with long, flowing white hair, smiling gently. "Hello, Hibari-senpai." Ruruko and Momo greeted me shyly, their voices soft and sweet. "Hello, Nimura-sen, Hanaki-san." I looked at them appreciatively. They both had great figures, much more developed than Kaneko's, and their figures were quite alluring. Ruruko had a slender build, while Momo was more voluptuous. After introducing Ruruko, Sona stopped. She had introduced all her peerage members to me. Whether they could get along was now up to them. After admiring the girls, I decided to get straight to the point and explain my reason for coming, challenging Tsubaki to complete the system task. "Sona Kaishu, I'm actually here to fulfill our agreement. We agreed that if you defeated me, I would become your peerage member. So, I'm here today to honor that agreement." My words stunned everyone present. They were rendered speechless by my actions, finding my behavior a little hard to fathom. However, a few of them were quite enthusiastic, like Tsubaki, who was now practically itching for a fight, staring at me with eagerness. Even Yura was getting excited, egging us on. "That's awesome. Hibari-san. Kaicho, you see how eager Tsubaki is, too. Just agree to it. I get that you like wild guys, Yura, but could you be a little less obvious about it? Aren't you afraid of scaring Hibari-san off?" Seeing Yura's reaction, Sona had a bit of a headache. Did I scare you off, Hibari-san?" Hearing Sona's words, Yura finally seemed to realize her behavior and looked at me with some concern. "Of course not. In fact, I really appreciate Yura-san's forthright personality," I assured her. "Hee, I knew Hibari-san and I were a perfect match." Hearing my response, Yura grinned. Everyone else looked at the two of them with odd expressions. But Sona, after thinking it over, agreed to my request. It would satisfy Tsubaki's desire for a fight, and if Tsubaki won, she would gain a powerful new peerage member. It was a win-win situation. "All right, I accept." Just as we were about to start the fight, the system suddenly issued new tasks. Ding! Discovered target character, Momo Hanakai. Task grade, white. Task condition, defeat her. Ding! Discovered target character, Ruruko Nimura. Task grade, white. Task condition, defeat her. Hearing the system's notifications, I looked at the two girls. "Hibari-san, what's wrong? Why are you looking at Momo and Ruruko?" Noticing my gaze, Sona asked, confused. Hearing their president, the two girls couldn't help but blush, fantasizing about what I might be thinking. "Actually, the three of you can come at me together. Although it might seem a bit much, I'm quite strong." I smiled after thinking for a moment. "Oh, it seems Hibari-san is very confident. Momo, Ruruko, Tsubaki, you three can fight together." Hearing my words, Sona's glasses glinted. She was even more curious to see just how strong I was. "Then let's begin." My eyes flashed, and I announced the start of the battle. Just as I announced the start of the fight, Tsubaki swiftly stepped forward, her katana held high, and lunged at me. Kendo stance. Vertical slash. Seeing Tsubaki's attack, I instantly threw above her. With a casual flick of Zengetsu, a crimson slash flew towards her. Although Tsubaki reacted, she couldn't dodge in time and was forced to block. The moment the slash connected, a powerful shockwave, amplified by my magic power, blasted Tsubaki back several meters. Seeing this, I teleported again, intending to follow up, but just then, Momo and Ruruko suddenly attacked together, forcing me to block. I narrowed my eyes. Looks like I'll have to take these two out first if I want to get at Tsubaki. I closed my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them again, they had transformed into the Rinnegan. What's that? A sacred gear? Or maybe some kind of magic eye? The girls were all surprised to see the sudden change in my eyes. "Meguri, does Hibari-san have another trump card? Have you ever seen this before?" Sona asked Tomo, a little surprised. "No, Kaicho. Last time, Kyoya-kun defeated me and Kiba-san with just his swordsmanship. I've never seen anything like this. Tomo answered, equally puzzled. Sona's gaze turned complicated. She finally understood why Rias was so fixated on Kyoya. He was a talent even she couldn't resist. Based on what you described last time, his swordsmanship, that unknown space magic, and what seems to be his sacred gear katana, and now these strange magic eyes. It seems Hibari-san has been holding back quite a bit. Just as Momo and Ruruko were about to attack again, I activated my Rinnegan, instantly trapping Momo in a genjutsu, causing her to collapse. As Ruruko stared in horror at the fallen Momo, she felt her body being pulled uncontrollably towards me. Bansho Tenin. I activated the Rinnegan's attractive force. Unable to resist, Ruruko was pulled into my grasp. I raised my hand, ready to deliver the final blow. But just then, Ruruko suddenly cried out, "Wait, wait. I surrender." It seemed she had foreseen what was coming and quickly yielded. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 white grade sign-in gift bags. Hearing the system notification, I simply smiled. Aside from Tomo, who was cheering for my victory, the other girls, including Sona, were silent. I had just used some very strange abilities, and Momo was still unconscious. They had no idea what had just happened. After a moment, Sona asked about Momo's condition. Hibari-san, is that some kind of sacred gear in your eyes? And is Momo all right? Don't worry, Sonakai. I held back. Hanakai-san will be fine. She's just unconscious for a bit. I smiled and gave a simple explanation. As for my eyes, you can think of them as a type of magic eye. Sona was relieved to hear that Momo was unharmed, but she was also shocked that I had so many tricks up my sleeve. It seemed I'd been holding back significantly when I fought Kiba and Tomo. Ignoring the other girls for now, I focused my attention on Tsubaki, who was also looking at me with a burning fighting spirit. Tsubaki raised her chin slightly. Hibari-san, just as Meguri said, you're really strong. But don't underestimate me. Please don't hold back. Hearing Tsubaki's words, I smiled. Haha, it seems like Tsubaki-san has a bit of Tomo-san's spirit in her. All right, I'll get serious then. As soon as I finished speaking, I raised Zangetsu. In that instant, my aura changed dramatically. Tsubaki's eyes narrowed, sensing the fierce sword intent radiating from Zangetsu. She couldn't help but smile. This is Hibari-san's true power. Just the intent emanating from his sword felt like it could endanger her life. Tsubaki also raised her katana, gripping it tightly with both hands. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and channeled her magic power, coating the blade in a faint blue aura. In an instant, she opened her eyes, took a step forward, and charged at me. I raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Oh, she's compressing her magic power onto her sword. That significantly increases her attack power, huh? I smiled and charged at Tsubaki in the same manner. This kind of direct, magic-enhanced swordsmanship wasn't suitable for teleportation. A direct confrontation was the best approach. When I was just a few steps away from Tsubaki, I swung Zangetsu's highly concentrated magic power, mixed with ferocious lightning, erupted like a Getsuga Tensho, exploding outwards. Tsubaki placed her katana in front of her to block the attack, then shifted her stance, dodging to the side to avoid the shockwave. Then, with a powerful push from her legs, she used the dust cloud created by the shockwave to conceal herself as she leaped into the air. Pinpointing my location, she teleported behind me and slashed downwards. But with my Rinnegan and Haki, I easily anticipated her movements. Without even turning my head, I swung my sword backward. Clang! The two blades collided, and the impact of our magic power clashing created a small shockwave. The shockwave from the collision blew the weaker girls back a few steps, and the backyard was left in a state of disarray. Tsubaki stared at me, her face full of excitement. Amazing, Hibari-san. Then we both engaged in a fierce, back-and-forth duel within the barrier. The 6 girls watching were utterly stunned. Even Momo, who had since woken up, was speechless as she watched the intense battle unfold. Unbelievable. He's fighting on par with Tsubaki. Even though Tsubaki hasn't used her sacred gear yet, for Hibari-san to be so relaxed, he must be holding back as well. This is insane. After a brief exchange of blows, I suggested, Tsubaki-san, why don't we both use our full power and settle this quickly? Tsubaki sighed, then activated her sacred gear, warning me, don't underestimate me. I'm going to use my trump card. So, please be careful. Mirror Alice. As soon as she spoke, several monstrous creatures appeared around us. The Shinra clan was one of the 5 principal clans of exorcists in Japan. Tsubaki had always been treated as an outcast due to her unique constitution that allowed her to summon these creatures through mirrors using her sacred gear, Mirror Alice. Later, she was taken in by Sona and became her queen, holding the same rank as Akino. Tsubaki controlled the creatures, surrounding me as they launched their attacks, while she searched for an opening, planning to deliver a decisive blow. But I saw through her plan immediately. Seeing the creatures closing in, I had an idea. I suddenly sheathed Zangetsu and activated my Rinnegan. It was time to end this. Boom! Empowered by the rumble fruit, blue lightning erupted from my body, turning the entire backyard into a sea of electricity. Then, a giant, terrifying skeletal figure slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. It was the incomplete form of Susanoo. I didn't use the perfect form, fearing it would shatter the barrier around us. The complete, perfect Susanoo was easily over 200 meters tall, something that would definitely cause a panic in the town. Even so, the student council members were utterly stunned by the sight. Facing the skeletal Susanoo directly, Tsubaki's expression froze. The overwhelming pressure was unbelievable. Is this Kyoya-kun's true power? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Even though they were stunned, I didn't stop. I controlled Susanoo, summoning 2 giant blades. In that instant, intense lightning gathered on the blades. Then, I tilted my head slightly, narrowed my eyes, and warned, "Be careful, Tsubaki-san. This could really hurt." With that, I controlled Susanoo, raising its 2 blades high, channeling my magic power into them, and slashed diagonally downwards. Tsubaki didn't move, determined to use her sacred gear to withstand the impact, while simultaneously commanding the creatures to block my attack before counterattacking. Tsubaki's plan was sound, however. The creatures, upon contact with Susanoo's blades, were instantly sliced in 2. There wasn't even a sound of impact, just the sound of flesh being cut. Tsubaki's pupils contracted. She was blasted back by the powerful shockwave, sliding over a dozen meters before finally stopping. The creatures I summoned with my sacred gear were destroyed so easily. Just as she was reeling from the shock, I didn't give her a chance to recover. I swung my blades again. Boom! The powerful shockwave slammed into Tsubaki's Mirror Alice. Even though she reacted, Tsubaki was no match for Susanoo's instantaneous attack. She was sent flying. Bang! Her body crashed heavily against the barrier, causing the entire structure to shatter with a resounding crash. When the dust settled, everyone was horrified to discover that the magically reinforced walls inside the barrier were completely destroyed by Susanoo's attack. I had actually held back, as I knew about Mirror Alice's ability. When a mirror was broken, it reflected the damage back at the attacker, doubled. But of course, I wasn't worried about that level of damage. That's why I had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been Tsubaki being blown away. Her sacred gear, Mirror Alice, would have shattered into pieces. Feeling the pain in her chest, Tsubaki stared at me in disbelief. "So this is your true trump card?" I deactivated it, and after thinking for a moment, replied, "Well, kind of. Does that mean he still has more trump cards?" Thinking of this, Tsubaki could only smile wryly. "I lost. In terms of overall ability and swordsmanship, Kyoya-kun, you're far stronger than I imagined. I concede defeat wholeheartedly." I simply smiled and quickly walked over to her, helping her up. Although I knew Tsubaki wouldn't mind that I'd gone a bit hard on her, it was still important to show some courtesy. As I helped her up and channeled some magic power into her to ease her pain, Tsubaki blushed slightly, her body tensing. Just then, the system notification rang out. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a red grade sign-in gift bag. The other student council members were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that their Tsubaki had admitted defeat. Hey, can someone please slap me? I think I'm hallucinating. Not only is his swordsmanship incredible, but he also has all these other abilities. And he still seems so relaxed, like it was nothing. This isn't a fight at all. It's a complete beatdown. Is Kyoya-kun really just a human? Even the usually calm Sona found it difficult to maintain her composure. After all, as her queen, Tsubaki has the power of a lower high class and wielded the sacred gear, Mirror Alice. Yet, she had been defeated so quickly, even with me holding back. Sona had never even considered the possibility of Tsubaki losing. After helping Tsubaki, Sona hesitated for a moment before finally asking, I have to ask, Kaya-kun, why did you hold back during your last attack on Tsubaki's sacred gear? Did you know about Mirror Alice's ability, or were you afraid of hurting Tsubaki? Hearing Sona's question, Tsubaki and the other girls also looked at me curiously, waiting for my answer. Of course I knew about it, being a transmigrator and all, but I still thought for a moment before explaining. A bit of both, I guess. I have the ability to briefly foresee the future, even when facing opponents slightly stronger than me. I can glimpse fragments of what's to come. And of course, even though Mirror Alice would have reflected the damage back at me, doubled, it wouldn't have been a problem for me. But Tsubaki-san might have been seriously injured, so I held back to avoid that. Kyoya-kun is so thoughtful and kind to Tsubaki. Hearing the girl's comments, Tsubaki blushed and offered me her thanks, though she was still a little flustered. Thank you, Kyoya-kun, for holding back. And you don't have to be so formal with us. Just call me Tsubaki. I smiled and replied, All right, Tsubaki. After thinking for a while, Sona finally spoke. Kyoya-kun, what is it? I turned to look at Sona, a little confused. Kyoya-kun, I'd like to invite you to join the student council. As if he'd already guessed what was coming, I could only sigh and reply with a wry smile. And then you'll invite me to become your peerage member again, right, Sona? Sigh, how did you know? Don't tell me Rias already used the same tactic? Sona asked, surprised. That's right, in fact. I then explained how Rias had tried to persuade Asia to join her. Sona nodded, but then her expression turned resolute. I see. So Rias failed. But will you refuse me as well? Even if I fail countless times, as long as there's a chance, I won't give up on you. Seeing Sona's determination, which mirrored Rias's, I couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Is that a confession? If I asked you to marry me as a condition for becoming your peerage member, would you agree? But Sona took my teasing seriously. If I agreed, would you become my peerage member? I answered without hesitation. No, I wouldn't. Why not? Am I not good enough for you? Sona was not happy to hear my immediate rejection. It made her feel like she lacked charm, as if I wouldn't accept her even if she were offered to me for free. That's not it. You're very attractive, Sona, and you've always been a girl I've admired. But I don't want to obtain you this way. I want you to fall in love with me for who I am. My almost confession made the other girls look at their president with envy, murmuring under their breath. Seeing the expressions of the other student council members, I boldly declared, however, I, Kyoya Hibari, am a man who aspires to have a large harem. So it's not just Sona. Everyone in the student council is a target of mine. Sona and the other girls. In contrast, the bold and lively Yura was all smiles. I support you, Kyoya-kun. Just don't forget about me. Even Sona blushed at the first statement. After all, she was just a high school girl. Now, then, can you join the student council? I looked at the girls before me. Sure. Sona, are you trying to steal Kyoya-kun from us? If so, we won't stand for it. Just as we were discussing this, several figures appeared in the distance. It was Rias and her group. Rias, why are you here? Sona asked, surprised. Rias pouted a little jealous. If I had arrived any later, you would have sweet-talked Kyoya-kun into joining the student council. Rias, what do you mean by sweet-talked? Besides, Kyoya-kun himself declared his intention to have a harem. With so many girls in the student council, I'm sure he'd want to join us. Sona adjusted her glasses and retorted, not backing down. Tsubaki also voiced her support, though her cheeks were flushed. That's right. The student council would also welcome Kyoya-kun very much. Besides, we could all learn from him. Agreed. The other student council members chimed in. After all, the Occult Research Club had the two most popular girls in the academy, Rias and Akino, as well as Kaneko. Naturally, they saw the Occult Research Club as their main romantic rivals, and they were all trying to find ways to secure an advantage. Akino, seeing the girls' infatuated expressions, couldn't help but tease, Kyoya-kun, you're such a player, charming so many pretty girls. The student council girls knew who Akino was referring to, and they all blushed and lowered their heads. Kaneko, on the other hand, just glared at me and muttered under her breath. He's only been gone for a little while and already charmed so many girls. Just a perverted H-senpai, as always. I chose to ignore Kaneko's comment. Oni-sama belongs to me. You can't steal him from me. Just then, Asia, with a determined expression, hugged my arm tightly, glaring at the other girls. Feeling the softness pressing against my arm, I shivered slightly. I couldn't take it anymore, so I made an excuse to leave. Cough. Ahem. Asia-chan, why don't you get to know the student council members? I'm just going to step out to buy a drink. Kyoya-kun, wait a moment. I have something I want to say to you. But just as I reached a quiet courtyard, Yura suddenly appeared behind me and called out to me. Seeing that it was Yura, I stopped. Actually, I like... Although Yura was usually open and bold, saying she liked wild guys, when it came time to confess her own feelings, she became tongue-tied. She wasn't very popular with guys because of her personality, so she wanted to confess first. But now, she was at a loss for words. I smiled wryly, then pulled her onto my lap and looked into her blushing face before leaning down. So, this is what it feels like to kiss Kuken. It feels so good. After a long moment, we finally separated, both of us breathless. Yura was clearly enchanted. Yura, be my girlfriend. I confessed directly. Okay, Kyoya-kun, please take care of me from now on. Yura agreed shyly. Just as the two were embracing and lost in their own world, a surprised voice suddenly rang out, breaking the romantic atmosphere. What are you two doing? Yura, how could you sneak a kiss behind our backs? Tomo, Momo, Rhea, and Ruruko were stunned, then quickly became flustered and indignant. Hearing their outburst, Yura quickly pulled away from me, flustered. It's not what you think. I was just representing the student council, giving Kyoya-kun a welcome. Yes, that's it. Yura, blushing furiously, tried to explain herself, though it was a flimsy excuse. That's a very special way to welcome someone. Since when do people welcome others with a kiss? Do you think we're stupid? Tomo and the others stared at Yura, sighing helplessly. That's right, and I saw it clearly. There's no need for such a welcome. Is Yura-san trying to fool us? Ruruko added, quietly driving the knife deeper. Realizing that the four girls had seen everything, Yura's face turned as red as a tomato. Seeing that Yura was about to faint from embarrassment, I decided to step in and help her out. Actually, I confessed to Yura-san. She accepted, and I asked for a little celebratory kiss. So, it's not really Yura-san's fault. I explained softly. What? Confessed? Hearing my words, Tomo and the other three girls exchanged bewildered glances, unable to speak. The atmosphere among the four girls suddenly became very strange. Rhea seemed deep in thought. Momo's eyes darted around, as if she were considering something. Ruruko looked at Yura with envy, and Tomo opened her mouth as if to say something, but then hesitated, unsure of what to say. Seeing their expressions, I knew exactly what they were thinking, so I decided to go for it. Actually, it's not just Yura-san. Tomo, Momo, Rhea, Ruruko, I like all of you too. Hearing my sudden, earth-shattering confession, the four girls blushed crimson, completely flustered. They stammered, trying to respond. Kyoya-kun, please don't make jokes like that. Why, yeah, Kyoya-kun, it's not funny. I'm not joking. I truly like all of you. So, I want to ask you to be my girlfriends. I stated my intentions clearly. At first, the girls were shy about my direct confession. But then they remembered Rias and Sona, and their hesitation grew. But didn't you say you wanted a harem? And that you wanted to conquer Sona Kaishu and Rias Senpai? Tomo asked in a small voice. How does that conflict? I meant what I said. I wanted to pursue all of you from the beginning. After all, who wouldn't? To me, each of you is unique and special, I declared, shamelessly embracing my inner scumbag. Hearing my words, the girls were moved. They hadn't actually spent much time alone with me. But first impressions were often powerful, and girls often dreamed of being swept off their feet. At first, they were too embarrassed to express their feelings, but now the opportunity had presented itself. Ruruko, blushing, looked up at me and asked softly, "If we agree, will you treat us badly?" "Don't worry, Ruruko-chan, as your man. You'll be the most important people in my heart. Besides, do you really think Sona would let me mistreat you?" I said gently, "Well then, please take care of me, Kyoya-kun. Please take care of me." The four girls nodded shyly, accepting my feelings. Seeing the four girls, their faces flushed and radiant, was an incredibly cute sight. So, now that we've established our relationship, how about a celebratory kiss? Hearing my request, the girls blushed again, glancing at Yura. They knew exactly what I meant. And while they were all a little envious, they were also shy about kissing in front of everyone. They suggested that Yura, as my first girlfriend, should go first. Yura, seeing her allies turn on her, almost choked. "Why, you guys? If it weren't for me, who knows when Kyoya-kun would have confessed to you, and now you're throwing me under the bus." Kyoya-kun, come here. We'll do it right in front of them again. Let's make them jealous." With that, she turned, her luscious lips pursed, ready to ignite the flames of passion within me. I couldn't resist any longer. I pulled her into my embrace. We looked into each other's eyes, seeing our reflections in their depths. Yura wrapped her arms around my neck. I leaned down, and she responded eagerly. After a full minute, we finally separated, both of us breathless. Yura, panting slightly, glared at me playfully. "Honestly, Kyoya-kun, did you want to suffocate me?" "Silly, you were so enthusiastic just now. What happened?" I teased, seeing her flustered state. But the other four girls were in a much more awkward state, seeing that steamy scene had made them incredibly self-conscious, and some of them were even feeling a little damp between their legs. "Tomo, your turn," I said, waving my hand. So, Tomo, blushing, walked over to me slightly bow-legged. I repeated the same process with her, as I had with Yura. Next were Momo and Ruruko. Ruruko, being the youngest, was so overwhelmed by the kiss that she almost fainted from lack of oxygen. That was nice. I really enjoyed that. My voice was low and a little husky, making the girls blush even harder. Around 3 p.m., as I was chatting and flirting with my 5 new girlfriends in the academy courtyard, I remembered that I hadn't opened my rewards yet. So, I asked the system to open the gift bags. White grade gift bags opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bust-enhancing papaya milk, exquisite magical girl outfit. What am I supposed to do with these? Give them to Kaneko. Well, I guess that could work. I should find an opportunity to give the papaya milk to Kaneko. She could definitely use a boost in that department. But I definitely wouldn't tell her what kind of milk it was, or she'd kill me. As for the exquisite magical girl outfit, I remembered that Sona's older sister, Seraphal Leviathan, was a cheerful and outgoing woman who was in charge of foreign affairs in the underworld. She was also a magical girl otaku. It seemed I might have a chance to get close to a pair of beautiful sisters. System, open the red grade gift bag from Tsubaki. Ding! Red grade gift bag opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact Chains of Heaven, enhanced. Oh, my eyes lit up. I hadn't expected to get this. Chains of Heaven, a divine construct created by the gods to bind other gods, specifically designed to counter the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Its power to bind increased in proportion to the target's divinity. However, Against an ordinary human, it was nothing more than a sturdy chain. One of its most notable feats was when Gilgamesh and Enkidu used the chains of heaven to capture the bull of heaven, the strongest of the divine beasts. Enkidu also used it to halt the advance of Tiamat during the final battle in the Babylonia Singularity. The chains of heaven is a formidable weapon. When I fight in the future, I can just use this to restrain my enemies. Since this world is full of gods and devils, it'll be especially effective. How wonderful! I thought to myself, feeling quite pleased. After spending some more time with the 5 girls, it was getting late. I noticed a marker on my system map. I have some business to take care of, so I'm heading home first. I'll come see you again when I have time. What is it? Do you need any help? The 5 girls had just officially become my girlfriends, and they were reluctant to part with me so soon. I kissed each of them on the cheek and told them I had important matters to attend to. They pouted, a little dejected, but ultimately waved me goodbye. I left and ran to another nearby bridge where I found her. She was wearing her school uniform with black stockings, had a delicate, oval face, a straight nose, rosy lips, and fair skin. It was none other than Aika Kiryu, but I didn't have time to admire her beauty right now. Kiryu's mental state seemed very unstable, as if she were about to jump into the river. I quickly rushed over to stop her. Using my abilities, I peered in her mind and saw a dark shadow. It was a black cat with a single vertical black line in its crimson eyes. It looked incredibly sinister. I was startled. A black cat? What does this mean? Without overthinking it, I channeled my magic power into her, slowly suppressing the black cat in her mind, allowing her to regain consciousness. Kiryu slowly came to, and seeing my smiling face close to hers, holding her hand, she let out a small yelp and quickly pulled her hand back, blushing. "You're Hibari Kyoya? WH, what are you doing? Where is this?" I didn't answer, instead waiting for Kiryu to calm down before explaining what had just happened. "Oh, I remember now. Thank you, Kyoya-kun. Have you experienced anything strange or unusual lately? Or had any strange dreams?" Hearing my question, Kiryu's expression changed. The reason she had wanted to jump into the river was still a fresh and scary memory. Kiryu remained silent for a full 5 minutes before finally speaking. "Kyoya-kun, for the past few days, whenever I fall asleep, I have the same nightmare. I dream of a strange black cat chasing me. Several times, I was so scared that I fell into the water and almost drowned. A black cat." I frowned. I had a hunch about what was going on. I told her I was worried and insisted on walking her home. Kyoya-kun, we're not that close. Why are you being so nice to me? Are you sure you don't have ulterior motives? And I know about your close relationships with Ria-senpai and Akino-senpai. There are even rumors that Kaneko-chan has fallen victim to your charms. But someone like me, you underestimate yourself. If you dressed up a bit, you'd definitely be the center of attention." I looked at her, a strange smile on my face. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to have an experienced friend to say something like that so calmly? Just what I'd expect from you, Kyoya-kun. Kiryu rolled her eyes at me, then sighed. As we walked along the street, I decided to take her to a place with a nice night view, hoping the romantic atmosphere would help dispel the shadows in her heart. Kiryu just looked at me, a strange expression on her face, and muttered, "Honestly, I already said I can go home by myself. You don't have to worry about me." I didn't respond, my gaze fixed on something ahead. She followed my gaze and felt her blood run cold. A black cat, nearly 2 meters tall, slowly emerged from the darkness. Its fangs were bared and its eyes glowed green. Kiryu turned pale, trembling as she stared at it. A deep sense of unease and terror welled up inside her. She stammered, "This is the black cat from my dreams. Am I still dreaming?" Seeing the look of despair on her face, the black cat seemed to grin even wider, its expression becoming even more scary as it slowly approached them. But just then, I spoke, my voice surprisingly nonchalant. "Kiryu, this thing has been haunting your dreams and nearly drove you to suicide, hasn't it?" Hearing my words, Kiryu was stunned. "So that's it. That's why Kyoya-kun insisted on taking me home." She felt a surge of guilt, realizing that she had put me in danger. Forcing herself to calm down, Kiryu decided she needed to buy me some time to escape. Kyoya-kun, run. I'll hold it off. But I simply pulled her behind me and said, just stay back and watch. My eyes sharpened, crackling with blue energy. In that instant, I made my move. A thick bolt of blue lightning ripped through the night sky, like divine punishment, striking the black cat directly, instantly turning it into a charred crisp. It was dead beyond dead. Staring at this unbelievable scene, Kiryu was dumbstruck. Then she excitedly asked, was that black cat one of those monsters from manga? And Kyoya-kun, you must be an exorcist or an Onmyuji, right? I just smiled at her reaction. Then I explained to Kiryu about the black cat, about this world, about the 3 factions, and about the various pantheons. Only then did she finally understand that the black cat was a creature called a stray devil, and that there were many beings in this world that existed only in legends. Wow, so your lives are so exciting. I'm so envious, Kiryu exclaimed, stars in her eyes. Seeing Kiryu's envious expression, I continued to tempt her. So, Kiryu, do you want to become a devil? You'll have an eternal life and an exciting life like mine. Become a devil? That sounds kind of nice. Kiryu thought about it for a moment. If you decide to become a devil, I'll give you a lavish gift. I continued to entice her. In that case, I've made up my mind. I want to become a devil, too. Kiryu finally made her decision. Seeing that she wanted to become a devil, I took out the purified, Vritra's sacred gears that I had extracted from Sajit. Then I explained all the information about the Vritra's sacred gears to Kiryu. After hearing the explanation, Kiryu was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that the gift I had mentioned would be so valuable. Before Kiryu could react, I directly implanted the Vritra's sacred gears into her body. Feeling the strange power within her, Kiryu looked at me curiously. Kyoya-kun, why are you so nice to me? Didn't I already tell you? I'm interested in you, Kiryu. Isn't it normal to be nice to your future wife? I said with a serious expression. Hearing my sudden confession, Kiryu blushed, not knowing what to say. Also, when you see Yura later, just tell her you want to meet Sona. She'll take you to her. But don't tell her that I gave you the Vritra's sacred gears. Just say that I recommended you because I think you have great potential. I thought for a moment and instructed her. Oh, and one more thing. Your friend Yura is my first girlfriend. What? That Yura? How dare she find a boyfriend without telling me? Just wait till I get my hands on her. Hearing my words, Kiryu was furious. All right, Kiryu, it's getting late. You should head home. I'll be going now. Remember to go see Yura tomorrow, I said, preparing to leave. Just then, Kiryu grabbed me and kissed me on the lips. Then, before I could react, she blushed and ran off towards her home. Seeing her dash off, I touched my lips and smiled. Early the next morning, Ika Kiryu arrived at the classroom, eagerly waiting for Yura's arrival. But because there were too many people in the classroom, making it inconvenient to talk, she waited until after lunch to meet Yura on the rooftop. Once they were alone on the rooftop, Kiryu adjusted her glasses and stared intently at Yura, as if she already knew everything. Yura, confused by her friend's expression, asked, "What is it, Kiryu? Why are you looking at me like that? You said you had something to tell me." Kiryu pouted, pretending to be angry. Yura, you're not being a very good friend. If Kyoya-kun hadn't told me the truth, I wouldn't have known how long you were going to keep this from me. Hearing this, Yura was startled. She quickly explained, I'm sorry, Kiryu. I was worried that if you knew, you might be in danger. That's why I didn't tell you. Please don't be mad. Oh, I'm not talking about the devil stuff. I'm talking about when you became Kyoya-kun's girlfriend. Why didn't I know about this? Kiryu waved her hand dismissively. When she heard that her friend was asking about her relationship with Kyoya, even a usually bold Yura blushed. Ugh, Kyoya-kun, really? You promised not to reveal it so soon. Yura mumbled, looking as though she had been through a lot. Seeing Yura's flustered state, Kiryu grinned mischievously. Have you two done anything, Eki? Since your boyfriend and girlfriend, you must have, right? How does it feel? Based on my observations, Kyoya-kun's is at least. Although she was shy, Kiryu, couldn't resist teasing her friend. She used her magic eyes to estimate Kyoya's size. Yura was stunned by Kiryu's question. Then, Yura blushed furiously and retorted, "Kiryu, what are you talking about? We just started dating yesterday. How could we possibly have done that already? There's no way." Kiryu was a little disappointed that she didn't get the juicy details she was hoping for. But then, remembering that Kyoya had asked her to talk to Yura about her sacred gear, and then have Yura bring her to Sona to become a reincarnated devil, she quickly told Yura about it. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, yesterday, Kyoya-kun saved my life. He also told me that I have a sacred gear. He asked me to find you and have you take me to Sona Kaishu to become her peerage member. Yura was shocked. She couldn't believe that her best friend was a sacred gear wielder. Is it true, Kiryu? Do you really have a sacred gear? Yes, Kyoya-kun told me. Kiryu said seriously. If it's something Kyoya-kun said, then it must be true. This is great. Let's hurry up and find him, then go to the student council. With that, Yura grabbed Kiryu's hand, intending to find Kyoya. Soon, Yura arrived at the student council room with Kyoya and Kiryu. Everyone from the student council was present, helping Sona with paperwork. They looked up, surprised to see Yura, Kyoya, and an unfamiliar girl. After a moment's hesitation, they greeted him, Kyoya-kun. But Sona and Tsubaki were confused as to why the other girls seemed so bashful. They didn't think too much about it, assuming it was just because they were happy to see Kyoya. I smiled faintly, then pulled Yura and Kiryu over to the sofa and sat down. Yura, who is this? Sona looked at Kiryu with confusion, then turned to Yura. Hihi, Kaicho, her name is Aika Kiryu. She's my best friend. There's an important reason why I brought her here today. Then, Yura explained in detail what Kiryu had told her on the rooftop. What? A sacred gear? Kyoya-kun, are you saying that Kiryu-san has a sacred gear within her? Is this true? Sona's eyes lit up as she scanned Kiryu, then turned to me excitedly for confirmation. I held Kiryu's hand and smiled. That's right. Kiryu does indeed have a sacred gear. That's why I recommended she come to you, Sona. I thought you could make her one of your peerage members. After I confirmed it again, Sona was ecstatic. Since I had recommended her, she would have agreed to take Kiryu in regardless. And now that she knew Kiryu had a sacred gear, she was even more determined not to let her go. But thinking about how I had recommended such a talented individual to her instead of Rias, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Sona's gaze towards me softened considerably. Then, she turned to Kiryu and asked, Kiryu-san, would you consider becoming my reincarnated devil? Kiryu looked at me, and seeing me nod reassuringly, she replied earnestly, Yes, Sona Kaishu. Seeing Kiryu agree to become Sona's peerage member, the student council members all smiled and warmly welcomed her. That's wonderful. Now our student council will have another companion. Congratulations, Kiryu-san. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Kiryu also relaxed and smiled back, responding to each of them. Please take care of me from now on. Just then, Sona walked over and took out an evil piece upon. Oh, so that's an evil piece? It was the first time I had seen one in this world. After the Great War, many of the 72 pillars of pure-blooded devil families had died out. To increase the number of devils, one of the current 4 great Maos, Ajuka, had developed the evil pieces system for devil reincarnation. But as Sona placed one pawn piece after another into Kiryu's body, nothing happened. Sona was surprised. This meant that Kiryu's aptitude was very high, and her sacred gear was very powerful. It looked like I had brought her an incredible gift, but I remained calm. I knew that when Saji was reincarnated, he used 4 pawn pieces. Since the Vritra's sacred gears had been purified by the system, it wouldn't be that far off from Issei's boosted gear, which had used 8 pawn pieces during his reincarnation. Finally, after using 7 pawn pieces, Sona successfully reincarnated Kiryu. Just as Kiryu officially became Sona's peerage member, the system notification for task completion rang in my mind. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a red grade sign-in gift bag. But I ignored the system notification for now. The reward wouldn't disappear. 7 evil pieces. Unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. Yura stared at her best friend in shock. The sacred gear within her must be extraordinary. Tsubaki, beside her, was also visibly moved, looking at Kiryu with anticipation. Sona smiled at the newly reincarnated Kiryu. Kiryu, try to summon your sacred gear. Let's see what kind it is. Hearing Sona's urging, Kiryu glanced at Kyoya, who was smiling mischievously in the corner, then prepared to summon the sacred gear that he had given her. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Ika Kiryu summoned the Vritra's sacred gears. The moment the jet-black dragon's hand appeared, Sona couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Vritra's sacred gears, widely recognized as being second only to the Longinus. To think you have this sacred gear, Kiryu. It seems I've really hit the jackpot this time. Sona adjusted her glasses, her face beaming with delight. One of the 5 great dragon kings, Vritra, the black evil dragon king, a serpentine dragon of immense size, wreathed in black flames. Originating from Indian mythology, its powers include imprisonment, weakening, and the inextinguishable black flames. It is both a dragon king and an evil dragon. Its body was divided and sealed into multiple sacred gears. Even the usually unflappable Sona couldn't contain her excitement at having acquired this promising new peerage member. Kyoya-kun, thank you so much for bringing me such a talented individual. I chuckled dryly. Well, don't mention it. I'm a member of the student council too, after all. But don't tell Rias, okay? Or she'll be upset with me again. Sona was secretly pleased. Rias had been the first to approach Kyoya about joining her peerage, but he had prioritized bringing Kiryu to her instead. This proved that he did care for her. It seemed she had won the first round against Rias. But just then, I retracted my smile and said, feigning seriousness, "But if you really want to thank me, Sona, could you perhaps let me rest my head on your lap? I hear that's what girls do to show their appreciation, and that it makes guys happy." Hearing my request, all the girls froze for a moment, then looked at me with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Kiryu, in particular, gave me a strange look as if she saw right through me. She murmured, "Kyoya-kun, I think you just want to take advantage of Sona Kaishu." Seeing my thinly veiled intentions exposed by Kiryu, I shamelessly retorted, while secretly vowing to punish her later. "What are you talking about? I just want to deepen my bond with Sona through a lap pillow. Besides, if Sona doesn't want to, the others can do it too. Yura or Tomo, for example. As my girlfriends, I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige." I added, throwing more fuel on the fire. Ugh, the girls blushed, flustered by my suggestion. Sona and Tsubaki were shocked, their faces incredulous. "Huh? When did they become your girlfriends? When did this happen? Why don't I know anything about this?" Just then, Tomo raised her small hand, looking a little embarrassed, and explained, "Kaicho, it actually happened yesterday while you were chatting with Ria-senpai and the others. We found Kyoya-kun, and he confessed to us, so we agreed." After hearing the explanation, Sona looked utterly defeated. She and Rias had been competing in secret, but now it seemed her own peerage members had betrayed her. Tsubaki, on the other hand, looked at me with a resentful expression, also regretting that she hadn't been there yesterday. "I can't believe you, Kyoya-kun. You're taking all of my peerage members for yourself, except for Kiryu and Tsubaki." Sona sighed, massaging her temples in exasperation. I laughed heartily. "Haha, it's not just them. Kiryu too." Suddenly, Kiryu adjusted her glasses, blushing slightly. Deciding to throw caution to the wind, she chimed in, "Kyoya-kun is quite bold, even though I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. But since you saved my life, I suppose I should repay you somehow." Hearing Kiryu's response, the smile on my face grew even wider. My gaze lingered on her face. "Then, why don't you fulfill my wish first?" Then, I pulled Kiryu in my arms, my left hand holding her slender waist as I leaned my head closer to hers. Seeing my face getting closer, Kiryu, despite her usual teasing nature, had very little experience with men. She knew what I wanted to do, but before she could say anything, I leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss, silencing her. That's enough. There are still people watching. Sona couldn't help but interject, a little jealous. She quickly pulled the two apart. That was wonderful. It was a bit too short. Kyoya-kun, let's find some time to catch up later, Kiryu said, a little unsatisfied. Hearing Kiryu's comment, the other girls blushed furiously, but they couldn't help but feel a little envious of her boldness. So, Sona, are you ready to offer me a lap pillow? Or if not, my girlfriends could do it instead, I suddenly teased. As soon as I said that, the atmosphere in the student council room became strange. Tomo and the others glanced at their own smooth, fair thighs, looking eager. As my girlfriends, they naturally felt obligated to offer me a lap pillow. Even the usually cool and collected Tsubaki pursed her lips, looking expectant. Sona, seeing how much I wanted a lap pillow, and after glancing at the other girls, finally relented. She sat down on the sofa and gestured to me with her hands. Since it's Kyoya-kun's request, I guess I'll do it to thank you. So come here. I laid my head comfortably on Sona's lap, taking a deep breath and closed my eyes. Feeling the warmth from her thighs, Sona blushed. She reached out her hand and gently stroked my hair, helping me to position my head more comfortably on her lap, near her lower abdomen, and tenderly caress my hair. I could sense a tantalizing fragrance coming from Sona, making me feel intoxicated and sleepy. I took a deep breath, inhaling her scent. Sona, you smell so good. I could sleep like this forever. I stretched lazily and hugged Sona's slender waist. Sona blushed, but she still said softly, if Kyoya-kun likes it so much, you can rest a little longer. You can do this again anytime in the future. She's so good at this. The girls' intense gazes were making me a little uncomfortable. I finally used an excuse to escape the awkward situation and slipped away. Later that night, as I was leisurely walking home, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Discovered target character. Chow Chow. Task grade, black. Task condition, defeat him. Ding! Discovered target character. George. Task grade, black. Task condition, defeat him. Chow Chow and George of the hero faction? They're nearby? Could they be here to investigate the Azure Dragon's Phantom 2? I hesitated, then activated my Rinnegan to search for them. But it seemed my Rinnegan was being interfered with, its effectiveness greatly reduced. I thought for a moment and deactivated my Rinnegan. If they didn't want to show themselves, there was no need to rush. I'd have plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. But just as I was about to leave, I felt a sudden chill. A thick fog appeared out of nowhere, disorienting me. Even when I could see a path, I couldn't seem to reach it. I observed my surroundings for a moment, then raised my right hand. In that instant, a blinding bolt of lightning ripped through the air without any warning. It carried with it a menacing power, as if it could shatter the very fabric of space. The lightning struck the surrounding area, instantly dispelling the fog. Then I paused, my expression calm. Why don't you show yourselves, Chow Chow? That fog was from Dimension Lost, wasn't it? So George, you might as well come out too. As expected of someone Vala holds in high regard. You're not weak at all. You figured out our identities in an instant, even through Dimension Lost. A voice echoed from within the dissipating fog, and two figures emerged, one after the other. They were just as I remembered them. Chow Chow, wielding the true Longinus, and George, dressed in red and wearing glasses. Seeing them, I frowned slightly. These two gave me a dangerous feeling. Chow Chow, leader of the hero faction, a direct descendant of Chow Chow from the Three Kingdoms era. He was known as the strongest human, and he had instigated a series of events in his quest to explore the limits of human potential. He wielded the true Longinus. It contained the will of God and had a consciousness of its own. It was said to be the strongest Longinus because it was once used to pierce Jesus. As a holy spear, it has divine power, making it extremely dangerous to devils and other supernatural creatures. George was a descendant of Faust, who had made a pact with the legendary devil Mephistopheles. In the novel, he was defeated by a corrupted Gasper and had his sacred gear stolen by Indra, who then sent it to Hades. He has the high-tier Longinus, dimension lost, whose power allowed him to create and manipulate a fog that could seal anything within it and even transport targets to another dimension. You came all this way just to exchange pleasantries? If you have something to say, say it. Don't beat around the bush. I said, my expression's serious. Our purpose? There's no harm in telling you. Firstly, we're here to investigate the dragon's phantom. Secondly, we wanted to see for ourselves if you were as powerful and mysterious as Vala claimed. Chow Chow smiled faintly, his eyes full of curiosity. We had barely arrived in the area when you, despite dimension lost, instantly figured out our identities. Impressive indeed. It's not easy for a human to reach your level. So, I'd like to invite you to join us. If you want me to join you, prove you're strong enough, which means you have to defeat me. Of course, that's impossible. I said, my expression still calm. Oh, you seem very confident. Well then, I'll humor you. Let's see where your confidence comes from. Chow Chow was now very intrigued. Let's go. Outside the city. With that, George used his power, and the three of us instantly teleported to a deserted area outside the city. Come then. Once we were ready, I summoned Zangetsu and spoke. Come, show me what you've got. Seeing that I had drawn my weapon, Chow Chow charged at me, wielding the true Longinus. With a single thrust, Chow Chow launched his attack, using the true Longinus right from the start. Divine power coursed through the spear, making it incredibly sharp and seemingly indestructible. I met his attack head-on, not using any of my trump cards yet. I swung Zangetsu, directly clashing with the true Longinus, sparks flying from the impact. Chow Chow gripped the true Longinus with both hands, his intense, positive energy circulating rapidly within him. It formed streaks of light that wrapped around the spear, like 6 dragons roaring at the heavens, shaking the very earth. George automatically retreated from the battlefield, watching the fight with a shocked expression. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The power of the true Longinus was well known, yet I was able to meet it head-on without suffering any injuries. Although Chow Chow wasn't using his full strength, this alone proved my absolute confidence. But Chow Chow is at the ultimate class level. Even though he was treating this as a spar and not using his full power, the might of the true Longinus, repeatedly pushing me back. You're strong, but you're going to lose, Hibari Kyoya. After trading 10 blows, Chow Chow uttered his arrogant statement. Is that so? I remained calm. Then, a golden vortex appeared behind me. Countless gleaming golden chains shot out from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden chains flew towards Chow Chow, aiming to ensnare him and the true Longinus. They instantly bound both Chow Chow and his spear. Chow Chow's expression tightened, surprised. He couldn't believe that these strange chains could restrain his true Longinus without being damaged. Before Chow Chow could react, the chains, now covered in glowing runes, began to shine even brighter. This was one of my trump cards, the Chains of Heaven. Although Chow Chow was human and didn't possess strong divinity, the true Longinus he wielded was one of the most divine objects in this world. After all, it contained a part of God's will and had a consciousness of its own, and was once used to kill Jesus, which was why it was called the strongest Longinus. And the Chains of Heaven were particularly effective against beings and objects with high divinity. Chow Chow tried to exert more power through the true Longinus, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Finally, Chow Chow gave up on using the true Longinus and started to fight me with his own power. Seeing that Chow Chow had stopped using the true Longinus, I recalled the Chains of Heaven and sheathed Zangetsu. After all, the Chains of Heaven were only effective against the spear. They weren't very useful against Chow himself. I hovered in the air, my fists crackling with lightning. I punched towards Chow Chow, who met my attacks head-on. We traded blows, neither of us backing down. This was a matter of pride, a display of our confidence and arrogance. Lightning crackled around me, and countless bolts of blue lightning gathered above, then rained down, converging on my arms, making me look like a god of thunder. In that instant, we were evenly matched, and the commotion attracted the attention of others in the area. Many began to approach. Finally, after a particularly powerful exchange, the dust settled, and we both retreated, facing each other from a distance. I stood in midair, calmly observing Cao Cao, my expression serene and confident. It seems that without the true Longinus, we're fairly evenly matched. Neither of us can gain an advantage. Cao Cao's expression was grim as he admitted grudgingly, If I could use the true Longinus properly, you wouldn't stand a chance. What was that golden chain you used earlier? I chuckled, a hint of mockery in my voice. Are you making excuses now? You can use your weapon, but I can't use mine? Why don't you ask yourself how much strength you were actually using? You honestly believe you can still win in this situation? Hearing my words, George approached Cao Cao and said, You can't defeat him right now. Our fight has already attracted too much attention. We should retreat for now. It's a shame I couldn't defeat you and have you join us. It's truly regrettable. Next time we meet, we'll be rivals. I hope you'll be as lucky then as you were today. With Cao Cao's final words, the two vanished. Seeing them leave, I breathed a small sigh of relief. Although Cao Cao's true Longinus was restrained by chains of heaven, he was still a student of Indra, and he had been at the ultimate class level for a long time. It was hard to say who would have won in an all-out fight. Besides, George was still there. My original plan was to save my trump cards for the peace conference between the devils, angels, and fallen angels. If Cao Cao had really pushed me, I would have summoned the Azure Dragon's soul and annihilated them both. But this fight had given me a deeper understanding of my own power, which was a good thing. Sensing other factions approaching from afar, and not wanting to reveal myself to them prematurely, I left the area. Meanwhile, back at the Occult Research Club, the atmosphere was tense. Sona, you found another peerage member? When did this happen? Rias asked, a little puzzled, after hearing Sona's words. Then she added, But if you recruited her, she must be quite talented. Congratulations. It was just a day. Yura brought her friend over, and I made her my peerage member. But I had no idea she would be so gifted. It took 7 pawn pieces to reincarnate her. And as soon as she became a devil, she awakened Vritra's sacred gears. Sona explained, taking a sip of the tea Aquino had prepared. A smile played on her lips. 7 pawn pieces? And Vritra's sacred gears. Hearing Sona's words, everyone in the Occult Research Club, including Rias, gasped in astonishment. After all, none of Rias's current peerage members had such high potential. To awaken such a high-level sacred gear right after becoming a devil was practically unheard of. Although she and Sona were close friends, they had always been competitive, both in their peerage members and in public matters. Originally, they were both still vying for Kyoya. And now, her best friend had acquired such an incredibly talented new member. Rias couldn't help but feel a little envious. So, Rias congratulated her friend, though a hint of jealousy was unavoidable. Congratulations, Sona. You found an exceptional member. Her future is limitless. Why can't I have such good luck? Seeing Rias's envious and dejected expression, Sona felt a little guilty. After all, it was Rias who had first invited Kyoya, but now he had recommended Kiryu to her instead. So, Sona quickly tried to comfort Rias. Rias, don't worry. You'll find exceptional members eventually. There's no need to rush. Hearing Sona's words, Rias forced a smile, her expression strained. Sigh, how can I not be worried? I don't have much time left. Not much time? What does she mean? Sona frowned, her eyes flashing, and then she understood. As Rias's childhood friend, she naturally knew about some of Rias's affairs in the underworld. Rias was the heir to the House of Gremory, one of the 72 pillars of pure-blood devils in the underworld. Because her brother, Surzex Gremory, had assumed the title of Lucifer, one of the 4 great Maos, she had become the next in line to inherit the Gremory name. But both she and Rias had arranged marriages. Sona had managed to dissolve hers by winning a game of chess against her former fiancé. But Rias's fiancé was a different story. The Phoenix family, like the Gremory family, was one of the 72 pillars of pure-blood devils in the underworld and a prominent devil clan. Rias's fiancé was Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family. Rias's marriage to him was a political one. It was an arrangement made by the two families to maintain the purity of devil bloodlines. But it had always been a thorn in Rias's side. She hated the idea of marrying him, which was why she had run away to the human world to avoid seeing him in the underworld. She really loathed Riser. After a moment of silence, Sona finally asked, "What does your family say?" Hearing her best friend's question, Rias looked utterly forlorn. "Sai, what else can they say? You know how important family alliances are. I'm not as lucky as you, Sona. My father is constantly pressuring me to return to the underworld and complete the wedding. Although I've asked Oni Isoma for help, he can't do much in this situation. The Phoenix family is just as powerful as ours. Forcing the issue could cause serious problems. Sai, all I can do is take it one step at a time." Seeing Rias's troubled expression, Sona's cheerful mood dampened. After thinking for a while, she looked at her friend strangely and suggested, "If all else fails, why don't you ask Kyoya-kun for help? I'm sure he has the ability to resolve this issue." Rias stared blankly at Sona for a moment before snapping out of her daze. "Kyoya-kun." Hearing Sona's suggestion, Akino confidently added, "That's right. I'm sure Kyoya-kun has a way to save Rias. Besides, didn't he say he wanted a harem? He definitely won't just stand by and watch a beauty like Rias get married off to someone else." Kaneko and Kiba also nodded in agreement, expressing their belief in Kyoya's abilities. Rias also perked up, her brow furrowing slightly. Then she blushed and smiled. "That's a good idea. If nothing else works, I'll just have to go through with it with Kyoya-kun. We'll make it a done deal. That should shut them up." Hearing Rias's bold declaration, Kaneko's eyes showed a hint of resentment. Akino teased, "Rias, running away is not a good idea. I won't just hand Kyoya-kun over to you. Of course, I might make an exception just this once." Sona took a deep breath and said seriously, "Although this is a special circumstance, and I'm letting you take the lead this time, Rias, I won't give up. You need to be prepared." Hearing Akino and Sona declare war, Rias also became fired up. "Even so, I won't back down. Let's see who comes out on top." After resolving the issue and declaring her intentions, Rias felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The next day, during PE class, I sat on the lawn, enjoying the view of Rias, Akino, and the other girls as they ran laps. "A life is good," a wise man once said. "I look at beautiful girls every day, not for any particular reason, just for the sheer enjoyment of it." "Hentai Kyoya-senpai, you're peeking at the girls." Just as I was lost in my reverie, a cold voice snapped me out of it. Turning around, I saw Kaneko in her white gym uniform, staring at me with an expression that could only be described as one reserved for a pervert. Now, Kaneko-chan, it's not peeking. I'm just appreciating the beauty of nature. Don't go slandering me." I retorted, pouting. Then I continued, "Besides, Kaneko-chan, you don't need to be jealous of Rias and Akino. Your petite frame paired with your, petite assets is the best in its own way." Hearing my sudden comment, Kaneko felt a little happy inside, but she still glared at me, blushing slightly. "To so casually talk about peeking, Kyoya-senpai, you really are a pervert, and I don't need that extra baggage. It would only hinder my fighting ability." I laughed. "Haha, that's what makes you so adorable, Kaneko-chan. Pervert Kyoya-senpai." Seeing my expression, Kaneko's face flushed, and she didn't know what to say. If it had been anyone else, she would have already punched them into a wall. While I was chatting with Kaneko, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in my sights. I looked closely. She seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. Ding. Discovered target character, Kai Omabe. Task grade, green. Task condition, change her current mindset and make her your devoted follower. The system's notification finally jogged my memory. The The golden-haired girl was Kyoya. She was a third-year student at Kuoh Academy and the president of the tennis club. She came from a family of magic beast users and was skilled in controlling magical creatures. She also has extensive knowledge about them. However, she looked down on the devils of Kuoh Academy. This task seemed a bit troublesome, but the solution was simple. She looked down on devils? Then I'd just have to find someone younger than her to thoroughly crush her and shatter her pride. As for making her my devoted follower, it seemed like it was time to use that. After school, I found Kiryu, made up an excuse to Sona, and left with her. Along the way, Kiryu kept asking me what we were doing, but I told her it was a secret. Soon, we arrived at our destination, the tennis club. As a well-known figure at Kuoh Academy, many girls consider me their dream guy. Hibari Kyoya, what brings you to the tennis club? But Kyoya looked at me with displeasure, asking calmly. After all, she knew that the members of the occult research club were devils, and since I was close to them, she assumed I was a devil as well. So, she didn't particularly like me. I'm here to challenge you, Kyoya. Do you have the audacity to face me in a match? I said, feigning a look of contempt. Kiryu, standing beside me, looked at me strangely. She had heard from Yura and Tomo about how I had challenged others and crushed them. She looked at Kyoya with a hint of pity. Fine. I hope you don't lose all your confidence afterward. Kyoya's expression darkened, anger evident on her face. However, I easily defeated Kyoya in the match, winning without dropping a single point. She was utterly devastated. You're here to make a fool of me, aren't you? Kyoya's face was ashen. No. I actually have something important I want to discuss with you, and I guarantee you'll be interested. I said with a smile. Kyoya thought for a moment, looked at me with suspicion, and finally nodded. Then, I brought Kyoya and Kiryu to an isolated area. After making sure no one was around, I created a barrier with my magic power. Seeing my actions, Kyoya's expression changed. She distanced herself from me and looked at me warily. You don't have to be so nervous. I just don't want anyone to see us. I won't hurt you, I said calmly. Then why did you bring me here? Hearing my words, Kyoya remained vigilant. Kiryu was also confused. I'm here to invite you to become my partner. Are you interested? I said seriously. Kyoya immediately refused. Why would I ever want to partner with a devil? Don't even think about it if that's all you wanted to say. I'm leaving. Seeing Kyoya about to leave, I smirked and said sarcastically, Sigh, I didn't expect the heiress of a magic beast user family to be so useless, only able to play with weak little pets. No wonder you can't even defeat a devil. How sad. What did you say? Useless little pets? And that I can't even defeat a devil. Hearing my taunts, Kyoya stopped in her tracks and turned to glare at me. What? Am I wrong? You can't even defeat my girlfriend, who only recently became a devil. I continued to provoke her. Seeing my continued insults, Kyoya's face turned red with anger. Fine, I'll show you the power of a magic beast user. After I defeat your devil girlfriend, I'll see what you have to say. Hearing Kyoya's words, Kiryu was dumbfounded. Why was she suddenly being challenged when she was just here to watch? I patted Kiryu on the shoulder and encouraged her. Believe in yourself. You can do it. If you win, I'll give you a reward. Kiryu just rolled her eyes, but she still agreed. In the end, Kyoya summoned a black magical wolf, a green magical serpent, and a white magical cat to fight against Kiryu, who had summoned her sacred gear. But the result was just as I expected. Kyoya's pets were utterly thrashed. After all, Kiryu had been reincarnated using 7 pawn pieces, and her, Vritra's sacred gears, had been purified, removing its curse. Combined with her recent training with me and the Kendo Club, Kiryu's strength had increased dramatically. She was now far beyond what Kyoya could handle. Seeing Kyoya's stunned and disbelieving expression, I couldn't help but smile. Then I walked over to Kiryu and praised her. Not bad. Looks like you've been training hard lately. Kiryu was proud of herself and immediately asked for a reward. I won. Where's my reward? Hearing this, I leaned down and gave her a quick, firm kiss. Kyoya, who had been watching, was completely dumbfounded. She had never seen anything like this before, being an inexperienced young woman. She quickly averted her gaze, her face burning red. After a while, we finally stopped interacting, and Kiryu pouted, a little dissatisfied. Kyoya-kun, is this the only reward for your girlfriend? Seeing Kiryu's slightly disgruntled expression, I chuckled and embraced her. Of course not. How about you come to my place tonight? And I'll reward you properly. Hearing my words, Kiryu couldn't help but blush. Just as the two were flirting, Kyome couldn't take it anymore and interrupted them. Hey, that's enough. There are other people here, you know. If you want to flirt, do it at home. Hearing Kyome's outburst, I said, oh, if it isn't the young lady of the Magic Beast user family, who can't even defeat a second-year girl who only recently became a devil. Kyome was at a loss for words, but she still stubbornly retorted, even if I lost, why do you insist on calling my magical beasts little pets? Seeing that Kyome still wasn't convinced, I released Kiryu and said, looks like you're still not happy. Then I'll show you what a real divine beast is. Then I took out a spherical object from the system inventory and shouted the classic line, I choose you. A beam of light shot out from the sphere, and a gigantic, over 20-meter-long, ice-blue dragon appeared in the sky. The ice-blue dragon roared, causing Kyome's 3 magical beasts to cower on the ground, not daring to move. Kyome stared up at the dragon, her eyes wide with disbelief. This ice-blue dragon was none other than the sky-high Pokemon from the Pokemon world, Rayquaza. Rayquaza, the legendary sky-high Pokemon, a dragon and flying type. It was said to have been born in the ozone layer of the Pokemon world billions of years ago. It was known as the strongest dragon-type Pokemon and the guardian of the atmosphere, silently protecting the skies of the Pokemon world. When outsiders invaded, it would appear to fight them off. It was incredibly powerful, capable of unleashing devastating Draco meteors, and had the power to destroy the world. And this particular Rayquaza was the red bonus reward I had received from Sona some time ago. More importantly, this Rayquaza was the same type as the shiny black Rayquaza that appeared in the Pokemon movie Destiny Deoxys. Except this one was a female, ice-blue Rayquaza. But what surprised me the most when I first obtained it was that this ice-blue Rayquaza had power at the ultimate class level, and after Mega Evolution, it could almost reach the level of a Mao class. I was ecstatic when I first received it. After all, who wouldn't want a Pokemon as a childhood dream? And such a beautiful and powerful one at that. Kiryu was also seeing this creature for the first time, and she was a little shocked. Cautiously, she reached out and touched Rayquaza. Knowing that Kiryu was close to me, Rayquaza didn't resist. Abe-san, what do you think? After seeing my divine beast Rayquaza, do you still think I was wrong to call your magical beasts little pets? I said with a smile, stroking Rayquaza as it flew around me. Looking at her own magical beasts, trembling on the ground, and then at the majestic and powerful Rayquaza soaring in the sky, Kyome's mouth twitched. There was no comparison, but instead of being discouraged, Kyome's eyes lit up, staring at me and Rayquaza as if she were looking at her lover. After all, she was the heiress of a Magic Beast user family. Her dream was to train incredibly powerful magical beasts, and a divine beast like Rayquaza was the perfect embodiment of her aspirations. Wow, you're amazing. How did you train such a powerful divine beast? Can you teach me? I could do anything, even be your girlfriend. Kyome asked me with a look of admiration. I can teach you, but you have to agree to become Rias's reincarnated devil first. I said, seeing her already becoming my fangirl. This task is easier than I thought. You've already fallen for it. I thought to myself with a smile. Do I really have to become a devil? Kyome asked, still hesitant. She didn't have a very good impression of devils. Seeing Kyome's reluctance, I said, you don't have to be so prejudiced against all devils, Abe-san. Not all of them are bad. Besides, you couldn't even defeat my girlfriend who became a devil recently. You don't really have much to be proud of, do you? And, if you agree, we'll be partners. Wouldn't you like to know how I trained such a powerful divine beast? Do I know how to train magical beasts? Of course not, but the system does. I had quickly realized that the system's rewards often addressed or counter the troubles I would face in the future. So, I was certain that after completing this task, I would gain the knowledge or ability to train them. Kyome's expression darkened. As I said, she didn't have much to be proud of. It seemed devils were stronger than she had thought. Fine, I'll do it. I'll become Rias's reincarnated devil. Now, can you tell me your secret? Kyome finally relented, agreeing to my request. It's actually quite simple. Your magical beasts have low-grade bloodlines. If you can awaken their bloodlines, they have a chance to evolve and become much stronger. But you probably don't have anything that can help them evolve. Fortunately, I do. Choose one of your magical beasts, and I'll show you. I explained with a smile. I wasn't lying. Bloodline really did determine a creature's potential. It was the reason why the various pantheons feared the dragon race so much. They had superior bloodlines and, therefore, superior power. And I just happened to have a bloodline advancement card that I hadn't used yet. This was the perfect opportunity to use it on Kyome and show her that I wasn't bluffing. Kyome, hearing my explanation, thought it sounded reasonable. She quickly summoned the black wolf from earlier. Seeing the wolf, which was barely half my height, I used the bloodline advancement card on it. In an instant, the magical power within the wolf began to grow at a visible rate. Within seconds, a nearly 2-meter-tall, menacing magical wolf with vibrant red fur was born. When Kyome felt the surge of power, she started to breathe heavily. She was no longer just a tamer of little pets. She immediately latched onto me, not wanting to let go. A reincarnated devil? Kyoya-kun, you're saying you found a candidate for me. Inside the Occult Research Club, Rias and the others stared at the girl beside me in surprise. Yes, this is Kyome. She comes from a family of magic beast users. She's skilled in controlling magical creatures and has extensive knowledge about them. I believe she has the qualifications to become Rias's reincarnated devil. Rias was overjoyed. After hearing that Sona had recruited Kiryu, she had been searching for a suitable candidate herself. She hadn't expected me to deliver such a wonderful gift. In the end, Rias used 2 pawn pieces to make Kyome her reincarnated devil. Perhaps because Kyome had been defeated by Kiryu, or maybe because of the warm welcome from the Occult Research Club members, she gradually began to change her views on devils. After I left with Kiryu, the system notification for task completion rang out. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green-grade gift bag and 10 magical beast enhancement cards. Not bad. I thought a little disappointed. It was what I had expected, but it was still useful. Never mind that. I have to reward Kiryu later. After being in this world for so long, I was finally going to have some fun. I couldn't help but get excited. Beside me, Kiryu noticed my ill-concealed grin and suddenly had a bad feeling. But later that night, Kiryu might have regretted going to my house alone. The next day, at noon, Kiryu woke up with a sore body. Thinking about what had happened the previous night made her incredibly frustrated. Kiryu had moved into my house at my suggestion. I pushed open the door and entered. Seeing that Kiryu was awake, I smiled and helped her up. How are you feeling? I didn't know you were so inexperienced, but also surprisingly resilient. Hearing my words, Kiryu blushed and groaned. Ugh, shut up. You went at it for 4 hours straight. Did you want to kill me? Then she said, all right, you can go now. I need to get dressed. We're practically a couple now. I also saw everything last night. Let me help you, I said with a grin. Before Kiryu could react, I started helping her get dressed. But when I saw the small red stain on the sheets, I couldn't help but smile. Kiryu, seeing this, blushed even harder and lowered her head, not daring to meet my gaze. Then, amid some playful banter, we finished getting dressed. After I helped her recover her stamina with some magic, we went to the living room for lunch. Because I had to take care of Kiryu, and because I was worried about Asia getting jealous, I had made an excuse to send her to school early. Now, it was just the 2 of us at home. Seeing the lavish lunch on the table, Kiryu thought, he's actually quite considerate. After lunch, we headed to school together. One day, I received an urgent message from Akino, asking me to come to the occult research club. She stressed that it was important and that I absolutely had to be there. I was a little confused, not knowing why she couldn't just tell me over the phone, but I agreed to go. Later that evening, after finishing my business with Sona, I arrived at the occult research club. Kyoya-kun, you're finally here. If we hadn't invited you, would you still be lost in the tender embrace of the student council, unwilling to visit us? Akino said, her usual teasing tone hiding a hint of something more. Don't try to pin that on me. My relationships with my girlfriends are perfectly legitimate. Besides, wasn't I helping Sona with her paperwork? I retorted with a roll of my eyes. I glanced at Kiba and Kaneko, then asked, why is everyone here today? Even Kiba-san and Kaneko haven't gone out on a case. Kiba and Kaneko remained silent, their expressions a little strained. Even Kyome and Asia seemed uneasy, sitting quietly off to the side. I'm really sorry, Kyoya-kun. I feel terrible dragging you into this mess. But rather than him, I want to be with you. Rias embraced me, burying her head in my chest, her voice firm. Him, who is he? Could it be that devil Rias is engaged to? I held Rias's slender waist, realizing what was going on, and asked, Kyoya-kun, you already knew? In that case, I expect you to keep your word. Akino reminded me. Of course. I won't let anyone take Rias. Just watch. I'll take care of everything. I declared confidently. Hearing my words, everyone smiled. Then, I sat on the sofa and waited for the turkey to arrive. As night fell, the group chatted casually, but Rias was visibly tense. Even though the room was warm, she felt a chill. He's here. Suddenly, I spoke, my expression turning serious. Because of my recent increase in magical power and combat training, my senses had become incredibly sharp. I could sense Riser's arrival long before anyone else. In an instant, a red magic circle appeared in the room, startling everyone. Standing in the circle were a blonde man in a red suit and a petite girl with long, blonde hair styled in twin drills. The girl had a beautiful, fair complexion, and despite her small stature, her chest was quite ample, leaving one to wonder what she ate to grow so large up top. There was no doubt that this girl was Riser's most doted-upon younger sister, the little princess of the Phoenix family, Ravel Phoenix. Oh, Rias, my beloved fiancé, I've missed you so. A flamboyant voice suddenly rang out. Before he could finish, I interrupted him. Who taught you to strut around like that? Look me in the eye, you damn turkey. I've been waiting for you. I slowly stood up, looking at Riser Phoenix with undisguised contempt. Riser was taken aback. It seemed they had expected his arrival. Everyone was momentarily stunned by my words, but then they burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Even Ravel, who had accompanied Riser, couldn't help but giggle, though she quickly composed herself. Still, she couldn't help but steal curious glances at me. Riser was already annoyed that I had interrupted him, and now, hearing everyone's laughter, his expression turned grim. Normally, Riser wouldn't have deigned to speak to someone like me, planning to ignore me completely. But then he noticed that I was holding his fiancée's hand, which filled him with rage. Hey, you, what's your relationship with Rias? Let go of my fiancée's hand this instant. Riser shouted, his voice cold and harsh. As soon as Riser finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to me. Without waiting for Rias to explain, I pulled her into my lap, embracing her possessively, and declared with a challenging smirk, What's our relationship? We're lovers, of course. Rias belongs to me, body and soul. Everyone was shocked by my blatant fabrication. Kyoya-kun. Rias was stunned, not expecting me to say something so misleading. But a warmth spread through her heart. Kaneko frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, though her expression was complicated. Kiba, on the other hand, gave me a thumbs up in silent admiration. As expected of the friend, I acknowledge. How bold, Akino said with a teasing smile, clearly enjoying the show. Riser Phoenix, hearing my words, was furious. But thinking back to how everyone else had reacted earlier, he burst into laughter. You think you can fool me? Rias and everyone else's reactions were clearly off. You think you can deceive this riser phoenix? You're still wet behind the ears. Ha ha. Oh, I didn't know this turkey had a brain, I said, pouting. Ha ha, of course. I am riser phoenix, after all. Wait a minute. Did you just call me a turkey again, you bastard? I am immortal phoenix. Don't mistake me for some kind of fool, or I'll burn you to ashes. I pretended to be indifferent, then threatened him. I know about you and Rias, but you're not engaged yet, so don't act like you own her. Rias is a woman I've set my sights on. Keep acting up, and I'll make you regret it. What? You bastard. Riser, hearing my threat, grew even angrier, looking as if he were about to lose control. Although he didn't particularly care about the engagement, as he wasn't fond of girls like Rias, the marriage was well known throughout the underworld. It was a political union between the Gremory and Phoenix families. So, even if he didn't care about the engagement personally, he couldn't back down for the sake of his family's honor. Otherwise, not only would his family lose face, but he would also become a laughingstock in the underworld. Seeing Riser on the verge of exploding, I activated my Rinnegan. Both of us were ready to attack at any moment. Rias, seeing this, quickly stepped in front of me, shielding me from Riser. Kyoya-kun, thank you for wanting to help, but this won't solve the problem. Since it's my issue, I should be the one to resolve it. But thank you, I really appreciate it. Rias smiled gently at me. All right, if that's what you want. But I'll be watching. And I'll say it again, Rias is my woman. I deactivated my Rinnegan and sat back down on the sofa. Rias blushed at my declaration. The other girls in the Occult Research Club looked at Rias with envy, while Akino's expression darkened, and she wondered to herself, you may have saved Rias, but will you save me in the future? Meanwhile, Revel Phoenix was looking at me with curiosity. To challenge the Phoenix family for Rias, it was like a hero protecting a princess. As a young girl, after hearing the stories read by the butlers, she had dreamed of becoming a girl who supported heroes. So now, facing me, Revel couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Oh, Rias, have you decided to accept our family's arrangement? Riser retracted the flames of the phoenix, glanced at me, and then turned to Rias with a flamboyant air. Rias crossed her arms, her gaze sharp as she looked at Riser. She said coldly, "Humph. Listen carefully, Riser Phoenix. I am not a weak woman. Even if it's an arranged marriage, I will never marry you. Fisk, that's why I don't like women like you." Riser clicked his tongue. However, this is about the alliance between our two families. You have no room to resist, but the family has given you a chance. Just then, another red magic circle appeared in the room. When the red light faded, a woman in a maid's uniform appeared. Seeing the black-haired maid, Rias's expression turned serious. "Evelyn, are you here to persuade me on behalf of Oniai-sama?" The maid, Evelyn, performed a formal curtsy to both Rias and Riser, then turned to Rias with a serious expression. "Good evening, Rias-sama. I am here on behalf of Surzek-sama to convey the Gremory family's message regarding your engagement." Suddenly, I asked, a little confused, "Evelyn? Who is she?" Evelyn-sama is Rias-sama's older brother's top aide. She serves Surzek's Lucifer-sama as his queen, Akino explained. "Then what about Grafia?" I asked after looking at Evelyn and thinking for a moment. Hearing me ask about Grafia, Akino was surprised, then answered with a hint of suspicion. Kyoya-kun, do you know about Grafia?" Grafia is known as the strongest queen in the underworld, second only to the four great Maos in status. She's known as the silver-haired queen of annihilation, but she currently serves no one. Kyoya-kun, are you interested in the silver-haired queen of annihilation? Hearing Akino's words, I didn't respond directly, but stroked my chin, seemingly understanding the truth of the situation. This is probably similar to that time, with the perverted Issei Haidu. My arrival has caused a slight shift in the timeline of this world. This black-haired maid, Evelyn, was quite beautiful and an ultimate-class powerhouse. In this world, she was more than qualified to be Surzek's new queen and wife. Evelyn, after glancing at Kyoya and Akino, turned to Rias and said, "Rias-sama, is this the human helper you mentioned?" Honestly, you shouldn't have involved a human friend in this matter. Hearing her words, Rias frowned, displeased. Kyoya-kun isn't just any human. He's my boyfriend. Evelyn, her expression turning unpleasant, not understanding why Rias would value a human so highly, interrupted her. She frowned and said, "This is a matter between two of the great noble families of the underworld. Honestly, he shouldn't interfere in your affairs, Rias-sama. Otherwise, Surzek-sama and your father will be put in a difficult position." Seeing everyone visibly trembling under Evelyn's ultimate class aura, my expression darkened. I stood up and glared at her, my voice icy. "Are you trying to intimidate us with your ultimate class power? Is that all you've got? If so, you're going to regret it." Then, a skeletal phantom appeared behind me, and lightning crackled around my body. I unleashed a chilling, killing intent, directing it at Evelyn. The moment she felt this menacing aura, Evelyn's face paled. Feeling a genuine threat to her life, she instinctively took a step back. Rias, seeing my sudden murderous intent, quickly intervened. "Kyoya-kun, please wait. I apologize on behalf of the Gremory family. Please, for my sake, stop." Then she turned to Evelyn, her voice cold. "Evelyn, do you know what you're doing? You're threatening my family in my presence. You're disgracing the Gremory family." Hearing Rias's words, Evelyn quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm deeply sorry, Kyoya-sama, Rias-sama. I was in the wrong. Please accept my sincerest apologies." Seeing Evelyn's apology, I withdrew my killing intent and said coldly, "This time, I'll let it go because you're associated with Rias's family. But let me make one thing clear. Being a member of the Gremory household doesn't give you the right to threaten me." After saying that, I returned to my seat. Everyone else was still reeling from the intensity of the scene that had just unfolded, especially our resident turkey, Riser. He hadn't expected this human to have the audacity to speak to Surzek-sama's queen in such a manner, much less overpowering her with his aura. Everyone, including Rias, was stunned. No one had imagined that I was so powerful. After all, Evelyn served one of the four great Satans. After recovering slightly, Rias turned to Evelyn. "What message did Oniai-sama have for me?" "After much effort on Surzek-sama's part, the Gremory family has decided to give you a chance, Rias-sama," Evelyn said respectfully. "If Rias-sama can win a rating game against Riser Phoenix-sama, the engagement will be called off. However, if you lose, there will be no further discussion, and Rias-sama will have to marry Riser Phoenix-sama." Rias's expression darkened when she heard this. "A rating game? I see. A rating game was one of the ways the devils determined status and settled disputes. After the ancient war between the three factions, there was another war, the Devil Civil War. Many of the original 72 pillars of pure-blood devil families had their bloodlines ended. One of the new Maos, Ajuka Beelzebub, developed the Evil Pieces system to reincarnate other species in order to bolster the dwindling number of devils. The rating game was a system where kings, leading their peerage members, would engage in combat, following specific rules and restrictions. There were many different rules and limitations in rating games, and how they were utilized, along with the use of terrain, could greatly influence a king's evaluation. Devils could improve their standing by performing well in rating games. It was also the best path for low-class devils to rise through the ranks. The rating game system was modeled after chess. Each side had a king, a queen, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, and 8 pawns for a total of 16 pieces. The 15 pieces other than the king were distributed by the current Mao, and some could be special pieces. Individuals with greater abilities require more pieces for reincarnation. For example, Kiryu's Vritra's sacred gears had been purified and enhanced by the system, so she required 7 pawn pieces to be reincarnated as Sona's peerage member. Many issues were also resolved through rating games, even if they weren't officially ranked. Riser Phoenix was a pure-blood, high-class devil from the prestigious house of Phoenix. He has all the characteristics of the Phoenix, including an immortal body that could regenerate from any attack, blood that could grant eternal youth, and tears that could heal any injury. Out of 12 rating games, he had won 11 and tied 1. The only draw was a deliberate tie out of consideration for the opponent's family, with whom the Phoenix family had a long-standing relationship. The members of the Phoenix family all possessed the power of immortality, making them nearly invincible in battle. To defeat them, one needed overwhelming power to completely crush them, leaving them no chance to regenerate, or wanted to kill them repeatedly until they either mentally or spiritually broke down and surrendered. There was no other way. But Rias, a high-class devil herself, was facing Riser. Forget about killing him. It would be a miracle if she didn't lose. So, the first method was impossible. The second method was even more absurd. Including Kuoh, whom she had just recently recruited, Rias only had 6 peerage members. Riser, on the other hand, had a full set of 15. Moreover, as the third son of the Phoenix family, Riser undoubtedly has a large supply of Phoenix tears. Therefore, this rating game, while presented as a chance for Rias, was, in reality, a way to make her give up. With the current situation, her chances of winning against Riser were practically non-existent. Rias bit her lip, her hands clenched, her body trembling slightly. She was filled with despair and helplessness. Rias. Aquino started, then sighed softly. Rias Bucho, Kaneko, and Kiba didn't know what to say. Kuoh and Asia could only sit uncomfortably amidst the tense atmosphere. Hee, Rias, there's only one way out of this predicament now. So what's your choice? Riser asked with a smug smile, having anticipated this outcome. Evelyn remained silent, simply watching Rias. Although, as a close confidant of Rias, she didn't want to see her suffer. Even Surzex didn't have any better options. This was a matter concerning the alliance between the Gremory and Phoenix families. This was an agreement set in stone long ago by the Gremory and Phoenix families. Even Surzex, as one of the 4 great Satans, couldn't interfere. Otherwise, it could damage the relationship between the 2 great devil families. Surzex had already done his best to negotiate this one chance for Rias. Seeing Rias's inner turmoil, I remained calm and confident. Rias, just agree to it. Don't worry. Give me a week. I'll personally train you all, and I guarantee you'll be able to beat that turkey like a drum. Kyoya. Rias was startled, looking at me in surprise. Hey, did you just call me a turkey again? I told you I'm a phoenix. A phoenix. Remember that. Riser's eyes burned with rage. Rias looked at her peerage members, who all showed expressions of determination, then back at me, and finally made up her mind. Riser Phoenix, I will never marry you. I accept this rating game. Then, Rias's gaze hardened, and she looked at Riser sternly. But the time will be set by us. It will be held in the underworld 1 week from now, and I will personally annul our engagement. Fine by me. I'll give you 1 week to prepare. I look forward to seeing how you plan to defeat me. Riser sneered at Rias. Then he turned to me and said, As for you, human, you're called Hibari Kyoya, right? I'll let it go this time. But be careful in the future. I'm curious to see how you plan to train them to defeat me in the rating game. Since Rias-sama has made her decision, I will return and report to Surzex-sama. Rias-sama, Riser-sama, I shall take my leave. Evelyn bowed slightly, and, with another flash of a red magic circle, disappeared. Rias, I'll see you in the underworld in a week. I look forward to seeing you squirm in the rating game. Then you'll have no choice but to marry me. Enjoy your last moments of freedom. After Evelyn left, Riser's magic circle also lit up. Unlike Riser, Ravel, before entering the magic circle, excitedly waved at me. Hiro-sama, I look forward to seeing you again. Farewell for now. Hiro-sama, what's that all about? Everyone looked at me curiously, then back at Ravel. Under their strange gazes, Ravel disappeared along with Riser in the magic circle. After the 3 were gone, the other members of the Occult Research Club finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kyoya, do you really think I can win the rating game? Rias asked, her confidence wavering again. Aquino, on the other hand, sat beside me, looking relaxed and playful. Rias, You should have more faith in Kyoya. After all, he almost got into a fight with Evelyn for you earlier. It was so romantic. That's right, Kyoya-senpai's aura was very strong earlier. He completely overwhelmed Evelyn Sama. Kaneko added, looking at me with admiration. Kyoya's strength is surprising. I will believe in him. Kiba said with a warm smile. That's right, Kyoya. You have to train us well. Kyom added, looking indignant. That turkey was very conceited. We have to defeat him next week. Just relax. This week's training will definitely be beyond your imagination. By then, your strength will shock all those devils in the underworld. I smiled confidently. And even if your strength doesn't meet my expectations, don't worry. I have a secret cheat that will guarantee your victory. Cheat? What cheat? Everyone looked at me curiously. Since it's a secret cheat, of course, I have to keep it a secret. But you can't let that make you complacent in your training. My unique, hellish training is about to begin. You better be prepared. Kiki. Hearing my ominous laughter, Rias and the others shivered. Especially Kiba, who felt a chill run down his spine as if he were being targeted by some kind of monster. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The next day, I brought Rias and the others to an isolated training ground. To ensure uninterrupted training, they had all taken a leave of absence from school. Since Rias was the territorial devil of Kuoh Town, such arrangements were easily made. Kyoya, how are we going to train? Do you have a plan? Rias asked curiously. As soon as Rias asked the question, everyone looked at me with anticipation. After all, I had promised to significantly increase their power within a week. Devils had long lifespans, so their power grew incredibly slowly. Issei Hayudu, the protagonist of the original story, had to sacrifice his own lifespan to drastically increase his power in a relatively short amount of time. This showed just how difficult it was for devils to increase their power. If anyone else had made such a claim, they would have dismissed it as impossible. But knowing my personality and past accomplishments, they unconditionally trusted me. Otherwise, they would have been far more skeptical. Before we start training, I'd like to have a little spar with Rias, I announced. What? With me? What? Rias asked, confused. The others were also puzzled, not understanding my intentions. Don't worry about it, Rias. Think of it as me getting a feel for your current strength. Hit me with your strongest attack. Don't worry about hurting me. I requested. All right, if that's what you want, Kyoya. Here I come. Rias warned. Rias activated her power of destruction, a crimson aura emanating from her. She spread her devil wings and unleashed a powerful blast of destructive energy towards me. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and a cloud of dust and debris filled the air. When it cleared, a giant skeletal figure was revealed, Susanoo. Rias's destructive blast hadn't even scratched it. Everyone was stunned to see that I was completely unharmed, not even a hair out of place. After all, this was the Grimmery family's signature, power of destruction, yet it hadn't even made a dent. It was hard to fathom just how strong I really was. I concede defeat, Kyoya. You're way too strong. It's insane, Rias said, feeling a little dejected. Ding. Task completed. Host received a red-grade gift bag. Opening the gift bag. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the magic power and physique enhancement card. Just as Rias admitted defeat, the system notification for task completion rang in my mind. That's right, I had used this mock battle to complete the red grade task that I had gotten from Rias long ago. Kyoya, you're such a bully. You were this strong, but you still made Tomo-san and Kiba fight you. Akino pouted playfully. Kiba just smiled wryly and didn't say anything, though he did look at me with a hint of exasperation. Hey, don't misunderstand. I wasn't this strong back then. Don't get the wrong idea, I said, feeling a shiver run down my spine at Kiba's gaze. Kyoya, are you saying you reached this level of power in such a short amount of time? Everyone was shocked. Of course. Otherwise, how could I promise to increase your powers? Now do you believe me? I said, a confident smirk on my face. If that's the case, then I'm even more excited about the training. Akino's smile grew wider. Agreed. Please train us rigorously, Kyoya-senpai. Kaniko's eyes sparkled with excitement. No problem. Let's start by addressing Rias's bottleneck. I looked at Rias. Rias, your biggest problem is your lack of magic power. You can't sustain high-intensity battles for long. Your power of destruction, in terms of pure destructive force, is nearly unmatched among devil clans in the underworld. But your mastery of it is still insufficient. That's something you need to work on yourself, and I can't help you there. But I can help you with your magic power problem. Mastering the power of destruction isn't easy. Even Oni-sama struggled with it. It's impossible for me to make significant progress in just 1 week. Rias sighed, a little discouraged. You're wrong about that, Rias. Your brother is hiding his true strength. He may be a Mao, but his power has reached the level of a transcendent/super devil. His mastery of the power of destruction far surpasses that of the previous 4 great Satans. I said with a grin. Surzex inherited the power of destruction from his mother's side, the House of Baal. He could compress his power of destruction into incredibly powerful spheres and control them freely. Currently, he holds the title of Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans. He was one of only 3 devils who had transcended beyond the level of a Mao, the other 2 being Ajuka Beelzebub and the leader of the Cows Brigade, Rizavim Levon Lucifer. In fact, Surzex had even unleashed his true form, which terrorized even the god of the underworld, Hades. But Rias, at her current level, had almost no chance of reaching that level. But with me around, reaching that level would be smooth. Transcendent? Kyoya, what's a transcendent? Everyone was confused by the term. They had never heard of it before. Well, it's not surprising that you don't know. I'll explain. A transcendent is someone whose power surpasses the Mao class level. There are currently only 3 such devils. Other examples include the thunder god, Thor, Shiva, and Zeus. They're all transcendents. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't realized that there was a power level above Mao class. And they were even more shocked to learn that Surzex was hiding such power. Even Rias was stunned to learn of her brother's true strength. After all, the beings mentioned were all renowned gods from various mythologies. God of destruction Shiva, the thunder god of Norse mythology, and so on. It was no wonder they were shocked. All right, there's no need to be so surprised. You might all reach that level someday. For now, Rias, you should start thinking about how to master your power of destruction. I'll start by enhancing your magic power. I said casually, but try not to be too surprised. I added with a mischievous grin. System, use the magic power and physique enhancement card on Rias. I'm mentally instructed. Ding! You successful. The instant the system confirmed the use of the card, a terrifying surge of crimson magic power erupted from Rias's body. She was bathed in a powerful aura of life force, constantly strengthening and improving her. Her already formidable power of destruction was rapidly growing, causing everyone except me to stare in disbelief. After an indeterminate amount of time, Rias opened her eyes, dazed, as she realized that she had almost reached the level of an ultimate class. Kyoya, what did you do to me? My magic power has almost reached the level of an ultimate class. Am I dreaming? After feeling the immense power and physical strength coursing through her, Rias finally accepted the truth. Didn't I tell you not to be too surprised? I said, feigning seriousness. How can I be calm in a situation like this? This is a whole level's worth of power. Kyoya, how did you do that? Hearing my words, Rias rolled her eyes. Hee. Think of it as me giving you a little power-up. Now, do you believe that I can train you to defeat that turkey? I asked, a smug grin on my face. Of course. I've always believed that Kyoya could save me, Rias said, her face flushed and her gaze full of affection. After a moment, Rias regained her composure and asked, So, Kyoya, are you planning to train us by forcefully increasing our magic power and physical strength like this? You're a special case, Rias. I can't use that ability infinitely. So, I'll be using different methods to train Akino and the others, methods that are more suited to their individual strengths. I explained, then continued. Rias, you should go practice your power of destruction on your own for a while. After all, you've suddenly gained so much power that you'll need some time to adjust. Okay, Kyoya. Then I'll leave Akino and the others to you. With that, Rias went off to a corner to practice on her own. Then I gathered Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, and Kyome to begin their training. First, let's talk about your training, Kiba. I looked at Kiba and said, No problem, Kyoya. I'm ready for anything. Kiba replied, eager to begin. Since Kiba has the sacred gear, Sword Birth, your training will focus on speed. I reminded him. Speed. Kiba tilted his head, deep in thought. That's right. Your training will be simple. You'll practice basic swordsmanship and movement techniques while carrying heavy weights. This way, during battle, your strikes will carry maximum force, concentrated on your enemy, while they won't be able to target you. I further instructed him. I see, I understand. Here are my words. Kiba had a flash of insight. He understood my intentions and was about to start training with weights. Seeing Kiba about to rush off, I quickly stopped him. Hold on, Kiba. Don't start yet. Let me explain everyone's training regimen first. Then you can all train together. I'll give you all a buff that will make your powers skyrocket within a week. Understood. Kiba nodded and stepped back. Kyoya senpai, does that mean I should train the same way as Kiba? Kaneko asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, Kaneko, your piece is Rook, which specializes in close-quarters combat, so it's similar to Kiba. But I'll also teach you a set of martial arts later. I said. Kaneko nodded in understanding. I turned to Akino. As for you, Akino, since you're known as the Priestess of Thunder, that means you specialize in lightning, right? That's right. I'm very strong, you know. Akino nodded, listening intently. I'm also quite proficient in lightning. So, Akino, demonstrate your fighting style and techniques for me. I'll see where you can improve. Seeing the lightning crackling around me, Akino was a little surprised. But to be safe, I reinforced the barrier that Rias had set up earlier with a stronger one. All right, start now. Kyoya, watch closely. This is my specialty, lightning strikes. I can also use magic to create natural phenomena like ice and fire, but my forte is summoning lightning from the sky. Akino smiled and flew into the air. As her magic power surged, bolts of lightning lashed out, ravaging the surrounding forest. The powerful strikes slammed against the barrier, causing it to ripple. I understand your issues now, Akino. You can come down. I quickly told Akino to stop. Kyoya, how do you find my abilities? Akino asked, looking as if she expected praise. After all, she was quite confident in her power. Your power is impressive, Akino. You've already reached the level of a high class. But, I said, then paused, shaking my head. You're wasting your magic power. You cast your lightning in a wide area attack, and your techniques are crude and simplistic. How much magic power do you think you have to waste like that? Akino, who had been feeling quite pleased with herself, was suddenly speechless. Her mouth twitched. She had to admit that she didn't have a lot of magic power. It seemed she really couldn't unleash that many lightning attacks. So, Akino, you need to work on your control over lightning to the point where you can freely manipulate its trajectory. Secondly, you should develop some other techniques. Your attacks are too predictable. I said, looking at Akino. Akino, watch carefully. This is how you use lightning. I appeared in the air in a flash and demonstrated the abilities of the Rumble Fruit, El Thor, Carry, 30 million volt Hino, and even the close combat. Raiton, Chidori from Naruto. Hundreds of lightning bolts instantly erupted in the sky, blanketing the entire area above the barrier. They crackled and roared in the air like countless dragons, twisting and turning, wreaking havoc. Most of these were techniques developed by that big-eared Enel from the One Piece world. But in terms of both power and technique, they were far superior to what Akino had demonstrated. Seeing the dazzling display of lightning techniques in the sky, the scene was utterly breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Everyone was stunned into silence. Kyoya, you're really making me feel inadequate, Akino said, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice as she returned to my side. Now, Akino, don't compare yourself to me. You'll only end up feeling worse. I chuckled, then added, when you train later, you can try to emulate the techniques I demonstrated, or you could develop your own. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As for Kyome, I'll explain your training regimen later. For now, could you bring Rias back? It's time to activate cheat mode, I said, gesturing for Akino to fetch Rias. When Rias and Akino returned, everyone looked at me with a mixture of confusion and anticipation, wondering what this cheat was all about. I smiled mysteriously, then took out a miniature model of a house. Everyone stared at the tiny house in my hand, completely bewildered. Akino was the first to speak, her expression slightly strained. Kyoya, is this the cheat you're talking about? Since when did you start liking such childish things? Seeing their confused expressions, I grinned and said, Hee, don't underestimate this. This little thing is extraordinary. You'll be amazed when you hear what it does. All right, Kyoya, stop keeping us in suspense. Explain it already. Rias said, rolling her eyes at my antics. Okay, I'll explain, I said, dropping the act. This is called the hyperbolic time chamber. It has everything you need inside: food, water, and rooms. The air is thin. The temperature fluctuates between 122 degrees Fahrenheit and minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. It also has a vast, seemingly endless expanse like outer space. Those with weak wills or who lack focus are prone to hallucinations. And the most peculiar thing is, 1 year inside is equivalent to only 1 day outside. Hence, it's the ultimate training location. However, a person can only enter for the equivalent of 2 days in their entire lifetime. If you exceed that limit, the exit disappears, and you're trapped forever. Boom! Hearing my explanation, everyone was stunned. Training inside for 1 day was equivalent to training for an entire year outside. My words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Rias and the others frozen in place. Training for a year in just 1 day was something they had never even dared to imagine. Changing the flow of time, this. Kyoya-senpai, are you joking? It's unbelievable. Kyoya, are you sure you're not just teasing us? Rias asked, her mind reeling. Seeing their reactions, I couldn't help but chuckle. Did you hear me wrong? Not only can this hyperbolic time chamber simulate any training environment you desire, but it also alters the flow of time. In short, you don't just have 7 days to train before the rating game. You actually have 2 years and 5 days. How about it? With my cheat, are you confident you can beat that turkey now? Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all showed expressions of excitement and eagerness. Kyoya, let's try it out, Rias urged, unable to contain her excitement. I didn't drag it out any longer. I tossed the hyperbolic time chamber into the air. The miniature house rapidly expanded, growing from the size of my palm to the size of a normal house, before finally stopping. Everyone watched this transformation in awe, marveling at the sight. Then, we all gathered at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. I took out my phone and set a timer. Rias and the others had just heard my brief description of the hyperbolic time chamber's wonders, but had yet to experience it for themselves. So, they decided to send someone in to test it out. I'll go in and take a look. Akino volunteered, stepping forward. Everyone else waited outside. Once you're inside, don't wander too far, or you might get lost, I reminded Akino before she entered. Akino nodded, opened the door, and stepped inside. She felt as though she had entered another world. The gravity was noticeably heavier, making her feel a little uncomfortable. The space inside seemed to stretch on forever, a vast, white emptiness with no end in sight. It made Akino feel incredibly small. Remembering that I had called this a training artifact, she decided to test it out. She raised her hand and aimed at a spot on the ground nearby, unleashing her strongest attack. But the normally destructive lightning blast, when it struck the ground, caused no damage. The ground was completely unharmed. Akino was shocked. Her strongest attack hadn't even left a scratch. But this also meant they could train without worrying about damaging the place. Finally, after exploring the space for about an hour, Aquino decided to leave. Outside, Rias and the others were startled to see Aquino emerge so quickly. "Aquino, why did you come out so soon? It hasn't even been a second." Aquino explained that she had been inside for about an hour. Everyone was amazed by the hyperbolic time chamber. "It's a miracle training artifact," Rias exclaimed. "Not only that, but the gravity inside is almost 10 times that of the outside world. And the space inside is practically limitless. Even my strongest attack didn't leave a mark on the ground. It's a natural training ground." Aquino added, "If that's the case, let's hurry up and go inside," Rias and the others said eagerly. When they reopened the door and entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the group felt as if they were in a dream. The vast, white expanse of nothingness had an intense psychological impact on them. This was normal. Even the strongest individuals could be driven to madness if they stayed here for too long. The environment was oppressive and monotonous. Just then, I addressed the group. "The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world. It's the perfect place for Kiba and Kaneko to train. And, Kiba, it's best if you practice your swordsmanship with weights on. That will produce the best results. Kyom, summon your magical beasts. I'll awaken their bloodlines a bit and see how much they can evolve," I said, turning to Kyom. Kyom was overjoyed to hear that I was going to enhance her magical beast's bloodlines again. She immediately summoned her 3 companions, the previously enhanced magic wolf, a green magic serpent, and a white magic cat. The magic wolf now radiated an aura comparable to a mid-class, thanks to my previous enhancement. But the other 2 were clearly weaker in comparison. Seeing that I could enhance magical beast bloodlines, Rias and the others watched with interest, eager to witness the evolution process. Ignoring their gazes, I took out the 10 magical beast enhancement cards and used one on each of the 3 beasts. The green magic serpent was instantly enveloped in a brilliant light. Its body grew larger, and 2 horns sprouted from its head, transforming it into a majestic emerald leviathan. The white magic cat also underwent a transformation. Its limbs and claws grew thicker and sharper, and its teeth turned into fierce fangs. It had evolved into a silvery white, meter-tall magic tiger. Everyone was amazed by the changes in Kyom's magical beasts. But to my surprise, the crimson magic wolf showed no changes at all. Could it be that it's already so strong that this enhancement isn't enough? Thinking this, I decided to use all the remaining magical beast enhancement cards on the wolf. As the last card merged with the wolf, it finally began to evolve. Unexpectedly, the wolf suddenly let out a series of howls, and those standing nearby, like Kyom, were sent flying several meters by the sound waves. Crap, this wolf cub mutated. It actually turned into a 3-eyed golden wolf, and its power has reached the high-class level. I guess I overdid it, I thought, a little surprised. In just 1 minute, I had created 2 mid-class level magical beasts and 1 mutated high-class level 3-eyed golden wolf. Rias and the others were utterly impressed by my methods. "All right, Kyom, have your magical beasts spar with each other to familiarize yourself with their new abilities." "Got it," I continued, addressing everyone in the hyperbolic time chamber. "We have plenty of time to train here. And because of the oppressive environment, it's an ideal place to train your minds and spirits, which will greatly benefit your magic power growth. But remember to balance work and rest. Otherwise, you could end up harming yourselves." Rias and the others nodded, and they began their respective training regimens. But I had other plans. "Hihi, Kaneko-chan, come here. Oni-san will give you some special one-on-one training," I said with a mischievous grin, beckoning to the petite, white-haired girl. Seeing my suspicious smile, Kaneko shuddered, a dark line appearing on her forehead. She said, her voice trembling slightly, "Pervert Kyoya-senpai, if you try anything, the consequences." She trailed off, but she raised her small fist threateningly. Hey, Kaneko-chan, don't be like that. I'm going to train you personally," I said, glancing at the others who were already engrossed in their training. I then led Kaneko to a more separated area. All right, Kaneko-chan, attack me with all your might. Let me see your strength and fighting skills. I instructed. Kaneko nodded and got into a fighting stance. Understood. Then, here I come, Kyoya-senpai. In a flash, Kaneko dashed towards me, a flurry of punches coming at me like a storm. The sharp cracks of her fists splitting the air were a testament to her power. Seeing Kaneko's attacks, I didn't dodge. Instead, I simply reached out and grabbed her fist with my right hand. Then, with a gentle pull, I brought Kaneko into my embrace. Stroking her back, I said, "Too slow. You're too easy to catch." Kaneko blushed at my intimate gesture and struggled to break free. Then, she took a step back, leaped several meters away, and unleashed a series of aerial kicks, each one carrying a powerful impact. Facing Kaneko's side kick, I didn't block this time. Instead, I ducked, and while I was at it, I caught a glimpse of something that almost made my nose bleed. Then I used shave to get behind Kaneko, crouching down. I couldn't resist gently squeezing her smooth, delicate calf as I commented, "Kaneko, your martial arts techniques are too basic. It's easy for others to dodge your sidekick. Also, thanks for the treat just now, Kaneko-chan. But I didn't expect you to be so innocent. It matches your hair color." I added with a chuckle. At first, Kaneko didn't understand what I meant. But then, recalling the angle of my gaze when I ducked, she instantly figured it out. In a flash, Kaneko's face turned bright red. She quickly covered herself with her hands, then forcefully pulled her leg from my grasp, creating some distance between us. "Pervert Kyoya-senpai, are you trying to take advantage of your junior under the guise of training?" Kaneko, now completely flustered, was like an angry kitten with its fur standing on end, both her hands firmly guarding her front. Even if you say that, it wasn't entirely intentional. But since I've already seen everything and touched almost everywhere, you're basically unmarriageable now, I said, feigning seriousness as I rubbed my head. "So, how about marry me then, Kaneko-chan?" Hearing my increasingly outrageous remarks, Kaneko's face grew even redder. All right, I'm just kidding. I was just trying to lighten the mood," I said, quickly changing the subject. "Actually, from your attacks earlier, I can see that your physical strength is quite good. But in other areas, you still have some shortcomings. So, I'm going to teach you the 6 powers. Watch carefully." 6 powers? Hearing that I was going to teach her some martial arts techniques, Kaneko's interest was piqued. "Watch closely. I'll demonstrate them for you," I said. "Iron Body. This is a technique where you tense all the muscles in your body and control your blood flow to make your body as hard as iron. It's generally used for defense. Shave. By kicking the ground rapidly, 10 times or more, you generate a powerful burst of force that allows for high-speed movement. Paper drawing. Relax your muscles and sense the changes in the air around you. Move like a piece of paper, flowing with your opponent's attacks to dodge them. Moonwalk. With explosive leg power that makes it seem like you've disappeared, you can kick the air to move through the sky. Tempest Kick. A high-speed, powerful kick that creates a vacuum blade for attacking. Finger Pistol. Tense the muscles in your fingers, or use armament hockey to make your fingers as powerful as bullets, capable of piercing the human body. I then demonstrated each of the 6 powers for Kaneko. "Try attacking me with all your might," I said, patting my chest. "Okay." Hearing this, Kaneko gathered all her strength and unleashed her full power, punching me in the chest. Thud. Oof. That's pretty solid. Kaneko felt a slight pain in her hand, as if she had punched a steel plate. "Kaneko, these 6 powers are considered basic techniques, but they're perfect for you right now. They'll greatly enhance your close combat abilities and reduce your chances of getting injured," I explained seriously. "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Kyoya-senpai," Kaneko murmured. Although Kyoya-senpai was a bit perverted, she had to admit that having him around was reassuring and reliable. "But Kaneko-chan, I can sense a much stronger power within you, but you're suppressing it. Can you tell me why?" I asked suddenly. "The power within me." "Here my question," Kaneko froze. Then, Her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and complexity, and her body started to tremble slightly. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But Kaneko-chan, I'll always be here for you. As long as I'm around, I won't let anyone hurt you. Seeing her reaction, I quickly walked over and embraced her, comforting her. I had originally planned to use this opportunity to help Kaneko master her Nekashu powers, specifically Senjutsu. But it seemed that the past incident still cast a large shadow on her. All right, that's enough for now. Let's continue training, I said, gently patting Kaneko's head. Okay. Hearing my words, Kaneko returned to her usual self and nodded. But to Kaneko's embarrassment, during the following training, although I was indeed teaching her properly, I still took the opportunity to touch her legs and waist, and even brazenly groped her chest. Kaneko had initially thought that I had turned over a new leaf, but it turned out I had become even more shameless, completely shattering her perception of my perversion. Kaneko couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation, "Pervert Kyoya-senpai, are you at it again?" I not only didn't deny it, but replied seriously, "I just enjoy teasing you, Kaneko-chan. After all, you're so cute. I can't help myself." "Kaneko, Kyoya, you're a bad boy, flirting with Kaneko-chan behind our backs." Akino suddenly interjected. Seeing Akino interrupt my training with Kaneko, I frowned, then pretended to be serious. "Akino, what are you doing? Don't you know the rating game is coming up soon? And you're slacking off in such a critical moment? It seems I need to punish you severely." Suddenly, I appear behind Akino, and a little bolt of lightning shot from my fingertip, making her shudder. Seeing Akino's flustered and slightly resentful expression, I ignored her and turned my attention to the others, starting to scold them. "Rias, I told you to practice your control, not stand there like a statue. Are you a scarecrow? And you overgrown mutt," the wolf. "I know you've gotten bigger and stronger, but that doesn't mean you can be lazy. Get back to training, or I'll roast you for dinner. Kiba, are you a snail? Your movement speed is like a tortoise. At this rate, an 80-year-old grandma could dodge your attacks." I scolded them with increasing intensity, eventually flying into the air and conjuring numerous lightning spears to motivate them. But my true intention was to continue teasing Kaneko. After all, a properly trained Kaneko was very clingy. Rias, Kiba, Kyome, and her magical beasts. Seeing my enthusiastic scolding, everyone was speechless, their mouths twitching. "Great, so you're not here to train. You're here to yell at us." A day passed in the blink of an eye, which meant a year had passed for everyone inside the hyperbolic time chamber. They had all gotten used to the environment by now, making their training even more efficient and their progress even more remarkable. Seeing their improvement, I decided it was time to move on to the next phase of my plan. "All right, everyone, stop training for a moment. I have something to discuss," I announced. "I have an invitation to a demon party. It will take us to a separate dimension where we'll encounter demons and other creatures. If we succeed in defeating them, we might get some kind of reward. And even if we fail, there are no penalties. Do you want to participate?" Hearing my words and seeing the Abyss Demon Party invitation in my hand, everyone was intrigued. "There's actually something like this. Since there's no real danger, then let's do it," Akino said readily. The others were also excited about the prospect of a risk-free challenge. "All right, including me, we can have a maximum of 5 participants. Since Kyome is primarily a beast tamer and this challenge involves direct combat, it's not suitable for her. So it will be just the 5 of us." Okay. Kyome was a little disappointed, but she accepted my reasoning and continued training in the hyperbolic time chamber. With that, I activated the Abyss Demon Party invitation, and a dark red, circular portal appeared before us. Without hesitation, the 5 of us stepped through. Passing through the portal, our surroundings changed drastically. We found ourselves in a dense forest with towering trees, 4 or 5 meters in diameter, their branches intertwined, blocking out most of the sunlight. Is this where we'll be fighting? It kind of reminds me of the familiar forest in the underworld. Rias was the first to break the silence. "It's too quiet here. I have a bad feeling about this." Kaneko said, her eyes scanning our surroundings warily. If even Kaneko-chan feels that way, then there's probably some real danger lurking nearby, Akino said, gently patting Kaneko's head. I said, there's no point in speculating. Let's explore this forest first. So, I led the girls deeper into the forest. But just as we reached the edge of the woods, we all felt a sudden sense of danger, as if a curtain had been lifted, revealing a horrifying monster that awaited us. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the dimension, the shock waves alone powerful enough to shatter the surrounding trees. We were all shaken by the immense pressure, and we were forced to retreat. Kaneko, being the weakest among us, even coughed up some blood. Before we could recover, several deep, guttural roars sounded in unison. The ground began to tremble, and then several pairs of eerie, glowing green eyes appeared beneath the earth. Something's coming out. Just as that thought crossed our minds, a gigantic, dark shape burst forth from the ground. It was a colossal dragon, its body stretching hundreds of meters, coiling and twisting, blotting out the sky. Even more grotesque was that it had 8 heads and 8 tails, its eyes glowing like blood-red lanterns. Its back was covered in moss and trees, while its belly was a mess of festering wounds. 8 ominous, swirling clouds hovered above its heads. King Ghidorah from Godzilla, king of the monsters, but with 8 heads. It's Yamada no Orochi, Rias and the others exclaimed in horror. But I, in contrast, was not afraid. In fact, I was thrilled. If I could kill this Yamada no Orochi, I was sure to get a great reward. Just as I was fantasizing about the potential rewards, Yamada no Orochi let out another deafening roar. Suddenly, dozens of smaller, 3 to 4 meter tall demons and yokai appeared around us. Seeing this, I quickly instructed Rias, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko, you 4 deal with those small fry. I'll handle Yamada no Orochi. Rias and the others knew they wouldn't be of any help against Orochi, so they followed my orders, focusing on eliminating the surrounding monsters to prevent them from interfering with my fight. Although they couldn't fight Yamada no Orochi, Rias and the others had no problem dealing with these low-level demons and yokai. Akino took the initiative. A bolt of purple lightning shot from her hand, striking the demons with deadly accuracy. Zap! Instantly, a large number of demons and yokai were charred to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Power of destruction. A clear voice rang out. Rias, now with her devil wings unfurled, gathered her crimson magic power and unleashed her most powerful attack, the power of destruction. Kiba and Kaneko's attacks were much more straightforward. Thanks to nearly a year of weighted training and my swordsmanship guidance, Kiba's speed had reached new heights. Wielding his demonic sword, he moved like a phantom, slicing and dicing the enemies with ease. Severed limbs flew everywhere. Kaneko, on the other hand, was even more brutal, showcasing her raw, physical power. With just her fists, she pummeled the demons into a bloody pulp. Seeing the relaxed expressions on the girls' faces, I decided not to say anything more. I was now focused on the task at hand, readying myself for a fight. I wanted to test the power of this Yamada no Orochi. I summoned Zangetsu and adopted a simple, standard sword stance. Red magic power enveloped the blade, and my aura surged. In the next instant, boom! I propelled myself forward like a spring, the ground cracking beneath my feet. My body was shrouded in a mist of crimson magic power, as I instantly appeared at the same height as one of Orochi's 8 heads. I swung my sword, aiming for a clean strike. In the blink of an eye, one of Orochi's massive heads was severed, and putrid green blood splattered everywhere as the head plummeted to the ground. Incredible! Kiba exclaimed in awe. That single strike revealed a lot. It was a level of power that he, Kiba, could not currently achieve. He doubted he could even pierce Yamada no Orochi's scales, even with his full strength. Kyoya, your power is extraordinary. But the battle was far from over. Just as I was about to attack the remaining 7 heads, I sensed a horrifying power emanating from Yamada no Orochi's body. Everyone get back. Retreat deeper into the forest. I quickly retreated, grabbing Kaneko and Kiba, who were the closest and also the weakest, and used Shave to escape. Rias and Akino, hearing my warning, also quickly retreated into the depths of the forest. Orochi was clearly preparing for an attack. Its 7 remaining eyes glowed with an eerie, soul-chilling light. It opened its 7 maws wide, and a torrent of foul-smelling air mixed with lightning, fire, and other attacks shot towards the forest where we had been standing. In an instant, the towering trees were completely obliterated. Trunks, leaves, flowers, and grass were all vaporized in the attack. The shockwave from the blast was devastating. The destruction continued for several minutes. A swath of forest, nearly 10,000 meters long, was completely leveled by Orochi's breath attack, leaving behind a barren wasteland. The sheer power of the attack was staggering, leaving Rias, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko utterly awestruck. Just then, Yamada no Orochi began to thrash about wildly, and the severed head began to regenerate. Before their very eyes, whoosh, a brand new head emerged from the bloody stump. How can it regenerate so quickly? But my initial attack had successfully drawn Yamada no Orochi's aggro. After regenerating its head, Yamada no Orochi raised all 8 heads and roared at the sky. Then it directed its 8 pairs of eyes, each glowing with a different element, fire, lightning, poison, and wind, towards me. To prevent the others from being caught in the crossfire, I had to constantly dodge while simultaneously drawing Yamada no Orochi's attention. I also used the system to analyze the creature. Ding! Yamada no Orochi, a mythical beast with 8 heads and 8 tails. Each head controls a different element, such as fire, lightning, and poison. However, due to the host's interference, its original power has been greatly amplified. It has almost reached the peak of ultimate class and has the ability to regenerate severed heads. It can even control the weather to some extent. Great, just great. Not only does it have 8 heads with different powers, but it's also stronger than it should be, nearly at the peak of ultimate class, and it can regenerate. This is going to be a pain. Damn it. Let's see if you can regenerate faster than I can cut. I growled, my expression dark. This was my first real life-or-death battle since reaching the Quasi-Mal level. I used Shave to quickly move around Yamada no Orochi, leaving several flying Thunder God seals on its massive body. Then, I summoned the Chains of Heaven, binding Yamada no Orochi. Even though the chains weren't as effective against creatures without divinity, they could still momentarily restrict its movements. Next, I unleashed Zangetsu's ultimate technique, Getsuga Tenzo, while dodging Yamada no Orochi's attacks with the Flying Thunder God technique, while simultaneously counterattacking. Slash! Another massive head was severed by the powerful slash. But I didn't dare to stop, fearing that Yamada no Orochi would regenerate again. I pressed my attack, severing another head, then another, and another. With each head that fell, Yamada no Orochi's roars grew weaker, and its massive body thrashed about even more violently, as if it were trying to regenerate. Seeing this, I roared, as if I'd let you. I swung, Zangetsu with all my might, aiming for the last head. With a final slash, the last head fell to the ground, and my figure finally came to a stop. We won. That thought flashed through Rias and the others' minds, and they were about to congratulate me when I shouted, "Don't come over here!" Because even though all of Yamada no Orochi's heads had been severed, the wounds were still wriggling, and its body continued to thrash about. What the hell? Why isn't it dead yet? I frowned. This was completely unexpected. I had no idea what to do. But then, before my very eyes, as well as the horrified gazes of the others, 8 new heads began to grow from the headless stumps, one after another, with a sickening, squelching sound. It was as if nothing had happened, as if it had been fully restored. The newly formed Yamada no Orochi turned its 8 pairs of eyes on me, its gaze cold and emotionless. It lunged at me, its 8 heads snapping, nearly swallowing me whole. Seeing its failed attack, Yamada no Orochi roared in frustration, then turned and charged at me again. Tengai Shinsei. As I dodged, I activated my Rinnegan, unleashing a powerful ultimate move. But Yamada no Orochi simply unleashed a barrage of attacks from its 8 heads, lightning, fire, and other elements, shattering the meteor I had summoned. I continued to observe the creature closely, trying to discern its weakness. Why isn't the head the weak point? Even after being completely severed, it didn't die. The system wouldn't make a mistake like this. There must be a way to kill it. I must be missing something. Legend says that Susanoo slew Yamada no Orochi by severing all its heads. Thinking about this, I became excited. I immediately activated my complete body, Susanoo. A powerful aura erupted from my body. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a giant, blue, skeletal frame slowly formed around me. As countless blue energy tendrils suddenly emerged, the skeletal frame gradually became more substantial and imposing. Then, a pair of blazing blue wings emerged from the skeletal figure's back, followed by the growth of 1, 2, until 4 arms, each wielding a massive longsword, had formed. In the blink of an eye, a towering, nearly 1,000-meter form Susanoo, clad in a Tengu helmet, appeared before Yamada no Orochi. Faced with the sudden appearance of Susanoo, both Rias and her group, as well as Yamada no Orochi, were utterly stunned. What is that? Kyoya actually had such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. Just the aura alone is making it hard to breathe. Rias and the others stared at the colossal Susanoo, unable to believe the sheer power I possessed. As I felt the power of Susanoo, I was just as awestruck as they were. After all, this was my first time activating the complete body, Susanoo. Finally experiencing its power firsthand, I understood why Madara Uchiha had been so invincible in his time. Sensing the godlike presence of Susanoo, even the ferocious Yamada no Orochi showed fear in its eyes. It looked as though it wanted to flee. After all, the size difference was just too great. The 1,000-meter form and the overwhelming aura made even Orochi feel a deadly threat. But before Orochi could even consider escaping, I made my move. This time, I didn't use Susanoo blue greatswords. Instead, I used Susanoo fist to brutally punch one of Orochi's heads. Splat! One of Orochi's heads was instantly smashed like a watermelon, green blood splattering everywhere as the head was obliterated. Before Orochi could retaliate, I struck again, controlling Susanoo to stomp on Orochi's body and then grab another one of its heads, tearing it off with brute force. Completely defenseless and with 2 heads destroyed, Orochi was terrified, letting out pained screeches. Seeing Orochi's miserable state, I decided to put it out of its misery. In the next moment, I had Susanoo grip all 4 of its hands together and drew a 100-meter-long blue greatsword. I swung the blade at Orochi with overwhelming force. The extreme danger made Orochi want to dodge, but it was too close, and my slashes were too fast and powerful. Before Orochi could even react, for slashes ripped through its body, severing heads and limbs. Then, with a few more slashes, I severed all 8 of Orochi's heads, ending the brutal one-sided beatdown. The onlooking Rias and the others were stunned by the brutality of the scene, with severed limbs and heads scattered everywhere. It was understandable, considering my overwhelming power. Kiba, however, decided then and there that he would never spar with me again. He didn't want to risk me getting carried away and accidentally striking him with that 100-meter blade. The group quickly flew over to me, and Rias, seeing that I was unharmed, sighed in relief. I thought that by training hard and increasing my power, I could close the gap between us. But now, hearing Rias' words, I turned and gently embraced her, inhaling her scent before comforting her. Why are you discouraged? Since I'm your boyfriend, I'll protect you in the future. That's my responsibility as a man. Seeing my intimate actions, Rias blushed, but she didn't object. Instead, she longed for this feeling to last forever. But Akino wouldn't let that happen. She interjected in a teasing tone. Era, I can't just ignore this, you know? Rias, Kyoya is my man. How can you steal your own peerage member's boyfriend? Then she added, but, well, since I'm one of your peerage members, I guess I can be generous. If you agree to be the junior wife and call me Wani-sama, it might be acceptable. Hearing Akino's words, Rias was flustered and retorted. What are you talking about? Kyoya is clearly mine. You're the junior one, Akino. Right, Kyoya? Akino didn't argue further, instead turning to me and asking, Kyoya, I'm the senior wife, right? Then both of them stared at me, waiting for my answer. Seeing them bicker, I finally spoke up. Well, in theory, you should both be junior wives. If we're going by the order, then Yura is the senior wife. And if we're going by relationship, then Kiryu is... Hearing my bombshell announcement, both of them were stunned. They hadn't expected to lose to two juniors, and both from the student council. Rias, realizing that she had lost to Sona again, looked utterly dejected. Akino, too, was bewildered and asked, Kyoya, when did you get more girlfriends? How many? How come I didn't know? Let me think. Starting with Yura. There's also Tomo and Kiryu. It seems like, aside from Sona and Tsubaki, who haven't agreed to join my harem yet, all the other girls in the student council have. I said, counting on my fingers. Kyoya. Rias and Akino both looked at me with resentful expressions, as if I had abandoned them. Kaneko, on the other hand, just stared at me and muttered, Pervert H. Senpai. I ignored Kaneko's muttering. All right, Rias, Akino, don't worry. Even if I have more women, I'll treat you all equally. At the very least, I'll marry you all and have a wedding ceremony together. I reassured them. Hearing my words, Akino looked as if she had expected this outcome all along. Even so, what could she do? Leave him? That was impossible. She was already deeply attached to him. I looked at Akino and Rias' resigned expressions and felt a pang of guilt. So, I pulled them both into my embrace, one in each arm. To me, you're all the most important people in my life. I said apologetically. Rias reached out and stroked my face, smiling gently. It's okay. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Hearing Rias's words, I felt a surge of emotion. After seeing Rias's reaction, Akino couldn't help but think that her friend's strategy of feigning retreat to gain an advantage was effective and difficult to counter. Kaneko, on the other hand, looked at Kyoya with a complex mix of emotions, feeling a little down. Seeing this, I released Rias and Akino, then walked over to Kaneko and gently patted her head. Hee, don't worry, Kaneko-chan. I won't forget about you. Don't say such strange things, pervert Kyoya-senpai. Kaneko's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, but I could see the flicker of happiness in her eyes. Looks like I'll be able to tame this little kitten soon. Just then, Kiba, who had been silent until now, interrupted us. Are we forgetting something? What is it? I asked, turning to look at Kiba along with everyone else. Kiba, seeing our confused expressions, couldn't help but twitch his eyes in exasperation. He sighed and said, Didn't we agree that there would be rewards after we finished the challenge? We haven't collected them yet. Hearing this, we all suddenly remembered our original purpose. We quickly started searching the area for the rewards. I found one. Kiba called out to us. Era, I found something too. Akino exclaimed excitedly. In the end, we found only 3 rewards. The first was a technique from the Naruto world, the 8 Gates modified version. I explained to the others, this is a technique that allows you to temporarily gain immense power. When activated, the user's power increases exponentially. The power increase will vary from person to person. However, this technique is best suited for taijutsu users. So, Kaneko, it's yours. But Kiba, since you use a sword and also rely on physical strength, you can learn it too. Understood. Kaneko and Kiba nodded. As for this second one, it's called Demon God Manifestation. Demons Extract. That's its name. I looked at the small vial in Akino's hand and announced its name, then explained further. This is the blood of a living being. Whoever drinks it will gain the power of ice. The power of ice? Who wants it? I asked the four. They all fell silent, thinking it over. Finally, Ria spoke up. I have the power of destruction, and I still haven't fully mastered it, so I'll pass. Kaneko also declined. I specialize in close-quarters combat. This doesn't suit me. Same here. As a swordsman, I still have a long way to go. I won't choose this right now either, Kiba said. Then, everyone turned their attention to Akino. I took the initiative and tried to persuade her. Akino, you should take this reward. You already have lightning magic, and now, with ice powers, your strength will definitely increase. Besides, ice can conduct electricity. The two powers combined would be a perfect match. It seems like I have no reason to refuse. In that case, I'll accept it, Akino said, smiling at the others. Then, with everyone's encouragement, Akino downed the contents of the vial in one gulp. Suddenly, Akino's long, black ponytail turned a striking shade of ice blue. A chilling aura emanated from her, causing the temperature around her to plummet. Even the ground beneath her feet began to freeze. Rias and the others were amazed. They hadn't expected such a drastic change just from drinking the demon's extract. It was a little overwhelming. You're like a whole new person, I said, walking up to Akino and touching her now ice-blue hair, marveling at the cold energy within it. Does Kyoya like this look? Should I keep it like this from now on? Akino asked, clearly pleased. You don't have to. I like you either way. But this look is quite nice, too. I replied. All right, stop flirting. Akino, show us what you can do with your new ice powers. Rias interjected, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Okay. Kyoya, just look at Rias's jealous face. Isn't it cute? Akino teased, looking at Rias. Akino, enough. Rias's face flushed, completely flustered. Seeing Rias flustered, Akino giggled, then demonstrated her newly acquired power. She flew into the air and pointed a hand upwards. A mountain-sized chunk of ice formed in the sky. Then she began to freeze the surrounding area. Within moments, everything within a 100-meter radius was encased in ice. There was once someone who could freeze time itself during a battle with similar powers, then deliver a finishing blow to their opponent. So, Akino, you have a lot of room to grow. After seeing Akino's display, I offered some praise and then some advice for future development. Returning to the ground and reverting her hair to its original black, Akino was surprised to hear that someone had once used ice powers to freeze time. She then turned to me, a little confused, and asked, Kyoya, why do you know so much about these things? It's like you know everything. Do you have some secret you're not telling us? Her question reminded Rias and the others of my many strange actions and seemingly omniscient knowledge. Well, you can think of it as me being able to foresee the future, kind of. As for my secret, you'll all find out soon enough. So please be patient, I said. Seeing that I was reluctant to elaborate, they didn't press the issue. They knew they would find out eventually. But this only made them even more curious about my secret. Now let's see what our grand prize is, I said to the group. Everyone was excited. After all, the previous two rewards had come from relatively weak demons and yokai. The reward from the extraordinary Yamada no Orochi was sure to be amazing. With that thought, everyone looked at the card in my hand, eager to see what it contained. I crushed the card. A blinding, golden light erupted, shooting up into the sky like a pillar of pure energy. Shock. What's happening? Wait, that sword, could it be? How is that possible? That sword disappeared long ago. It shouldn't be here. Rias, who had been relatively calm, suddenly widened her eyes, recognizing the identity of the sword. But that only served to increase her shock. Looking at the holy aura emanating from the weapon, I was dumbfounded, because that holy sword, radiating divine light, was none other than Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. This particular Excalibur was a divine construct created by the planet itself, not by humans. Unlike the famous alchemically created Excalibur of a certain king, this sword was crystallized from the faith of humanity, forged within the planet as a weapon to protect the Earth. It was an ultimate weapon, an anti-planet, noble phantasm. Was my luck finally turning around? Ha ha! I knew it today is my lucky day. I was ecstatic. Amazing! The others, witnessing this scene, were completely stunned. Then, Rias quickly turned to Kiba and started to explain, Kiba, this holy sword is different from the ones created by humans. But before Rias could finish, Kiba interrupted her, his expression complex. Bucho, I know what you want to say. Don't worry. I understand the significance of this sword. Don't worry about me. I'm just a little shocked to see this legendary blade. After all, who wouldn't be shocked? The legendary sword of the planet, appearing before them in such a manner was unbelievable. Under their bewildered gazes, a golden light appeared in my hand, and the sword of promised victory slowly descended from the sky until I grasped it. The moment I held the sword of promised victory, I felt my blood surge, as if an infinite power was coursing through my veins. At the same time, Rias and the others approached me, their shock evident. Kyoya, this is... I glanced at them and joked. Now that I'm the master of the sword of the planet, does that mean I'm the reincarnation of King Arthur in my past life? Hearing my words, the girls actually started to think about it seriously. Seeing their reactions, I quickly said, hey, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. But they seemed to have genuinely considered it a possibility. I was speechless. I decided not to explain any further and let them believe what they wanted. But in the end, after discussing it with the others, I made a decision that would ensure our victory. Then, in the next second, we were suddenly back in the hyperbolic time chamber. Back in the chamber, everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere once again. Kyom, who had been training, looked at us curiously. How was it? Was the dungeon party fun? Did you get any rewards? So, we recounted our experiences in the other dimension to her in detail. Hearing about our thrilling adventure and the horrifying power of Yamada no Orochi, Kyom was filled with envy and regret. Seeing Kyom's dejected expression, I grasped her hand and gently kissed her cheek. What's wrong, Kyom? Are you upset that I didn't take you? Don't worry. There will be other opportunities in the future. I'll take you with me next time. Okay? My sudden intimate gesture made Kyom blush, and she stammered, not knowing what to say. Rias and the others just watched them with strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. All right, everyone, let's continue training. We need to make the most of this time before the raiding game. I encouraged the group. Hearing my words, Rias and the others were re-energized. After all, in just one day, their power had increased dramatically. And so, the group resumed their hellish training. 2 days passed in the outside world, and the training inside the hyperbolic time chamber was finally complete. Rias had now fully mastered the use of her power of destruction, and her power level had stabilized at the pinnacle of the high-class level thanks to the enhancement. Kaniko's martial arts and Kyom's magical beasts had also improved significantly. Akino and Kiba had both reached the mid-level of high class. Kiba had suffered the most during these 2 years. Being the only guy, I had been particularly hard on him during training. I had even summoned lightning from the sky to encourage him to train harder. For 2 years, he had trained almost every day until he was bruised and battered, lying on the ground, unable to move. It was a sight that made everyone feel sorry for him. Kyoya, I feel like I could easily defeat Riser now with my current power, Rias said, feeling the unprecedented power within her. It seems Rias is full of confidence, but I won't fall behind, either, Akino said excitedly. All right. Even though only 2 days have passed in the outside world, you've all been training for nearly 2 years. You must be under a lot of pressure. So, let's relax for the remaining 5 days. I suggested. Hearing my suggestion, everyone cheered up. They had been training non-stop, and they were eager to relax.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.